and illegal auto pin approval process. This is it. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. Oh my God. I really think this might be the most based post he's ever made. I am so happy about this. I really am. Like, this is the kind of shit, like, if he actually does this, I'm going to be so happy. Let me see, because I think I pulled this up. I saw it. I didn't really read the whole thing. But where is it? The post about this had, like, fucking 400,000 views, right? I think it did. Let me go back and double check. I'll see where, because he's been posting a little bit more recently. Let me see. Yeah, people are very happy about this. Third term incoming? Well, we'll see what it says. Yeah, right there. 387,000 likes. And it's just one big fucking paragraph. That's the president right there, gentlemen. The only thing I'm surprised about is that everything isn't in caps lock. Duarte-ass speech? Yep, that's right. Welcome back. And text wall? Yep, exactly. Give me a Venezuelan style summary. Yeah. When you were first president implemented the Muslim ban, I thought you were racist and cruel for the sake of being cruel. I was wrong. You were just trying to keep us safe. Oh boy. So thank you, Mr. President. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. I can confirm Tim Walz is retarded. So basically Trump, I swear to God, like, this is like if you were to take like an AI and generate a president that would do things based off of my stream, it would generate a statement like this. He called Tim Walz retarded. He said that all the people generate a president that would do things based off of my stream, it would generate a statement like this. He called Tim Walz retarded. He said that all the people that aren't citizens should get kicked out. If they're not making us money, we're going to kick them out. And, you know, like all these other countries that they're coming from are shitholes. Let's see, besides that, like, yeah, really, this is like, bro, if I were to write this, this is what I would have written. That's it. And so, yeah, I'm glad to see this. You forgot to say he hates women, though? Yeah, of course, right? And we're bringing back retarded? Absolutely, we are. And I've said this before. Obviously, we're bringing back retarded. That's the case. And I'm very, very happy to see this. Obviously, you know, there's, I'm sure, some people that are crying about it. Let me read some of the posts about it and see what they're saying. If there's anybody who's crying and getting mad. To be honest, there's posts like this from years ago. He did nothing. I know, it's true. This post is a nuclear bomb. Holy shit. It really is, man. We are going to do fucking nothing. I agree with that, but I still have to hold out a little bit of hope, right? I do agree that he's probably not going to do shit. And this is the greatest tweet of all time. My president just publicly called somebody retarded on Thanksgiving. As I said, boys, like, whatever the odds are of him saying the N-word, they just doubled. They've already doubled. Like, now, like, I feel like it's not a matter of if he's going to say the N-word. It's a matter of when he's going to say the N-word. It's going to be crazy. To you, which are third world countries, the Middle East and UAE are more advanced than living bear in the USA? To you, which countries are third world country? You think I thought Saudi Arabia is a third world country? Saudi Arabia is great. You think I think Dubai is a third world country? What the fuck? No, nobody's thinking about Dubai. We're fine with that. Yeah, they want to come over here. We go over there. Everything's fine. No, we're talking about places like fucking Somalia, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, that's it. That's what you mean, yeah. I could probably think of a few more. I don't want to be rude to the people that live in those countries, but Mexico, I wouldn't really say Mexico. Pakistan, maybe Pakistan, right? Haiti, yeah, Haiti. Yeah, I don't want people coming in from there. Damn, fuck no. And so, yeah, Brazil, no, not Brazil. Brazil's a nice place, absolutely not. Send us to Dubai. Dubai's not a country? Well, either way, I'm saying like UAE, whatever. I think he put that on the list. That's why I said it. And actually, I did actually think it was a country. But either way, you know, like, that's not obviously what we were thinking about. I wouldn't even say Iran isn't even really a third world country. Like, I mean, it's got a dumbass government, but like the people there are very well educated in some cases, and you know, it's not like they're dumb. So yeah, but Pakistan, maybe Pakistan, I don't know. You know, like, I've heard that they have a big problem with like marrying like cousins and shit. So it's hard to say. But anyway, Pakistan has nukes. Yeah. Well, anyway, Yeah, holy fucking shit. And so, oh, I saw this.
It's pretty funny. Well, I think it's funny, at least. And all the illegals, they still think we're stuck with them. No, no, no. You're about to be stuck in here with us. Clock is ticking. Could be a soft tick, could be a loud one, hard to say. A word of advice, though, I'd scram if I were you. Skedaddle. Vamoose, leave.
This is obviously, to be fair, it is obviously a fucking, it's AI, but like, it's really funny.
While you still can.
Yeah.
Alligator Alcatraz is just the beginning. Next up is Shark Shawshank. Sharks, very dangerous, not the most reasonable of beasts. Some of you have seen the Discovery Channel and know what I'm talking about. Shark Week, very exciting. We'll live stream escape attempts, justice and economic stimulus in one. Rikers with grizzly bears is an option as well. We could use a snappier name, but the concept is strong to very strong in a big way, quite frankly. It's pretty funny. Well, I think it's funny.
You can't tell if it's AI?
All the illegals, they still think we're stuck with them. No, no, no. You're about to be stuck in here with us. Clock is ticking.
God. And so, yeah, strong to very strong. Exactly. AI. The thing is that today it's AI. Next week it might be real. That's the problem. Next week, yeah, you could have told me this wasn't AI. I want this to be real so bad. I know. But, yeah, I did see that. Well, anyway, yeah, a lot of people say Tim Walz is retarded, calls out otherwise nice people done nothing to confront society destroying scourge of mass migration. This is his best tweet of all time. I really think that this is a generational tweet. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. I love this. Oh my God. So yeah, anyway, is any of this going to happen? I mean, I don't really know if it is or not, but there's also more of this too. Let's see if I can find, this is something else different. And oh yeah, here's another one. The U.S. didn't attend the G20 in South Africa. South Africa, the government, like it's, you know, y'all remember this, right? Like that was a bad day for him. I'll tell you, that was a really bad day for him. So yeah, we need Trump on your stream. Maybe you're right. Scott Besson immediately cutting off all federal benefits to illegal aliens, preserving them for citizens only. What? What? Nah, no way. Oh my. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is immediately cutting off all federal benefits to illegal aliens, preserving them for citizens only per President Trump's orders. I was told illegals got zero taxpayer benefits. Democrats lie again. Treasury announced that it would issue proposed regulations clarifying the refunded portions of certain individual tax income tax benefits are no longer available to illegal and other non-qualified aliens, covering the earned income tax credit, the additional child tax credit, so that way they don't come here and have a bunch of fucking kids, American Opportunity Tax Credit. See, that's it. See, there's the word, American. They're not Americans. And the Savers Match Credit. There we fucking go, guys. It's not even Christmas. It feels like it is. I'll tell you that. Why the fuck were illegals getting tax credits? It's you get a I-10. It's an individual tax identification number, and you can file your taxes through that if you are a non-resident alien in the country. That's what goes to the IRS in most cases. And if like, I mean, again, those are just, bro. Like I have read fan fiction on DeviantArt that has more truths in it than some of those I-10 reports. Right? From everything that I've heard from, you know, again, my dad worked on these, so he knows. Bro, these people would just be writing up bullshit. They'd be writing up bullshit, and that's it. Will it pass on Congress? I don't know. None of this is available to illegals anyway. You can't apply for any federal stuff if you're illegal. It's all just a nothing burger. That's not really true. And also the other thing too is that, like, if you looked into it and you saw how they actually got the benefits, you'd know that the majority of them are also doing it through some form of you know, asylum program or some other bullshit. And so there's a lot of ways that it happens, and let it pass. Yeah, and also this is the other thing, is that if anybody ever tells you not that this is a bad thing because illegals aren't even getting any benefits, if illegals aren't getting any benefits, then why is it a problem if this passes? You see what I'm saying? Why is this a big deal if it passes, if it's not even a problem to begin with, right? It's like if you go and you make unicorns against the law, like, why would anybody be against that? There aren't any unicorns. So really, why is it that you don't want that to happen? You're not supposed to think about that? Yeah, exactly. And so it's just common sense. And we're thinking it's asinine. Yeah, it absolutely is. A load of illegals work for farmers as well as they don't. Fruit pickers, etc. Farmers help cover them up. Absolutely, they do. Yeah, I mean that's what happens, and it's been real bad too. My wife's an illegal, and she's able to do taxes and files it under singles. Will she no longer be able to do that anymore? I'm honestly curious. Your wife's an illegal. Well, your wife isn't an illegal because she's your wife. So if you're a citizen and you're married to her, she's a citizen, as far as I know. So yeah, Trump go off on a reporter? No, I haven't seen that. But anyway, so this is it. How they've been given illegals, betrayed America. I mean, again, like, I voted for this. Thank fucking God, man. And I'm very glad to see this. And if they're actually getting rid of all these benefits and everything, Trump's Thanksgiving plan, this is crazy. Trump's Thanksgiving post outlines reverse migration plan. Damn. We really out here, huh? Y'all believe that? Oh my God. Marriage isn't guaranteed citizenship? Well, it's residence or something like that. I don't know about the details, okay? Like, I've never married a non-citizen, so I'm not really sure. But it's just kind of what I've heard, off and on. Marriage is automatic citizenship because people don't file for their spouses. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Announced to be canceling 92% of the Joe Biden executive orders. Wait, what? Wait, so now he's canceling the executive orders? Did he just decide to start working? Any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with AutoPan, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated. What? Is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. The AutoPan is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. The radical left lunatics circling Biden around the beautiful Resolute desk in Oval Office took the presidency away from him. I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the AutoPan did so illegally. Joe Biden was not involved in the AutoPan process, and if he says he was, he will be brought up on charges of purge. What? What? Oh my God. Okay, finally. See, what? You should have done this in like January. Like, this should have been on day one. Holy shit. I'm like, yeah, bro, Epstein files got to be horrible. Hey, bro, like, whatever it takes to have him do this, I'm happy. He randomly ulted, what the fuck? Yeah, he saved his ult for Thanksgiving. Okay. I mean, I wonder if he was planning this or he just decided, I had enough of this shit. Yep, that's it. The content president, exactly. And so, SCOTUS ruled presidential immunity, so I don't know what you're expecting. We'll see what happens. That's what I'm expecting. See, the Supreme Court and everything like that, maybe that's going to work. Maybe it's not. And he can certainly put him through hell. I'll tell you that. Now, in my opinion, I don't think that Trump should bring Joe Biden up on charges. I just don't think so. He's in his 80s. He's got fucking advanced cancer. Just let the man rest, right? Let him just fucking, like, what, it doesn't matter what he's saying, right? I mean, if it matters what he was saying, then, I mean, he wouldn't have needed to use the AutoPen. Like, he's out of it, bro. Like, he's disconnected. So yeah, it'll be the message, I guess. So he was taken advantage of. Yeah, I don't really want to see that, but I would rather see somebody willing to do that than somebody willing to get pushed around. I'll tell you that. Even though I really wouldn't want to see that, if you want me to be honest. I always kind of like, I mean, again, like, I never really disliked Joe Biden. Like, I disliked his policies, but I liked him. Like, I like the way he acted, right? Like, he reminded me about people that I grew up with, right? He an asshole. He's just I don't know, like, he's a Southern asshole. And I just really, to me, I like that, right? I like that. And so that's it. And a horrible take, he sucked. I didn't say he was a good president. I just said that I liked him as an individual, right? I thought he was a charismatic, nice guy, right? That's it. And again, also, he's 80 years old. 50 years of public service. Let the man rest. But anyway, that doesn't matter, right? Does that matter? No, it doesn't. So we got this right here. So he's undoing Joe Biden's AutoPen. Wow. Is this... is not play the video. Tonight's last grooming can be shaved. Oh, there it is here. This is the other big one. And yeah, wow. And then so this is part of the horrendous airlift in Afghanistan. Hundreds of thousands of people poured into our country, totally unvetted and unchecked. We will fix it, but we will never forget what crooked Joe Biden and his thugs did to our country. Yeah, none of these people should have got invited into the country. It's crazy that people even thought that was okay. It's nuts, bro. 92% is such a shocking amount. The reason why a lot of it was a shocking amount is that Joe Biden issued a bunch of presidential pardons at the end of his presidency that were to, and I'm assuming this is why, which, I mean, honestly, I don't even disagree with Joe Biden about this. I thought this was a good thing that he did, where he pardoned a bunch of people that were in jail for non-violent offenses for, like, marijuana possession and stuff like that. That's why, for example, Joe Biden had a bunch of pardons, like, way more pardons than anybody else. So, like, that's probably the ones that he's talking about. Who did that? Joe Biden did that. So, yeah. Did he do that, though? Well, I don't know. And, I mean, obviously, like, pardons shouldn't go through if it wasn't done by the president. Sure. But, like, yeah, in the thousands. Exactly. It's bullshit. Yeah, exactly. It is. Like, those people should have never been in jail, and it's a waste of our money. Like, we should be putting people that are stealing shit in jail, not people that smoke weed. Like, really, I mean, like, you think about, like, your priority system there, right? Is like you're trying to put people in jail that are smoking weed while somebody else is breaking into cars. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're dumb as hell. It's a tier list, right? Exactly. Yeah. You only got so many spots in the prison right now, so you better put the people that are the biggest problems in there. So yeah, priorities are ass backwards. Absolutely. So yeah, the pardon for Hunter, Joe probably signed personally. Yeah, I would expect that, right? I definitely would. They pardon white-collar crimes for insider trading, too. Yeah, Trump's done that, too, to be fair, right? But, you know, it's just, yeah, it's a big club. You're not in it, right? It's one of those things. That's what I think, at least it is. But either way, reverse migration. So we have gone from diversity being our strength to reverse migration in 1 year. 1 year. How the fuck? But y'all really think about this? Like, in 1 year. Holy shit, what a year. And I heard that word before. Yeah, bro, like, this is, he bringing it out. And it's a year too long, I know. And so anyway, is that not colonization? Well, by bringing a bunch of people here, I'm not even really sure. But, and also, remember what I said before? I was talking about this. So remember when I said that Adolf Hitler was coming back? Apparently I was right. I didn't mean it like that. Actually, I didn't mean it like this, right? I did not. But there's a guy literally named Adolf Hitler, and he won an election. That's his name. Not you. Yeah. I didn't think that was what, like, I mean, the people are memers, I guess. Like, yeah, he said his dad didn't know a Nambian politician, Adolf Hitler Unana, has won a re-election in his northern consistency. I did not see that coming. Yes, you're proud of that? Yeah, I bet. Netflix adaptation cooked with this one. Kanye West wasn't singing about the old white one. He was predicting the new black one. AC/DC, Back in Black. Oh my God. And so that's an unfortunate name. So they even bring him back Adolf Hitler literally, right? And yeah, against all odds, how do you think he feels about Israel? Don't ask. Don't ask. And anyway, so that's been what happened. And I've gone and bro got the wrong texture pack. Yeah. And so anyway, he also has a mustache. He does. What kind of mustache does he have? Not the same one. It's not the same one, to be fair. But, yeah. So that's pretty much where we're at, guys. We've got Adolf Hitler is literally back. Remigration is what's being discussed. Like, everybody said I was crazy. They all said I was crazy. But so is the world. I guess I was right then. Wow. Hitler is back. Like, I never thought that I would say this, right? I never really did. And, but yeah, there it is. He could fix his mustache. He changed his name to Adolf Usana. I mean, that probably is a good idea, right? I mean, I would maybe change the name. That way it doesn't get confused. It's like, you know, for search results reasons, right? Because, like, people look him up and they think it's somebody else, right? And you even have, and this is another one too, you even got the Secretary of Health tweeting out AI generated photos or photoshopped images of them eating McDonald's, getting it replaced with fucking, Thanksgiving dinner. Wow. This is where we're at. Is it deep fake? Yep, that's right. Will there be a list of some third world countries? I think so, but I'm not sure if he's given it yet or not. But that's it. And so you've got, why is AI slop being reported on X is today's top news? Yeah, because, you want to know the reason why? It's because the reports are slop too. And yeah, there we go, guys. True story. Wait, is that I actually had to go back and look and see if he was in the window. But no, okay, that wasn't it. And, wow. I don't... I'm assuming this is fake. I think that it's fake. I don't know if it's fake or not. But, maybe it's not. And how you wish it actually went down. Yeah, I guess so. Much better. And so it's all fake. Yeah, maybe everything's fake. Maybe both of the pictures are fake and that's it. But anyway, so we've had a bunch of this other shit going on. I have to go through all these other things. But like, oh my fucking God. There's been a crazy, crazy backlash. And I really am kind of not that surprised, especially from... like that guy going and doing that shooting and everything. People are just out of their fucking mind, pissed off about this. I'll see if there's any other news about this, but I don't really know if there is. Everything's an illusion anyway. The most important message is ever released by a president. Read every word. Yeah, sure. Let me see if I can find any more of this. And no, that's not really it. I don't know if I can find it. No. Oh, this is him talking about Somalians. Oh, here we go. He's had enough of them Somalians, bro. He's tired of them Somalians.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of Money going back to Somalia? What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, really, that's a great question. What a great fucking question.
Somalia? What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for?
Exactly.
But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before.
Uh-huh.
That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated, it's crime-ridden, it's a mess, it's a disgrace.
Call it a shithole.
And we took their people.
Remember that?
Tremendous. We're not taking their people anymore.
Damn.
We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble.
What do the Somalians...
So not only are we not getting any more Somalians, but we're getting the ones we have out of the country. Literal pirate country? Yeah, they came and protect us. We're getting cut? Yeah, thank God. Bro, like, yeah, I've been waiting on this for a while. He sounds like shit. I mean, yeah, he had to go and read all that tweet. Do you blame the Afghans? What is this here? Oh, here's another one.
You've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame... You've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's not
No,
mistake?
but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on these
What a dumb question. Like, as if he's going to blame every person in Afghanistan for one guy. Obviously not.
planes that are, look at them. There was no checking. They just poured into the plane. And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, we've taken a lot of money here. But they came in, yeah, I know, this the old story. Many are wonderful, yeah, I'm sure.
I said many.
Yeah, I know, this the old story. Many are wonderful, yeah, I'm sure.
He just doesn't give a fuck. Based, it doesn't work anymore? Yeah, sure. Oh my God.
Said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Change the law. Send them back. What do you mean? Duh.
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy.
Yeah, not going to be happy.
Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota.
Uh-huh.
And we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor.
Does it? I hope the president says, I hate every Afghan. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many bad ones came in on the planes. They just walked in.
It shouldn't have anything to do with whether they're good or bad. They shouldn't be here. We're diverting resources to people in Afghanistan instead of Americans. That should be the end of the conversation. I mean, really, that's it. I mean, I don't care if they're good or bad. Like, they could be the best people ever. Get them out.
Strongest people were physically, in a way.
Yeah.
But whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no checking. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We
got
had
our own
no
shit?
idea
Yeah, exactly.
who they were.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt this shit happened. Return our equipment while they're at it. Still got us involved in Afghanistan? Yeah, somehow, one way or another. Uh-oh. This is him talking shit?
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came in on a plane along with...
He's going to start calling reporters retarded. That's what he needs to do next. He's going to start calling reporters retarded in the White House. We need that. I need that for my stream. I want that. Thank God, bro.
With thousands of
Are
other
you
people
retarded?
that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them.
Just get rid of the law.
So to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in, And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place.
You almost ready? Yeah.
If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go. We were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its
It got
very
auto
close
pin? Yeah, just say it
relationship
got
to
auto
China
pin.
and where they make
Just get
their
rid of it.
missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands
Can you revoke
and
the law?
thousands,
Maybe.
they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent, yeah.
God damn.
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane.
All right, guys. Well, we're in a totally different world now. Quiet Piggy. Yeah, bro. I really feel like Quiet Piggy was a turning point, man. It really was.
I've been thinking a lot lately as an educator, and especially as a scientist, when you search online for answers and knowledge, wisdom and insight, what do you trust? How do you trust it? What is involved to decide whether something is true or not true? And it's not easy at all. I know a lot about a lot of stuff, but when I look things up that I don't know, it's like, this doesn't seem to feel right. There's something odd about it. Let me keep checking. But let me first off the top say, so many people are now using
There are droves of modern women right now suffering from do-better syndrome, where they think, well, I mean, my guy right now is cool, but I think I can just do a little bit better. This woman right here is your atypical 35-year-old woman who is going through it right now because she realizes that her sexual and dating marketplace value is much lower than it used to be.
Now, I'm not really sure why I'm sharing this, but I felt like
You're desperate.
I needed to, and that there's got to be at least one person that will resonate. I'm struggling right now.
Have you ever realized this, chat, where all these women, especially these older modern women, they always want to share these stories to see if other women resonate with it? Have you ever noticed that trend? I just figured somebody would, I just figured somebody would resonate with this story. Why do y'all always look? They're just looking for sympathy.
You know, I am almost 35. I'll be 35 in February.
Damn.
And I was thinking today, I went
That scares me.
to church, as I do most Sundays. I went alone, grabbed a coffee, sat by myself, left by myself. I'm going to the grocery store, going to make some lunch, get ready for the week by myself, watch football by myself. And I've gotten really, really good at this. I have no really complaints.
You're a liar.
Like, I'm confident to do things alone, but it doesn't mean that I want to. I was married. I got divorced when I was 30. Next month will be 4 years since we got divorced.
And another Guard member on Wednesday.
Just seconds before I went on, Right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life.
The family of 24-year-old Andrew Wolf is asking for prayers. The death of Beckstrom means the suspect, 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakhanwal, will likely face upgraded charges.
I would hope so.
Here's the U.S. Attorney for D.C., Janine Pirro, talking about that.
Thank God.
We are praying that they survive and that the highest charge will not have to be murder in the first degree.
Well,
but
one
make
of them
no
is.
mistake, if they do not, that will certainly be the charge.
Well, yeah. I mean, fucking obviously.
Lakhanwal came into the U.S. in 2021. He was granted
So he came in 2021.
asylum this spring. The administration is...
Why the fuck did he give him asylum? How the fuck do you let somebody in the country for 4 fucking years? He's from Afghanistan. Why the fuck is he even here? Isn't this annoying? This is so fucking annoying. So we've got another nutball in the country for no fucking reason. He's a CIA informant. Oh, okay.
calling into question the vetting process for Afghan refugees. But
What, I can't call him on the fucking phone? What, he's got to live in fucking Washington, D.C.? What, they don't have phones in Afghanistan? Just call him up. He doesn't have to live here.
While worked with the CIA in Kandahar, Afghanistan, serving in an elite counterterrorism unit operated by the
Wait, what the fuck?
Into question the vetting process. He was granted asylum this spring. The administration is calling into question the vetting process for Afghan refugees. But Lakhanwal worked with the CIA in Kandahar, Afghanistan, serving
So he worked with the CIA in Afghanistan, okay.
in an elite counterterrorism unit operated by the agency. As a member of the Zero unit, he would have gone through a vigorous screening process. Afghan evac says that includes biometric screening, biographic checks, and in-person
So what the
interviews.
fuck happened?
Still, the president is doubling down, saying, I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover.
Thank God.
Terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by
PTSD?
sleeping Joe
That could
Biden's
have been it.
auto
You're
pen,
right.
and remove anyone who is not a net
True.
asset to the United States.
Thank
The
God.
president says he will be ending federal benefits for non-citizens, denaturalizing migrants who he says undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who poses a security risk.
I just can't see how anybody would be against that. I really can't. Like, why would we import people that are causing problems? It's just such an insane, crazy thing to even assume.
Carly.
Okay, Matt Rivera, live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you.
It's not PTSD,
Let's
it's
bring in
defense
former
bro.
Assistant
I don't
FBI
know.
Director Chris Swecker. Chris, thank you.
Denaturalizing is crazy? I don't think it is at all. Like, somebody comes into the country, they're causing a bunch of problems. Like, why should we let them stay? Like, why is it that America should let somebody stay in the country that's causing a bunch of problems? Doesn't make sense.
So much for joining us as we talk about this tragic turn of events. And obviously, there are a lot of questions when it comes to this suspect who, as Maddie was just laying out, worked for this CIA-backed military unit during the war in Afghanistan and was living in Washington State with his wife and 5 children. So he had a family unit. He was not
That's
a
sick.
loner. A lot of questions over why and how this could have happened. When you look at his background, what do you think?
Well, let's start with the premise that Afghanistan in the post-Biden withdrawal era is a terrorist haven. I mean, Al-Qaeda is still there, ISIS is still there.
Yeah, and we would have never had this clown in the country if y'all didn't go in there and try to play fucking musical chairs with who's running Afghanistan. Y'all spent 20 years there replacing the Taliban with the Taliban, and we apparently got a few of them here, and now he's going out shooting people. What a waste of fucking time and money. Can you believe that? Jesus.
There's actually battling it out in and around the area where this shooter came from. So we know that this is a problem area, and this is an area where if you're going to bring people in, and apparently over 70,000 Afghan refugees were resettled very quickly, you darn well better vet these people in a way that gives you confidence that they're not still affiliated with some type of terrorist organization or in touch with them. So I get the sense that once they got here...
I don't even understand the logic of, like, why is it that there's an obligation to bring people from Afghanistan into America, period? Why is this even being discussed at all? Like, that's what's crazy to me, that, like, people are even talking about this in any regard. Because, like, to me, like, why the fuck are they here to begin with? Like, I don't think America has any fucking obligation or, you know, like, need to import a bunch of people from fucking Afghanistan. Like, what is this? It's crazy to me.
There wasn't a whole lot of other vetting or monitoring that took place after they got here. And, you know, here's a guy that was settled in Washington State with his 5 kids, was given the asylum and shelter of this country and all the rights and all the privileges. And look what he does, a tragic, a heartbreaking loss of this young National Guardsman who...
I mean, somebody that goes out and they shoot 2 people like this is probably, like, I mean, he probably did have his brain microwaved by some bullshit, right? Whether this was microwaved by the CIA or PTSD, like, a normal person of a sound mind doesn't go out and just randomly shoot a woman in the head. Like, obviously something went wrong there. Like, he's nuts. Or Islam, I don't know about that. I mean, like, there's plenty of people, like, if your religion causes you to become a psychopathic murderer that just shoots people in the head, then, yeah, you're mentally ill, right? I mean, of course.
A patriot from the state of West Virginia, volunteered to work in the district. So this is going to cause a real hard look at this asylum program and others, I understand, and that's one positive thing.
There shouldn't be any asylum program. We shouldn't be giving anybody asylum. We have people here that don't have houses. Why are we dealing and trying to micromanage, you know, people that are living on the other side of the world coming into our country and receiving benefits when we don't even have our own taxpayers taken care of? Like, why would we give anybody asylum? Like, what are we talking about? Like, giving people asylum from what? Like, why don't we give people here asylum from homelessness? Why don't we give them asylum from poverty? Like, what are we doing thinking about some random fucking person on the other side of the world? Like, this is like, in my opinion, this is just like such a stupid fucking way of deciding things and making decisions. It's crazy. What the fuck are we doing? Because you bombed their country? So what? So if we bomb their country, then we have like this moral obligation to invite in all of their people forever? Fuck that. Who decided that? That sounds like bullshit to me. That's not something that I'd be in favor of. I didn't agree to that. No. Absolutely not. That's retarded. Yeah. Yeah, you break it, you pay it? No, bro. Fuck it. We break it, we leave. Like, absolutely not. Then don't bomb them? Well, why don't we just bomb them and not take them in? Duh. Like, what are you talking about? Like we have... Absolutely not. Why would you ever make a decision that puts your citizens at risk? Why would you ever do that? Why would you put the best interests of a foreign nation and a foreign people above the best interests of your citizens? This is just guilt tripping. It's guilt tripping. It's emotional manipulation. You never make that decision. Nobody should ever be making that decision. It's crazy. There's no divine universal law that says so. Absolutely. Why would you bomb a foreign nation? Who the fuck cares? Like, whether they bombed it or not has nothing to do with how I would make that decision. And anybody that would make a decision based off if we bomb that is putting their own citizens at risk for no reason. Ultimately, doing what you think is like the good thing for one person is sometimes the bad thing for somebody else. So 9/11 is justified? Why would 9/11 be justified? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, liberals and their suicidal empathy. It's just crazy, bro. Like, yeah, like, absolutely not. If we bomb them, we have no obligation to take in their refugees. If we bomb them, we have no obligation to take in their fucking, their migrants. What a retarded take. Absolutely not.
Well, on that note, a lot has transpired overnight when it comes to vetting and immigration. And the president had previously said that there would be a review of all asylum cases and green cards issued under President Biden. And now it's been announced that there's going to be a permanent pause on immigration from what the administration is describing third world countries. I mean, this is on immigration from what And now it's been announced that there's going to be a permanent pause on immigration from what the administration is describing third world countries. I mean, this announcement is obviously going to be met with some criticism from certain members of Congress and elected leaders. But what do you think? Is a pause in immigration what is needed to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again?
It's going to happen again because people are crazy. There's 300 million people in the country, and there's one of them that's going to be nuts. It's going to happen again, and there's nothing you can really do to stop it. But the problem is that you already have so many problems already in the country. You don't need to be importing more of them. That's the big problem. That's the difference. Don't need to be importing any of this. CIA informants, they have a reputation, those informants to trust. The informants should be U.S. soldiers. That's why they're doing it, probably. Well, you think everybody on those planes was an informant? Probably not, man. Probably not. And also, again, like, what happens after that? If you're putting American lives at risk, that's bad no matter what. Like, I don't care if the CIA, like, and also, like, by the way, who decided that that was a good idea either? So, like, because you made one bad decision, now you have to make another bad decision. Fuck that. At a certain point, you got to stop making bad decisions.
I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I mean, Trump did this in his first administration. He met with a lot of criticism. That doesn't stop him. I think it's needed. I mean, during the Biden administration, what, 17, 18 million people came to this country, most of them illegally, without vetting. We got all the gotaways. So it's impossible that terrorists and terrorist organizations have not infiltrated into the United States. So, yeah, I think it's a good time to pause and get caught up on these people. You know, many of them, I'm not saying all of them, but many of them are criminals or would-be terrorists coming from countries that you can't vet.
What do you think the logic is? You're going to go into a country, bomb the fuck out of it, then bring the people over to your country. You really think that's not going to cause problems? Like, what a dumb thing to think. What a dumb, delusional thing to believe. Oh, my God. It drives me crazy.
They don't keep criminal records there. You can't talk to anybody about them.
Exactly.
They're just they're ghosts as they come in, and there's an underground society out there in many of our cities like Dearborn and Minneapolis and other places where we just don't know who's in this country.
Yeah, and you know, when you look back at the withdrawal from Afghanistan and think about those plane loads filled with people, it was a situation where you could simultaneously feel very bad for the people on board those planes and also deeply worried about the fact that all of those people are coming from an adversarial nation that we were just at war with and we're ultimately going to end up in this country. But when you look at this particular suspect,
they're hanging on to the plane.
Seemed on paper to be like somebody that any administration would want to grant asylum to because of that severe vetting process that he went through while he was working for this CIA-backed military unit during the war. So could this have been prevented? So could this have been prevented?
I mean, anything that's predictable is preventable. You know,
I'm saying it's right, but they brought over because they informed against Taliban, but so safety was compromised when Kabul fell, I think. At the end of the day, number one, we shouldn't have even been over there to begin with. We should have never been over there. We should have never been doing this. We should have never been working with these people. We should have never been trying to replace the Taliban and fucking with them and trying to play musical chairs inside of their, like, local politics. This should have never fucking happened. You should have never brought the guy over. Like, what I'm saying is that at a certain point, you have to stop making bad decisions. And you have to eventually make a decision that is in the best interest of the people that are in your country, rather than just going and making decisions because you think this is the right thing to do or this is what's fair. Eventually, some things aren't necessarily fair. And that's true. It's not necessarily fair. But is it better to be unfair to a random person in Afghanistan, or is it better to be unfair to an American? Well, I'll tell you, I'd rather be unfair to somebody in Afghanistan because I'm a fucking American, and I think that we should take care of our people first. It's just that simple. There you go. And you can say that's a bad thing, but I bet you probably want somebody that thinks like me that's making decisions for you. There it is. We should always be making the best decisions for our citizens. Yeah, put them right over the border. Exactly. Give a shit about Afghanistan? Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I might not sound good, but, like, I think it's true. That's the way you should always make decisions. Better to be unfair, unapologetic, and safe, and also import Brazilians. You've been saying that a lot. Maybe some of the girls.
And in this case, I think it is predictable that someone that came from a terrorist hotbed country, no matter, and I'm a little skeptical of the level of vetting itself because, where are the records? I mean, in Afghanistan.
That's true too, because like they said that they vetted this guy, but like, is it really true that they vetted this guy? There's a good chance that maybe they didn't really.
And there's nothing to look at. And, he did serve with a unit backed by the CIA. But I'm just very skeptical of the level of vetting and in particular the follow-up that took place after they got here. Yeah. Who are they in touch with? They should be like a parolee. They ought to check in about once a month and get updated.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody is an informant that used to be dealing with the Taliban or some other shit, and you're not keeping tabs on that person after you import them into America, and you know that they were doing that, and they come from Afghanistan, a place that your country was like in a war with for years, like really, you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How many administrations have been involved in issues that not really need any U.S. meddling? Well, regardless of whether the U.S. is meddling in it or not, we don't need to be taking the people that come from that and then bringing them here. That's the difference.
On what's going on with them. Now, I'm not, maybe that this person escaped any type of ground radar, if you will. But I think we're going to find, like every other mass shooter in this country that's conducted an act like this, that they were flashing red and nobody said anything about it.
That's a great point, Chris. And, we don't know what exactly went wrong, but something certainly did. And when you think about these two victims, Sarah Beckstrom, she was just 20 years old, which means that she was just 15 or 16 years old during the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I mean, she was a kid. She was just a teenager when that took place. And when you think about Andrew Wolf, he played varsity
is he responsible?
baseball in high school, and his friends are describing him as genuinely one of the nicest people you could ever meet.
Sure.
Just really quickly as we wrap things up here, your reflections on these two individuals and the type of person it takes to go into the National Guard and serve our nation in this way.
Yeah, I served alongside them in Iraq in 2003. The young lady was from an MP unit. She was trained as an MP.
I think people are misunderstanding your take as criticism on the foreign countries. It's really criticism to your own government making bad decisions. Well, it's both, right? So, like, basically, I don't think that we should be going and playing politics in other countries and trying to fuck with them. Like, if you want to do a regime change or something like that, you get in, you change it, you get out. That's it. But, like, you don't go and sit or something like that, you get in, you to fuck with them. Like, if you want to do a regime change or something like that, you get in, you change it, you get out. That's it. But, like, you don't go and sit there and try to fucking micromanage them for 10 years or for 20 years. That's crazy. And so, and I don't even necessarily agree with that in all cases. I think most cases I don't. But, like, in general, but, like, after that, like, that has nothing to do with how you bring people into your country, right? Because, like, even if you think that, like, to me, again, it's about a matter of, like, obligation. Even if you do something that's unfair, I would rather do something that's unfair against people that are outside of my country than people that are inside of my country, because the people that are inside of my country are the ones that voted for me. They're the ones, and I think that you're, like, betraying them by making decisions that could put their lives at risk or, diminish their quality of life. And so that's really, like, I view this as a, like, making leadership decisions because it makes you feel good, I consider to be a very big betrayal of the obligation of leadership. And so if you're not doing that and making decisions in the best interest of the people that voted for you, I think that you're effectively betraying them, and you're being a bad leader. The question remains, how much illegal immigration benefited America in the last 4 years? It's probably benefited some things, but negatively affected other people. Like, I would say that there's a good chance that illegal immigration increased the GDP, but it actually decreased the quality of life for working class and average Americans. So, like, for example, I could easily assume that the people that are the business owners and the people that are, you know, like very, very rich, those people are beneficiaries from illegal immigration. And if you look at it on a graph, that, yeah, maybe it could show that being a positive. But like what that doesn't show is the amount of people that were displaced from their job. Their income was diminished because now they're competing with somebody who was going to work for $5 under the table. So even if you work just as hard as this other person will get the job instead of you because they can be paid a lot less. And they're being paid under minimum wage. And there's other things that the people don't have to worry about. Mass migration decreases GDP per capita. What I'm saying is, even if it didn't, the GDP is not an indicator of the average lifestyle of a person in that country. Like, for example, there's tons of people that, you know, maybe like 10 years ago had a better life, they had a better quality of living, even though the GDP was a lot lower. So you should never look at the stock market or the GDP as some sort of like baseline for what an average person is experiencing. And I think that that's the disconnect, is that people look at these graphs and they look at these statistics, but they don't look at the individual people that are actually being displaced by illegal migration. And you don't look at the individuals that are competing now for housing, cars, education, and everything else with people in the country that shouldn't even be there in the first place. Meanwhile, the people that are the business owners, billionaires, you know, millionaires, multimillionaires, that are making money off the backs of these illegal migrants, they're the ones that are the real beneficiaries. So the truth is that your enemies aren't really the illegal aliens that are in the country. Like, obviously you have to remove them and their problems, but the real enemy is the people that are creating the carrot on the stick that gets all of them to come to the country. Like, they're the ones that are the real bad actors, because they're the ones that really benefit from it more than anybody else. And they're selling you out. That's
and
what
the
I
other
think.
young man, I mean, he's 4 years older than my grandson. I can't imagine the heartbreak of this loss. And you know, it takes a special kind of patriot from places like West Virginia, the heartland of America, that volunteer for military service these days. They want to go help others. They want to do something meaningful and serve their country. God bless them. I think there's a special place, you know, up there in heaven for her. Yeah. And be safe.
Heartbreak is most
it's just
certainly
one
the correct
crazy
word.
person,
We're a
right?
nation
That's
in
what
mourning
happens.
right now, and I just hope that these
Just
two
how it is.
families feel that as we all grieve together. Former Assistant FBI Director Chris Wecker, we thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, the
this
CIA
morning.
needs
We
to
thank you very
explain. Like
much.
they got to
I'm
figure out
Steve
who the
Doocy.
fuck. They
I'm
got
Brett.
to figure out who the fuck is in there making these decisions. I'll tell you that. They really do. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, I try to, right? Because a lot of people, I don't think that they really understand the cause and effect that stuff like that has. And I think that's the reason why some people think that, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's because that it's not necessarily affecting them directly, and they don't see the like abstract negative effect that it has. These people come over with severe mental health issues and they go untreated and end up going crazy. How do billionaires profit from illegals? They're being audited and looked into far stricter than little and middle class businesses. Remember the plumber with 200 illegals, maybe millionaires, but big boys are under the eye. Well, it's simple. They profit from it as an abstraction. So, like, for example, Amazon's a great example of this, is that Amazon has had a bunch of illegals that they've found working at Amazon warehouses. So does Jeff Bezos directly benefit from it? No, but there's a downstream effect that having these people in the country creates that's beneficial for him, and it's a net benefit for him. So just because his own personal taxes don't reflect that he's hiring illegals, that doesn't mean that the companies that they own don't make individual decisions that involve benefiting from illegal labor. You see what I'm saying about how like it's not a cause and effect. It's like a cause and effect and a cause and effect and a cause and effect and a cause and effect. And that far down the line, then you actually have the change that happens. I mean, you guys can fucking bully. Izzy taught me how to make a steak, but I don't know if she'll like my own little things I put on. Grifters are ruining gaming.
Have you ever been so excited for an upcoming brand new video game just to be disappointed and let down again when it turns out the main character is a woman?
Yeah. Because anybody that's changing the gender of the character doesn't give a fuck about the game. Absolutely.
No? You haven't? Well, congratulations, dog. You're normal.
I have. Nope. Nope, it's not normal to want to change the character.
Grifters are completely ruining gaming. And that might sound dramatic or like I'm giving them too much credit, but they legit actually have enough dumbasses listening to the words they're saying to the point where it actually has a detrimental effect on gaming. But let's take a step back real quick.
So he crying because it works. You crying because it works. Well, hey, thanks. I appreciate it. That's great. Absolutely. Yeah, I know it works. And the thing is that every single time that I see this, this makes me feel good because this is somebody even that disagrees with me that got to admit that, damn, they're making some change. I'm saving gaming. You're welcome. You're welcome, by the way. I do this for free.
Some of you might not even know what the hell I'm talking about.
Right.
To understand how we got to where we are in gaming, we first need to understand what a grifter is. The definition of grifter that I like the most is petty swindler. And I can't lie, I can't think of a better description. Because that's what these little trolls do, bro. They just fucking they create issues out of literally thin air, Houdini, and then they convince you that you should be mad about said made-up issue.
Well, aren't you doing that too? Like, here's the thing is that I think that grifter is one of those words that's overused massively. Basically, what this person is saying is that, like, and also here's another thing. So I can approach the accusation of grifter from two different directions. The first direction that I would approach it from is that being a grifter implies that you're doing something for profit. I will tell you, as somebody who has gotten a lot of sponsors and things like that, is that being against certain types of representation in video games, even whenever it's done in a cynical, self-serving DEI way, is actually less profitable as a business model, because like a lot of companies don't want to support people that do that because they get called racist or something like that. So that's number one, and number two also, how is it grifting? Like, do you think that they don't have those opinions? Because grifting is whenever you're having opinions that you don't actually have. You're putting forward something that you think is a lie or that you know is inaccurate. That's not what's happening here. Yeah.
Now, we see this in a lot of places. Politics is one of the biggest ones, but gaming is among the absolute worst.
Yeah, people just use that word. Like, they don't even, like, you got to use a dictionary. You got to figure out what that word means.
It's hilarious because besides YouTube, there's really only one platform that these people really like to congregate on. You go on Instagram, TikTok, some shit like that, there's going to be normal conversations being held.
What are you, on Instagram? Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. I saw a clip of Adolf Hitler on a whale next to a dog. It had like 100,000 likes. Fuck no.
About gaming. Just some normal people for the love of the game. Maybe a couple of debates, some shit like that. Everything changes when you open twitter.com. I am not calling that shit X, gang.
Well, the reason why you gotta be honest about this is that the reason why Twitter has these conversations and places like TikTok don't is because TikTok gets people banned for having the conversations. So like, I wouldn't really go and act like it's some kind of accomplishment that, or some sort of unique problem that like Twitter has. The only reason why you're not seeing more people saying things that you disagree with is that it's illegal, and not illegal, but it's against the rules to disagree with you. That's the big problem, is that on every platform that is an open forum for discussion, the ideas that these other people are putting forward are overwhelmingly popular to the extent that even by his own admission, the video game companies capitulate to them. So the only places where what he's saying can survive are the places where they're effectively treated like an endangered species, because they are.
Should have never allowed people to get paid from engagement on their tweets on Twitter.
I agree with that, to be fair.
That shit has been the most detrimental thing to society since crack hit in the 80s. And then to add fuel to the fire.
Actually, I mean, I'm okay with it, but like, they need to have a better approval process, because too many people use it badly.
We got this whole rage bait culture going on now, because you can say some shit that you know is completely false and then turn around and hide behind, bro, you fell for the rage bait. Let me give you guys a couple examples of what we're talking about here. Take the Wolverine game coming out for PlayStation 5. You guys remember the Wolverine reveal just a couple of weeks ago, right? Showed Wolverine, Mystique, the combat, some of the story, the graphics look good. I mean, shit.
Nope, what about it?
It ain't good enough for these losers. For a group of people that can't even stand it when a woman is a lead character in the game, you would think that a Wolverine video game would be their cup of tea. You'd think that would be exactly what they need. Nah, bro. They're mad about the woman that is in the game. These people are mad that the X-Men Mystique, the blue shape-shifting mutant, is not sexy enough for them. Okay.
Exactly. What's wrong with that? Somebody wants a hot bitch in their game. What's the problem with that? Who decided that's a bad thing? Who decided that's something that you're not supposed to say? Yeah, and like, yeah, who decided this? That's her Mystique. Yeah, it's her appeal. Yeah, I remember back in the day, bro, Mystique was hot as fuck. Mystique and Rogue were hot as hell. What do you mean? Absolutely.
I hear y'all. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Bro, they're out here talking about...
bro. I like it. I just like it. I like it. I think it's better. And also, here's the other thing, is that I guarantee you if she was more attractive, it'd sell more copies. It's undeniable that having attractive, appealing characters is better than having characters that are unattractive and unappealing. It's just it's a reality. I mean, that's why every gacha game has attractive characters. That's why, and if you think that I'm wrong on this, go look at the characters that girls cosplay. Not only do men not like these characters, but women don't even like these characters. That's why they don't pretend to be these characters. Now, they might dress up like Rouge or like Rogue or fucking Mystique, but not from the game like that. They're going to be dressing up like the old versions. I've seen a whole lot more cosplays of 2B than I did of Tosh from Dragon Age. And it's not even close. It's because not even women want to look like that. They might virtue signal and say that it's okay, but no, they don't want to look like that at all.
Oh, DEI Mystique. What the hell does that even mean? It's at the point now they just throw around whatever buzzword they want to, bro. This shit makes no sense because, dog, the attractiveness of a character does not impact the gameplay at all.
Why make it ugly? That's it? Why make it ugly? Why not make the character appealing? If it doesn't matter, then why intentionally make it bad? Doesn't make sense. He said the gameplay? Yeah, of course.
We give a damn about the side characters' looks right now. On top of that, this shit is the most ironic thing.
The reason why, here's the reason why, I'll give an honest answer, is that it's a mining canary. It's something that people have seen over and over with video games, that continuously uglify characters. They make them look weird. They give them uncertain genders. They look like androgynous characters rather than definitive male or female characters. A lot of these video games that have released have had a pattern of being horrible. Like the new Black Ops game, for example, you have obviously Avowed, you have Dragon Age, you have Assassin's Creed Shadows, there's Star Wars Outlaws. Like, there are so many different points on the graph that show that, you know, desexualizing characters and the games that do that have been tremendously unsuccessful, that now people have recognized a pattern. And I think this pattern is very easy to understand and definitive, because what happens is that those people, the reason why they do that is because they don't care about what the audience wants. They don't care about whether somebody likes this or not. They care about using this as a position to where they can push their worldview. And a person like that doesn't really respect the player, and they also don't respect the medium that they're making a game for. So really, big surprise that a person who is just by categorical association disrespecting the source material and not creating content for their core audience, big surprise that you're going to have a larger group out of that sample size that is going to create bad products. It's really just logic. And even if you disagree, all you have to do is look at the points on the graph. That's a straight fucking line. There's maybe one or two exceptions, but like there's a million examples. I don't know really how you could say otherwise.
Ever. Have y'all seen Mystique in any other media besides Jennifer Lawrence Mystique? Besides her. Hold on now. But have y'all seen Mystique in any other like cartoon or any other appearance? I'm not gonna lie to y'all. She's mega chopped. Like, dead ass, bro. Ironically, this is one of the best looking appearances of Mystique. Yeah. She looks good. Listen, I'm cracking. But okay, cool. They don't like Mystique. Whatever. Okay. DEI Mystique. Yeah, sure. They love manly men in their video games, right? So Wolverine, at the very least, being the main character and the main focus about this game, that should be enough for them to not be complaining too much.
Sure. Unhinged emotional meltdown of Insomniac Wolverine fanboys is priceless. We're gonna have a fun year. This is Wolverine, Wokeverine for the modern Pedro Pascal audience, non-binary. I don't even know what it is. Like, I mean, it looks fine to me. I don't even know why they're mad.
Yeah, bro. This Wolverine is a soy boy to them. This Wolverine. The trouble just has a way of finding me. Isn't Wolverine enough for these people? Dog, it gets to... What are we talking about? I'm watching this man turn people into Anakin Skywalker, bro. Leaping at people with max ferocity. Yeah. This man is about homicide right now. And it's not enough for y'all? This is ass. This is ass to y'all. Like, it gets to a point where I really wonder, what is it that y'all want from these games? They are just committed to the grift, bro. It's insane. Remember...
Well, I mean, really, if they're so committed to the grift, you should at least explain what it is. Like, I mean, there's probably a reason why they said that. He didn't even explain why they said that. All he did really was like go and show a tweet of a person saying it was woke or bad. He didn't even show why they think that or anything. He didn't even present their argument. He didn't even make a counter argument against what they said. Who said that? Also, like, yeah, one guy said that. I don't even know. Like, as far as I know, nobody really thinks that except for like maybe a few people on Twitter. I bet he's getting baited? I think so, right? Like, I didn't even know this was a thing.
How I said, they will make up things to be mad at and then try to convince you to be mad at the thing they made up. Just listen to a clip of one of my favorite grifters, the wonderful Vara Dard. Let me just play you a quick clip of something she said recently.
One thing that I thought was really weird about this trailer that I had said while I was live streaming the State of Play is the fact that 90% of the enemies that Wolverine is beating up are minorities. So I just have a very sneaking suspicion that it's going to be about his white privilege and him coming to terms with that and him trying to become a better man. I just have a feeling that that is not a coincidence.
Oh, Vara.
Yeah, it could be a reach. Sure. Probably not. Okay. Sure.
My sweet, sweet angel. Are you smoking crack? This is how you know these people don't play or care about the games they're talking about at all. They just want to monetize off of your outrage. Why does it look like Wolverine's fighting a lot of minorities in the Wolverine game trailer? I don't know, man. Could it be that...
who knows? Who knows why?
The game's not in fucking America? Dog, the game is set in Madripoor, a fictional country, not the United States. So if anything, Wolverine is the minority where he's at in that story. And guys, these people do this with every game now.
Yeah.
I just showed you them saying Mystique in the new Wolverine game ain't sexy enough for them. So that begs the question, what do they want these characters to look like? And of course, it was no other game than Ghost of Yotei to provide us an answer to this question.
This one, bro, 56 million views. And here's what I would say about this. If she looked more like the character on the left, they would have sold more copies. They would have. That's all. You take everything else and you say everything else is the same, but you change the way that she looks and you make her look like she was from Stellar Blade, you would have sold more copies than you did already. That's not about the game being bad. It's about it being better. A game can be successful despite this, but it's never going to be worse because of it. I'll tell you that.
Holy fuck, we cannot be serious. If Ghost of Yotei made Atsu look like this, the game would have sold 1 million copies by now. Holy
Are we really going to try to talk about how, like, for example, Stellar Blade wasn't massively popular because of the way that Eve looked? Like, there are characters, like, I mean, fuck. I feel like a lot of people know about Tomb Raider, and they probably play Tomb Raider because Lara Croft was hot as hell. Like, how many examples, like Street Fighter? Like, what do we mean? Obviously. How's that even a question?
shit. I can smell the person who tweeted this from here. I mean this with all sincerity, bro. You cannot be dead ass. Bro, this...
I'm dead ass. I'll say it right now. I think that if you put in, like, this is a thing for me, is that if I see an ugly female main character, I assume the game's going to be shit. I assume it's going to be a shit game. Because nobody wants to look at an ugly bitch. Nobody does. Women don't want to look at that. Men don't want to look at that. Nobody wants to look at that. And whatever the sales numbers for the game were, they would have been higher if she was more attractive. Because here's the logic that I'm using with this. You can go and say that you don't care the way a character looks. And I think that's totally justified, totally valid. But there are other people out there that do. So whenever there's a decision and you are classifying yourself as a person who doesn't care about the decision, I think that you do care about the decision, but you want to act like you don't so you can pretend like you're above it. The truth is that if there's a group of people that don't care and a group of people that do care and want one thing, logically, what any developer should do is do what the group of people that do care want so they can maintain the people that don't care, because categorically, by definition, they don't care, so it's not going to matter to them. And they also get the people that do care, and you attract them too. It's just common sense. It's common sense. I don't know how people don't see this. Duh.
Game is set in the 1600s. I'm a
Single
gamer.
proof that
I
guys
don't need my character to look like this shit. Nobody in the 1600s is looking like this, bro. Shit, nobody today is naturally looking like this. And I'm a gamer, bro. I'd much rather have my character look like this. Forget the yitties. Like, bro.
Well, I think that really it's the choice, right? And I think having the choice is what matters the most. Like, I don't think that you should over-sexualize a character and, like, mandate it. I think that the best option, and this is the thing that I think women want, is that there are some women that like over-sexualized characters like Bayonetta or Eve or 2B, and there's also other women that like, you know, really kind of realistic characters like Brienne of Tarth. And I think that giving people the option to choose is the best option. So, like, you shouldn't be forcing some big-ass titty character with, like, every single outfit is super revealing. Like Metroid, yeah, exactly. Like, there are people that like Samus, and, you know, like, that's a totally different thing. So, it's really about choice. And I think that giving people the opportunity to do that is what matters the most. But I do think that in general, like, you would sell more copies if the character was more appealing. It's guaranteed. And again, if you think that's not true, then why is it that every single gacha game has attractive female characters? Every single one has that. Like, there's basically, like, zero deviation there. Like, zero. Like, that's crazy, like, that there's zero deviation. Why is that? I mean, how many points on the graph do you need to make a line again? It's just so obvious.
Porn is free. You feel me? If you're really trying to see all that, you know, hit the Google one time, or hear me out. Even better, go talk to a woman in real life. I know that's a crazy ass.
Well, I mean, like, this is what's funny to me is like you're gonna go and call all these people weird, but then you want them to go fuck with real life women. Wouldn't it be better they sit on a game, think that they're in a relationship with some fucking random anime girl? Wouldn't that be better for real women if these people are so fucked up and weird? So like, I'm not sure why he's trying to put this on real women. So I mean, I feel like you're doing like, I mean, really, these gacha games are doing a public service, in my opinion.
Concept for some of y'all, but hear me out. That shit is way more rewarding. This is what gives gamers a bad rap, bro. I look at tweets like this.
Yeah, a bad rap. See, you can talk about bad raps all you want and like opinions. See, this is people like this really care a lot about how they're perceived. They care a lot about how other people think about them and how other people view them. The truth is that the way that people view you isn't really relevant. It doesn't really matter. So like, if you want to go around and be like, oh, well, people think this is bad and like this is what other people's opinions are, why does that have anything to do? Like, you're using an argument that like other people think this is bad, so it's bad. What? Like, it's like basically an approval perception argument. It's nothing. And also, by the way, it's disproven every single time in every single game.
I just feel disappointment, bro. Like, this tweet really just describes everything in a nutshell, bro. Cause like, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? And the real irony of this tweet, it came out October 8th. The caption reads, if Ghost of Yotei made Atsu look like this, the game would have sold 1 million copies by now. The game came out October 2nd and sold 1 million copies the first day, which means...
No, it didn't. That was from a third-party website, and there's no definitive proof of that at all. PlayStation nor Sucker Punch games, which are the no
million copies by now. The game came out October 2nd and sold 1 million copies the first day, which means...
No, it didn't. That was from a third-party website, and there's no definitive proof of that at all. PlayStation nor Sucker Punch games, which are the developer, published anything about the game having a bunch of sales. Like, this is a third-party resource that has derived the sales numbers, but they don't actually know that. There's been no... I think it probably did sell over 1 million copies. Did it sell over 1 million copies on the first day? I don't think so. Probably not. Maybe. But, like, I mean, Ghost of Tsushima was very popular. So maybe it did. I don't know. But, like, I do know that he doesn't know. And I know that I don't really know either. So it's just like, I don't even know why you'd say that. You're going to go and not sure about that? Well, I mean... I'm sure that I'm not sure. And I'm sure also that he's not sure. I don't know why he'd say it. It sold 3.3 million copies.
By the
Steam
time
DB?
this
Yeah.
dumbass tweeted this tweet, the game...
And you know what I'm saying? Is that it could have been 3.4 if she looked more attractive. 3.3 million in a month, not a day? Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But I didn't know they released any data about it. Like, that's the first time I'm hearing about it at all. And so that's really the argument that I'm making. I'm not making an argument that you can't sell a game with an unattractive character, but I'm saying that you'll sell more games with an attractive one. That's the difference.
Already sold well over.
That's a weak argument? What? No, it's not. It's a fact. It's a fact. What do you mean?
1 million copies.
Dumbass!
Yep. This is why I tell y'all, bro, they don't care about these games at all. They just want to piss you off and then run up money off you talking shit underneath their tweet about the game. It makes no sense. Bro, y'all cannot be falling for this, bro. And y'all cannot genuinely convince these people to make you care about dumb shit like this. It doesn't matter. Like, bro, now they're coming after The Witcher 4. The Witcher series being one of the most...
I thought that was silly too, honestly.
Beloved game franchises ever. What are they mad at this time? Go ahead.
Tsushima sold 2.4 in 3 days. Maybe, I don't know. But like my opinion on it is very simple. I think that in general, if you change that, and like also, would it have sold more copies if it had a male protagonist or a more attractive female protagonist, or the people that were running the company or working at the company didn't say weird stuff about Charlie Kirk? I think undeniably it's true. Like, I don't see how you can you can look at the controversies that these companies have and the amount of people that are unhappy about the way that they're making a game and then say that these things are actually positives for the game. Now, while they might not be an inhibitor from the game being successful at all, and I think that there are games that can be successful despite that, I think that in every single case they are working against the success of the game.
Y'all take a
Not
quick
Yote
guess.
said
I'm gonna give you a few
Tsushima? I know.
seconds.
That's what I was saying.
You ready? DEI makes everything worse, and it's just 2 pictures of the main character. At first, I just thought they were mad that this game has a female lead, but no. They're just mad that she's not hot enough for them. Again, crazy take. I know y'all don't talk to women in real life. She's ugly to y'all? And
I never thought she was either, honestly.
again, I have to stress this. Even if she is ugly to y'all, who gives a damn? This is not Concord, right? Concord was another story. Concord was a hero shooter, right? A hero shooter. Every character has a unique design, unique abilities. They have to incentivize you to play said characters. No one's going to spend money playing a hero shooter where none of the heroes look good at all. But
well, then why would they want to play a hero shooter or hero game where the hero doesn't look good, period? Like, I don't really see the logic there. Is it like, so you're going to use the logic that a hero shooter is going to have a unique perspective where people don't want to play ugly characters, but they would want to play an ugly character if it's a single player game? Doesn't even make sense.
Story mode game, something that follows a narrative with a lead character that's been with the franchise for what, over 20 years now? Like, what are we even talking? And when I tell you guys, I could go on all day finding stupid ass examples of shit like this dumbass said 13 million copies sold versus 1.3 million sold. Like I said, Ghost of Yote is a flop.
Sold 13 million. That's a lot.
Yeah. Ghost of Tsushima came out 5 years ago, gang. 5. If you think Ghost of Tsushima sold 13 million copies in its first day, let alone its first week, let alone its first month, let alone its first year, you're smoking dick. I believe
I don't know whether Ghost of Yotai will or not. I mean, honestly, like, I played the game. I thought it was all right. It wasn't, like, really great. In my opinion, I thought Rise of the Ronin and fucking Where Winds Meet was, like, way fucking better than those games. So, yeah, I don't know.
First year sales numbers of Ghost of Tsushima was around 6.5 million copies sold.
That's a lot of sales.
How can you compare the sales numbers to a game that's been out for 5 years to a game that hasn't even been out for a full month? But this is my point. These people aren't this fucking dumb. They might be, but I just can't believe that they might be. But what they do know is that there's somebody dumb enough out there to agree with them and believe the shit they're...
Well, there's enough people that are dumb enough that that's the reason why they're changing the games. That's the reason why he was complaining at the beginning. So there are a lot of people that feel this way and they don't like this type of stuff. So it doesn't really matter like whether you think that it's good or not. If there's a lot of people out there that feel that way, then it's real. It's just that simple. Like, I don't know, like it's not really complicated.
Saying not only that, but they also know there's people that know the truth. People that know they're bullshitting that are going to go underneath their post and call them out. And guess what? Both groups of people give them money because I
really think that this is probably overstated, especially for like a big creator. Like the amount of money, like Andy Pants probably makes a good amount of money through YouTube as well. He gets sponsors, like his views get like, videos get like 100K views, etc. Like the reality is that the amount of money that you make from like a rage bait tweet on Twitter, and like you can just do one yourself, and like maybe this guy would know because maybe he's getting some money off of Twitter. I have no idea. It's really pennies, right? You're making like maybe at most like maybe a couple $100s a month. The majority of people that do that aren't making any real money. Like you have one really big viral tweet and maybe you get $1,000 once. It's not like it's going to be happening regularly.
All they need is the interaction. All they need is the engagement, and they're getting that coin, man. I'm not actually pissed. I just hate them. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we got this dude Grums over here talking about games being DEI, woke. He's not supporting Ghost of Yote and games like that. For fuck's sake, man. Like, bro, this dude is a 60-something-year-old man. Hang up the jersey, Unk. It's over. You do a lot of yapping about games you don't like for a guy that still hasn't put out the game he was supposed to put out.
What's wrong with that?
This 60-something-year-old man got money out of the people that supported him. He raised money to make a game and never released it. So you're talking about all these games that are woke and DEI and shit, dog. At least they came out. Seems to me you need to be spending a little bit less time on Twitter and a little bit more time getting to work with your bitch ass.
He does need to make that game. Honestly, I gotta say, I gotta agree with this, right? Should make the game.
Yote might be woke. It might have a woman protagonist. At least it didn't fucking scam me. If a game is ass, I will be the first one to tell you. But criticize the game off real criticism points. Why are we immediately acting like a game is dead on arrival because it has a woman main character? Dog.
Well, because sometimes they are. That's the reason why. And I think that a lot of the games that do that, I mean, again, Ghost of Yotai, I think, succeeded for a number of reasons, right? Number one, I think the game was relatively good. On top of that, it also was, you know, it came out after Ghost of Tsushima, and Ghost of Tsushima was very, very well received. It also had a tremendous amount of marketing. And overall, like, it's not like the problems with the game that people had, like, oh, wow, it's woke or whatever. they weren't really manifested in the game in a big way. Like the issue that like people had, oh, the development team, the lead actress said that she liked Antifa or something like that. That's not manifested inside of the game. But I don't think that doing that is a net positive. And I think that's really what needs to be discussed more, is that just because something succeeds despite having these disadvantages doesn't mean that they aren't disadvantages. And that's the point that I make with a lot of these games, is that sometimes these games can do relatively well. And I think that probably Ghosts of Yotei probably made them money because they sold it. I think it took them like $60 million to make the game. But in a general sense, I don't think that a lot of these games make money at all. I don't think so at all. And like you can just look at the way that the fucking earnings reports are, right? That's why they're firing and closing studios for them being bad. And so that's it. A grain of shit in your rice is still shit in your rice. Exactly. And so at the end of the day, if you're willfully engaging in things that are unpopular, problematic, or disliked by the majority of players, that will negatively affect your product. Now, everything is creative choice. I'm not saying that they can't do that, but with something like adding a character or making something like less attractive or something like that, or not appealing to people in one way or another, ultimately the player gets to decide whether that's valid or relevant at all. Oh.
You stink. I can smell you.
Oh.
These people don't care about you. They don't care about video games. They care about money. And all they want to do is make you mad so they can make money off your reaction. If you find yourself...
Of course, we're not doing that with this video. It's completely different.
Agreeing with the way these people think at all, I implore you, please, look inward. Find Jesus. It's in such bad taste, and a lot of it is just lies and bullshit. And also one thing I want to say to my young men. Fellas, just because it's coming from a woman, you feel me, doesn't mean this shit's true. I know, some of y'all are hearing it come from a woman, and in your brain you're going, oh my gosh, she feels the same way I do. I knew I wasn't sexist. I just hate when bitches are in my game. No, bro.
Yep, true. True.
I don't know, man. I just think we're in a really weird time. It seems like nobody wants to be
It's again another, this is another instance of caring a lot about the way other people see you. And I think this is really like people like this, they try to maintain a power dynamic around their approval and the approval of other people. But the truth is that I think that power dynamic is waning because overall, I don't think people care as much about it anymore. And I think that's the reason why you're seeing so many people speaking out about this, because they don't like it. It's conformity. Yeah, exactly.
Be about shit these days. Game comes out with a normal ass looking woman, DEI game, woke slop. Game comes out with a more fan servicey type of art style, Gooner game. This shit is Gooner slop.
Sure.
What happened to the hobby I love, bro? I'm just trying to play some good games, bro. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. Not every game is perfect, and bad games do deserve to be criticized. Trust me. Trust me. But lying and making up false things to be angry about just so you can get paid a little bit of extra money, that shit's loser activity, bro. Anyway, that's all I got. Let me know what y'all think. More videos on the way. Love y'all. Peace.
What I would say is that I think, like some of the examples were kind of stupid, like the Witcher 4 one is dumb. But in a general sense, I'm not really about that. And also, it's the same thing I've said many, many times over and over and over again. If you go and you put out a game and the characters are not appealing, you're fighting an uphill battle. And if you weren't, you wouldn't have every gacha game showing that stuff. So yeah, it's a DI video. No, I definitely don't agree with it. But I think that the examples he used, I mean, to be fair, like, and to be fair, to his credit, there are some people that use stupid fucking examples for DEI stuff. Absolutely stupid fucking examples. So yeah, Charlie's aim, Mashable video. I mean, I think that really some of the examples were good, some were more dishonest. Like the Wolverine example was kind of dumb because he didn't even really explain what they were talking about with it being woke. But like the other clip, like for example, like Grum's not releasing the game but then complaining about it. I love how this is the most, and I think this is a good example, right? Where is the point on your video that gets the most people looking at it? Right there. Even your own video analytics that you can see on YouTube disproves what you're saying. I don't know what else to say other than that.
Do I have your attention now? This former multimillionaire crypto YouTuber has completely destroyed his life over the last couple of years to the point where he's become almost unrecognizable. The dude went from being a married decamillionaire with a family, flexing his Lamborghini while suing me for calling him out for scamming his audience, to now whatever this is. Because within a year of suing me, his entire empire started collapsing, including his Lambo being taken away from his business partner. Then he was arrested outside of his business partner's house with his mistress when he showed up to steal his Lamborghini back. Then he got out of jail, got divorced, started touring the world with his mistress, and even fighting in a few boxing matches. She ended up dumping him, and then he dropped this manifesto, and eventually ended up in jail and is now facing 15 years in prison. At this point, it seems like he's lived like multiple lifetimes in the span of like 3 years. And to be honest, I didn't expect this to go downhill as quickly because, again, all of this happened in like 3 years. So meet Ben Armstrong, or BitBoy Crypto. Many of you guys would recognize him as the dude who sued me for defamation a few years ago.
So I just got some stuff for you.
Oh, what is it?
I don't know. It's just a box.
I don't need it.
Well, you've been served early.
What are you doing? So yeah, I have officially been sued.
Why did he do that? Well, because I made a video about his video on this token called PAMP, where he literally said, this coin can only go up. So I called him out for scamming his audience after that coin rug pulled. He obviously didn't like that, so he sent me a cease and desist to delete the video. I completely ignored that, and then a few months later, he ended up suing me. And to me, and this is my opinion, it seemed like he wanted to sue me to drain me for as much money as possible because he wanted to get back at me because I made this video on him. And again, this is because he didn't like a video of mine where I called him out for scamming his audience. So I guess his brilliant idea was to sue me, which backfired on him because I didn't want to surrender to a scammer. So I decided to make him suing me as public as possible because he didn't want this public at all. Because at the end of the day, he didn't have a case. And I wanted to make sure that people knew that he was being paid to bring retail investors into awful investments. So I decided to make a response and raise funds to fight this. But at the time, I felt like that original video I made on him could cause me some sort of like interstellar moment where that one move cost me 52 years, or maybe instead of 52 years, cost me like, I don't know, 5 to 10 years of my life. Because if I somehow lost that suit, had to pay for his attorneys, pay my attorney's fees, and whatever damages he decided to claim, that could have been a disgusting amount of money. I would still be paying that off to this day. Because I was hearing this could cost me anywhere from like, $50,000 all the way into the millions. So, awesome. Thankfully, we dodged that bullet because of you guys. Because in the US, unfortunately, you can keep appealing and delaying a suit, and that will then cost the person way more money. And meanwhile, the dude is out here flexing his lavish lifestyle and claiming to be worth over $10 million. But thanks to all of you guys, and specifically Kobe, who donated over $100,000, combined, we raised about $250,000 overnight. And, just over 24 hours later, BitBoy then decided to drop the lawsuit. Because, in my opinion, he just assumed that it wouldn't financially hurt me anymore, and it became too public. He wanted this hidden. Again, this is my opinion for why he dropped that lawsuit. Who knows what really happened, though? But that really does set the bar for the kind of person that we're dealing here today. And unfortunately for Big Ben here, the clock was really ticking because, since the last time I covered him on this channel, things have gotten so much worse for him. And this whole story is just so deeply interconnected from start to finish that skipping even one single part can throw everything off. It's just like the classic butterfly effect. Overlook one shady detail of him and suddenly half of it doesn't make sense. It's just like a bad domino effect. That's essentially his career, specifically the last 3 years. Back to when things were going really well for Ben, he managed to build himself into one of the most recognizable faces in the influencer crypto space. I mean, and I've always thought that he came across as a massive grifter, but apparently there are a lot of impressionable people out there, as the guy was pulling in hundreds of thousands of viewers listening to him talk about what digital coin would make them rich. And his whole brand was built around the idea that he was just some regular dude who figured out the crypto game. And 5 times a week, Ben would go live to his massive audience, breaking down various cryptocurrency projects, discussing coins like, I don't know, PAMP coin, the only coin that can go up only, and basically everything from there to Bitcoin. Essentially, it seems like he covered absolutely everything, from these scams to the more reputable projects. And a big gimmick of his channel was that traditional finance was corrupt, and crypto, that was your real path to financial freedom. Essentially, it was kind of like, see this Lamborghini? My Lamborghini in my garage here. Yeah, that wasn't just a car for him. It was pretty much, sold as proof that his system worked, which also is most likely why he was so attached to it. Also, side note, he was definitely the best dressed influencer I have ever seen. Because, I mean, you have to be a special kind of person to rock a full Gucci tracksuit and stunt like this in front of a Lamborghini. There there is no self-awareness here, but hey, power to him. But he wasn't always the Lambo stunting, Gucci tracksuit wearing guy, because he also came from humble beginnings. Because he would tell people about his past struggles with substance abuse back in the early 2000s, how he got clean, how he went to Christian college, and even married his admissions counselor. He explored various business ventures, including graphic design and running a car wash, all in his search for his calling. But then he discovered digital currencies, or cryptocurrency. And it seems like he really started to rake it in when he found out he could use platforms to promote crypto coins. So when the pandemic hit in 2020, Ben really leveled up his operation. He invested in a professional studio setup, hired a production team, and started cranking out as much crypto content as possible. And for a while, it seemed like nothing could stop him, because at the height of the crypto bubble, Ben claimed his portfolio had around $40 million in various cryptocurrencies. But as we later on found out, it turns out that a lot of those assets weren't technically in Ben's name. They belonged to a company called BJ Investment Holdings that he shared with his business partner TJ Shed. But at the time, this wasn't something he disclosed to his audience. So to me, it seemed like while TJ handled all the business operations, Ben was essentially the face of the brand. And in 2023, Ben landed a reported
20 years later, there is the same drama with the same items in the same game with pretty much the same people. Here we go. Don't do it? No, it's going to happen. Oh, this is a big one. A lot of people have wanted me to watch this. As somebody who's a bit of an expert in ninja looting, loot rules, and everything, people have asked for my expert analysis on this situation to get to the bottom of the matter and to see who was right and was this guy truly ninja'd. Here we go.
Just typical streamer trash, bro. In this video, this Spaz Showbeck here ninjas me.
Showbeck is a streamer for classic World of Warcraft, and he is in the group, and basically he gets an item over this dude, the guy below me, and he didn't win the roll.
I outroll him. They ninja, the loot master ninjas him. He's about to message him. Watch
the more things change, the more they stay the same.
This. It's all colluded. It's all willful ignorance. What you're about to see is the most shameful, shameless streamer behavior, simp, streamer worship behavior, lack of critical thinking. I wanted to debate the guy. I wanted to make my point.
This is my favorite part, is that this is the most classic WoW video I've ever seen. The quality of the webcam is garbage. The guy's recording it in his fucking dark room. There's nothing else around him. He has his headphones on. He's wearing a hoodie, and he wants to debate the streamer about him winning the item over him. And like, this kind of stuff was literally happening, guys. 20 years ago. The same things are happening now. Nothing has changed. Time is a flat circle. Deja vu. I know, I've showed it before. I wanted to redo the video. That way you guys could see the beginning of it. Just for continuity's sake, because we got fucked up by the internet and Twitch. That being said, let's continue.
He wouldn't unmute.
It's like a time machine.
He couldn't make my point. They kicked me because I was standing up for myself, because I won the roll.
There it is.
And we both rolled off spec.
Yeah.
And because he rolled main spec, even though he's DPS, he rolls for the shield.
And you can see he's DPS, by the way. He has Mark of Salvation, or sorry, Blessing of Salvation. Actually, this is Blessing of Greater Salvation. This is a buff right here that reduces your threat. Tanks, and guess who needs shields, by the way? Do you want to guess? That's right. Tanks need shields. DPS don't need shields. So he has a buff on him with 9 minutes, which means that it started at 30 minutes. So he's had it for 21 minutes. So he very clearly has been, using this buff in order to do combat for a while now. And so it's not like it just randomly got put on him on accident. So 15 minutes. Oh, is it 15? I forgot if it's 15 or 30. Either way, he's had this for a very long period of time. And also he is in Berserker stance. Now, which one sounds more like the tank stance? Berserker stance or defensive stance? I wonder. So he's in Berserker stance. He's dual wielding. He has Blessing of Salvation on. He has 4.5 thousand health, which is very, very low for a tank because he's not a tank. And he's rolling on one of the best shields in the game for main spec. Disgusting. Disgusting, shameless streamer behavior.
He gives him the roll. Watch this. I outroll
Absolutely.
him. They ninja me.
Bro, roll that out, dude. Just
Look.
just
He's
roll-
messaging
roll that
the
shit
the
out
fucking guy.
He even wants
he
it to be
knows these
rolled.
guys. They're little streamer simps, right?
right now for the bunk high.
It's a pug.
Dude, for the
Everybody
bunk
in
high
here
right
is
now.
random. We're all under the consensus opinion that it's all fair game, that nobody's making secret team ups going on here. This
That's right.
greasy weasel here is doing secret talks going on here. This greasy weasel here is doing secret team ups going on here. This greasy weasel here is doing secret talks, telling guys, watch this willful ignorance
Pristine.
from the master looter.
Absolutely
he gives him my
fucking
shield.
pristine.
I should be rocking that thing, taking it to Skolomance right now.
And he's right. That's the funny thing, is like you could say however cringe it is.
My shield. I should be rocking that thing, taking it to Skolomance right now.
He's completely fucking right.
Chat, right now we're on a low roll too. I think we got it.
Look at this bullshit. Roll it. He immediately rolls it, dude.
Yep.
He just, you know.
That's you from the past? Yeah. Yeah. 20 years ago, this would have been me. Absolutely. 100%. And then the next raid would have been me, and I would have been Showback. Because I would have been like, wow, you mean you can just take it from somebody? Oh, okay. Well, shit.
Look at this, dude. You know, you're a little guy out there. You're a little tiny guy. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Hey, you're a little tiny guy. Prepare to get fucked. Don't ever go anywhere near these sick, toxic, infected, poisonous scum.
Absolutely, this is the kind of shit I would have said. 100%. I'm so glad that there's a new crop of guys doing the exact same shit that we used to do. I love this. Wow.
58's a winnable. 58's a winnable. Fuck!
Look, he main spec rolled, see? Even though it's off
He did.
spec. And his chat even
Showback
calls him
rolled a
out.
58.
Everybody calls him out. Everyone else who is rolling on is rolling off spec except this 5 here, right? And his argument is that, well, if you really wanted it, you should have cheated. You should have been unethical. If
What?
you really wanted it, you should have been unethical. You know, and then the loot master, he can't critical. Oh, whoops! I accidentally. I wasn't
oops.
supposed to do it. It was main spec, even though
This is something that we used to do too. We used to accidentally give the loot to our friends. Oh, oops, guys!
You know, the streamer, everybody knows the streamer. He's been shouting the whole fucking stream before this, right? But then, like, in the raid, being obnoxious, but then he won't unmute to actually talk to me after he fucking ninjas me, and his little simps willfully give it to him over me.
No, oh, it's off roll.
Watch.
It's off. It's off. Yeah.
Watch. So right now, so far, he's won, except it's an off roll, a 59 above him.
And I beat it. We actually pulled.
So he lost it. And then I rolled a 79.
That's him. He's Jupiter. He's Jupiter. So he rolled a 78 or 79, whatever the fuck. And that's the guy.
Right there, 79. I actually,
Yes.
right? Looking back, oh, I should have main spec'd. I should have been unethical. I should have tried to cheat. Is that? Yeah, that's the lesson we're gonna learn here. These are streamers influencing massive, dude. I'm sick of this. They're influencing the masses. I'm sick of their shameless garbage behavior, dude.
This is fucking amazing. Yes, this is so fucking amazing.
We're gonna learn here These are streamers influencing massive, dude. I'm sick of this. They're
Sick of
influencing
this
the
shit.
masses. I'm sick of their shameless garbage behavior, dude.
That's right.
These secret fucking cliques and these secret meetings. Meanwhile, all the rest of us are acting ethical. We're out here playing by the rules. Meanwhile,
and then the little guy gets fucked, and the streamers. Okay, so this is the part right here where it stopped. So now we're into the new territory.
Being scammed and screwed over, made into a little slave. I'm just a little slave who comes here and I heal this raid with BIS high level healing
kind
of free. I just do it for a little. I'm a little streamer slave that I didn't consent to this. I didn't know this guy was going to be in my party.
He's right. Yep.
I didn't consent to this. I didn't know he was in the party till we're already on the first boss lock. And he's shouting and being obnoxious like streamers do. Anyways,
we actually pulled it.
So he's outrolled and he's still he's playing it. See, he's trying to play it as if he knows he won. But even though he knows he rolled off spec, people in his chat knows he rolled off spec. Everyone on the raid knows he rolled off spec. I made this point in the Discord, and
he obviously is off spec. I mean, you look at that; those are 2 weapons. Is there a shield he's using? No, there's not. That's because he's a DPS warrior.
At first they were with me, but then they said, "Oh, we gotta STD the streamer because maybe he'll." I don't know. He doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't know you. He'll never know you. He'll never care about you. You'll never be anything to him. You're not a content creator. You mean nothing to him except donations. That's how these people think.
Oh my God. This takes me right back to the classic release. This is nuts. This guy's down bad. Bro, you would be too. This shield is really good. And it looks really cool too. It looks way cooler than the AQ shield.
No way! The BWL fucking sweet!
He knows it, and of course.
Wait, so the guy immediately traded it to him. Wait, it was awarded to Showback. Why? He didn't get the highest roll. What?
She's gonna equip it immediately, so he can't backtrack.
Instantaneously puts it on in 1 second.
Oh,
right? Can't backtrack now.
God,
celebrate.
I never got this shield before in my life.
He's off spec. He's been DPSing the entire raid.
Of course he is.
He's been DPSing the entire raid.
Yes.
Everyone knows he's fucking off spec roll.
Oh,
he's playing it off like, you know, you flip these rolls around and they'll catch every little mistake, every little detail, and this sort of.
And you see him opening up it, and in case you don't think he's DPS, look at this right here. Look at his gear. So that helmet, that's the Lionheart helmet. That's a necklace from Onyxia. Those are the shoulders right there. Those are the Valor shoulders. That's probably the chest piece from BRD. Those are the Edgemaster's gauntlets. That's probably the Belt of Might. Those are the Devilsar leg plates. I'm not sure what the boots are. That might be the ring from ZG. I'm not sure. That's Blackhand's Breadth right there. That is a DPS 2% crit trinket. You're not using that if you're DPS. I think that's the 1% crit attack power ring that you can get from like 3 other places. There's multiple versions of it. So yes, this guy has Edgemaster's gauntlets, by the way, are ridiculously fucking overpriced. They are crazy expensive. This guy is locked into the game. If you have Lionheart helm, Edgemaster's gauntlets, and the Devilsar leg plates, all of these crafted pieces of gear, you're a fucking DPS warrior, okay? That's it. You're a DPS warrior. Still remember? You're goddamn right I do. How could I forget?
And this sort of foolish mistake would never happen.
We got purged with it?
But you roll with
Could also be prot off tank? No, he's not prot off tank. He's using leather leggings. No, he's not. What are you talking about? Nobody uses leather leggings to prot off tank with 4,000 health in BWL. Shut the fuck up.
And of course you get fucking ninja.
Oh my!
That should be me. That's my shield, bro. That should be me.
We are the only SR.
True.
On Ash Condi.
Oh, now he's getting something else. This wasn't enough for him. So he was only happy about the shield for 1 minute. Now he's already on to the next one. Oh, shit.
If he's main rolling for a shield, main spec roll for a shield, why is he only SRing a fucking two-hander, bro? The admission, right?
Okay, to be fair, I think that anybody should be able to soft res anything as long as they state it ahead of time inside of the inside of the raid. Like that's generally how it works, is that somebody can play an off spec, but they can like they're off spec, but they can soft res an item that they necessarily, we're not necessarily spec for, right? That's generally how it is. Like, and that's totally, I think that's totally fine.
There, you don't even have to be in the raid. There's the admission. He's DPS main spec.
Of course he is.
He got outrolled. He shouldn't have rolled main spec. The loot master gave it to him.
He's also Knight Lieutenant, which means that he's PvPing as well. Because that's rank 7 in the PvP system.
Actually, man, this is BS, dude. I'm never rolling with the streamer
this makes
again.
Me want to be warrior even
I'm
more.
never rolling with a streamer again.
I'll fucking
disgusting,
wars.
dude.
I don't care.
Just disgusting.
Don't go anywhere near these people. They're secret little cliques, dude.
Oh my.
Don't go anywhere near, dude. Oh my god. I can't believe people play this. Yes.
Screwing you over, treating you like slaves, dude. Look at him.
This shield it's really good. If the
What's he
sword
remind
drops,
you of?
That's so
the
good.
bar in the O
A
stays.
greasy little weasel. That's what.
I don't know.
Oh my god. There you go.
No, I mean, like, dude, it's not gonna be as good in like 8 weeks because of TBC.
I could have made
sure
hella
you
gold
like?
with
I
that.
will always be this hair color. Are you kidding me? Get out of here.
So he's already talking about how much he's not even going to use it.
He should have unmuted, bro. He should have unmuted and talked to me, but he's a coward.
And also, he doesn't even have his Onyxia cloak. So for this boss, you have to have a special cloak, and if you don't have that cloak, you have to get behind the throne. So he's not even changing into the other cloak.
Because he knew he did wrong and he didn't want to have to try to deal with it.
Yeah.
To deal with the embarrassment.
He said Jackman, GZ. Oh, he's getting dabbed up. Bro, he's got his friends dabbing him up. What is this? 2 items he is rolling as main spec. Streamer privileges XD while he is talking about not playing that account. Showbet ganks some people. So this guy, even other people getting mad about this too.
Embarrassed him. You look like a fool. Your chat's looking like a fool. Everyone in the raid's telling me he looks like a fool.
He says, "What's up?" Wait, what, guys? What? Wait, what's everybody mad about? What? I thought, no, I don't, what did I do?
I'm blacking out.
Oh, what?
I'm blacking
playing
out?
stupid.
What?
What's up?
I'm playing stupid. Positivity. I'm a good guy. You're a bad man.
We did.
I'm a good guy. You're a bad man.
We did.
Damn.
You're a bad man, and you stole my shield, bro. I'll never forgive you for this. Man, and you stole my shield, bro. I'll never forgive you for this. You're a bad man, and you stole my shield, bro. I'll never forgive you for this.
There is nothing that's made me want to play World of Warcraft more than watching this video. Because this reminds me of what it was really like. And this kind of stuff was way more entertaining than the bosses, the raids, or anything else. Like, this is the kind of shit that, like, I see this, and oh my god, this is a 2000. These are the good old days, bro. Like, I remember this so well. And I remember I was this kid crashing out over loot whenever I was in, like, high school and, like, fucking community college. Absolutely, I was doing this.
You're gonna log off and just AFK on your warrior, dude.
That's
I play this game. You're gonna go be a streamer. I play this game.
Yeah.
This game's the good stuff to me.
Ban that guy for a while. Twitch, YouTube's. I think someone is mad. Wait, are they mad that I won the thing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Don, thank you so much for the Bunkai bomb.
Oh,
Streamer
he got,
privilege.
he
What
got
he's
gifted subs.
talking about.
What is this? 2 items he is rolling as main spec. Okay, who's this
Yeah,
guy?
they're DPS items that he's rolling
you are
for.
literally fucking melee as well. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're literally fucking melee as well. But melee is tanking and DPS. That's like saying you're alliance as well, so it's the same for me to roll as your gear. That doesn't even make sense. Like, what do you talk? Didn't he watch my ninja looting guide? I made it 15 years ago. That's 10 years ago. Still, he should have watched it before he did this.
Homs, he attacks it. He attacks the warrior instead of attacking the warrior's point, right?
Every single warrior in
This
here is
dude,
DPS.
this fucking Showback guy,
and
he
he
should
is
have
also-
unmuted and talked to me like a man about it. He's.
Now this warrior right here, this is a tank warrior, and you can tell that it's a tank warrior by, if you look at, obviously that's the Wrath set as well. That's obviously, I don't know why he's using the Paladin belt. Maybe it's good, I have no idea. Then chromatic boots, like, I mean, that's very, everybody knows that. This is an actual tank character. This is a tank character. The other ones were not.
Stayed muted because he knew he was in the wrong and he's just trying to deflate this scenario. You guys need to like this video, you need to comment on it, you need to share it with everybody. Expose this. He's trying to bury it. You need to expose this.
Fury tanking, and he also has the bulwark all
This behavior is unacceptable. Imagine all the people who are too afraid to make the content.
True. Yes, you're doing it for everybody else. I wonder what the probability is that this kid was in Olympus. Like, this sounds like an Olympus 4 graduate. You know, like, unacceptable. Yes, absolutely.
Who are too dim to stand up for themselves, are too cowardly.
Yeah.
You need to do your part.
Yeah.
I'm doing my part, you do your part.
What?
We've got to stand up to
DPS
these
warrior,
streamers.
which means every warrior rolls on it, and that's why Eddie.
Listen to this.
Wait, what is he saying? Or let me listen to that again.
That's right, a DPS warrior, which means every warrior rolls on it, and that's why Eddie.
Listen to this backward ass, disassociated, schizophrenic fucking psychobabble. Listen to this.
Oh my God. Other than this guy, and he is also Fury tanking, and he also has the bulwark already. He didn't even roll on it, which means every other warrior is what? That's right, a DPS warrior, which means every warrior rolls on it, and that's why I rolled on it. Mwah.
Well, but what about the guy that rolled a 78 and you rolled a 58? So if the guy rolls a 78 and you roll a 58, shouldn't it go to him because he got a bigger number? I mean, like, that's usually the way it works, right? He rolled off spec. Yeah, but Shobek's off spec too. Like, they're both off spec.
What's that even mean? He delivers it with such confidence. It's like, you just said nothing. We're all DPS warriors, so I rolled main spec. Wow.
Oh my God,
like,
CHG
what are you
round
talking
2,
about?
Yeah, I guess so. Listen.
Oh.
I'm a paladin. Listen, and there are little simps in the Discord trying to defend him. I'm a paladin. I'm a holy paladin. He's a fury warrior. We're both in there off spec. It's very straightforward. It's very simple.
Right.
I won the role.
Do we have a druid? DMG doesn't need it.
End
and
of
Grippy doesn't need
discussion.
it. Okay, so then all the warriors roll on it. Well, I was the highest warrior roll.
Yeah, but a paladin can tank and a paladin can off-roll on it, and you can see that this is the guy in the raid. This is the guy's video, and he's in the last group. He's like the one individual. He's like right there. That's him. And so, like, he tried to roll for his paladin, and so basically he doesn't even get his roll counted because he's not a warrior.
Huh?
Hey, fuck the little guy, right?
The rational on your stream is laughable, Showback.
The rationale.
You're rage baiting me.
Uh-oh.
Bunkai.
You're rage baiting. Whatever that deflection is, whatever that is.
Uh-huh.
Don't respond to it. Don't actually respond to
You
it.
were the second
Say
highest
some
since
bullshit
you
term.
3,
Nice, dude.
1.
Asmongold, we're standing for this shit? Asmon, we're...
What the fuck? How did you know? Wait, what? Wait, I'm getting called out with this. What? I didn't know this about me.
3. Nice, dude.
1.
Asmongold, we're standing for this shit.
What?
Asmond, we're standing for this.
I didn't say no.
We're gonna stand for this.
No, I didn't. What do you mean? So he wants me to talk about this to hold Shobek accountable for ninjaing the shield? Oh my god.
We're just gonna this is cool.
Yeah. Well, and now
No,
I'm making the video.
I mean, the
for
dude's
it.
a 500 viewer fucking nobody, you know. Gets hosted.
No,
I'm making the video
the
for
dude's
it.
a 500 viewer fucking nobody, you know. Gets hosted and all this shit. Good for you, dog.
Oh,
but like,
no.
come on, guys. We're gonna stand for this shit still.
Out of 100, I rolled main.
I've been summoned, yes. Yes, the authority of ninja looting. So I'll. Okay,
There's a guy that rolled 99.
Me. I rolled a
If you
76
rolled 99
out of 99.
on the, you wouldn't roll that.
You wouldn't roll that.
If you rolled 99, you wouldn't roll that. What?
You wouldn't roll that.
The fuck?
You
is
wouldn't
that?
roll that.
What the fuck?
If
is
it's your off spec and I'm off spec too, you wouldn't roll off spec roll. Where's the logic in that? You wouldn't do that.
What the fuck?
If you were unethical, you wouldn't do that. You would only do that if you were ethical. If you were a good person, you would only do that. You would only roll main spec if you're a scamming streamer.
Okay, I see what you're.
You would only roll a main spec if you're a little snake in the grass, secretly clicked up, gaining advantages against everyone else who thinks they're on their own. Like, the whole thing's a pug. There's like 3 people who knew each other in here. The whole thing's a fucking pug.
So then the guy gave it to him after he rolled and he shouldn't have rolled.
You know, the little simps, they say.
Shobek isn't ethical, it's still not Paladin shield? I mean, you could make the argument that somebody shouldn't be allowed to roll for specs that aren't real. Like, for example, you know, like Prop Paladin doesn't really work in Classic WoW. Like, it's not a real spec in Classic WoW. That being said, it's prep for TBC, by the way. I guess under that, yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, and Paladins are the best tanks in TBC. So if Paladins are one of the best tanks in TBC, and... Oh, man, I'm thinking about this. And they're both rolling for TBC, then I feel like, I mean, and either way, I mean, they should have told him that he couldn't roll as prot. Yeah, I mean, it's pre-bis. It's really good. How long does the shield last? Prop Pally and TBC? Probably until you get the green shield from Ramparts, I would say. Like, it's really not that great. I mean, it's okay, but, like, it's not amazing. Like, 3 levels? Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, it makes maybe, like... But here's the reason why it matters, though. Is that if you spam Ramparts in order to get, like, in order to make, like, a lot of progress, right? And I think that the next shield that you get, I believe, is maybe, like, the good one is a Netherstorm. I'd have to go back and think about it more. But, yeah, Stylene's a plus 4% block chance. Yeah, but that's a trinket. Stylene's impeding Scarab is a trinket. So it's the principle. Yeah, Prot Warrior is OP in TBC. Yeah, but so is Prot Paladin. What are you talking about?
Oh, a streamer. Oh, I'm a fan. They probably don't know simps. They say, oh, a streamer. Oh.
Yeah, this guy definitely what? Yeah, and so he called me. Yeah, okay. This sounds a lot like, yeah.
I'm a fan. They probably don't even watch him. He's got 500 viewers.
Guy's one of us? Yeah.
No one watches you, dude.
Nope. Damn, bro. 500
The amount of viewers that you have that actually play the game, like, you know, that are online, that are in this raid, like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, he won with off-spec
like
roll.
3
that should have
fans.
done his MS.
Here's another component to this that matters. So if you look right here, you'll see that he actually is following Shobek, and he's also following Esfand. So he's following in the footsteps of somebody else who tries to put a paladin in a position that they're not supposed to be in. And he doesn't even follow anybody else, really. You can see that because it's under the heart there, and this is under the recommended channels. No, the recommended channels are different. Like, he doesn't even follow me. He just follows Esfand. So this guy is really just a WoW player. That's it. He's a banned viewer. User, what's his name? I don't know if he's in my chat or not. You are there? Yeah, but I'm at the bottom though.
You know?
Oh, he won with Ospec
Jupiter
roll
8.
that should have done his MS.
Like, don't roll with streamers, dude. That's the lesson. Just don't roll with streamers. There it is, 78.
I don't think that's him.
I won. 78.
Yeah, I don't think that's him. So, oh, here we go. So now Shobek's going back to look at the actual rolls after he's already equipped the shield.
Dude, that's the lesson. Just don't roll with streamers.
See,
there
now-
it is,
see,
78. I won.
Yes.
78. Jupiter, 78
True.
out of 99. 58. Where's the confusion here? The streamer's obnoxious. We're all paying attention to him. We know
Yeah.
he's DPSing the whole time. Where's the confusion here? It's not like he was some quiet other warrior who we weren't all being forced to pay attention to because he was being extremely obnoxious. You know? There's no excuse here. This is willful ignorance to be a simp for the breadcrumb of a chance to be able to get close to a streamer for whatever reason. You're nothing. You're nobody. You'll always be nobody. You'll never be anybody. These guys will never care about you. They'll never care about anything you have to say, etc. and so on.
Give me a minute. I gotta take a break. This is amazing. Wow. Okay.
You're pathetic. You've disgraced yourself, your entire bloodline, and all of your race and humanity.
Oh my God.
Anything you have to say, etc. and so on.
Yes.
You're pathetic. You've disgraced yourself, your entire bloodline, and all of your race and humanity.
Wow.
The
That's
entire
bad.
planet is ashamed of your pathetic behavior on this day. You sold out your country for what? You sold out your brothers for what? For a shekel?
For a shekel?
Typically, when I see
Never
typically on
rolling with
this,
the streamer
if I
again,
see a
bro.
person
This is the
running on
only kind of bullshit you get with the fucking streamer.
Yeah.
And this is why the WoW audience hates streamers. This is why
Yep, and I'm even worse.
they're resentful of streamers. You're so easy to hate. You're the worst people.
then he doesn't really want it.
See? You don't.
Wait. So, wait. Let me listen to this again.
People.
Then he doesn't really want it.
You're the worst people. This is why they're resentful of streamers. You're so easy to hate.
What?
You're the worst people.
Then he doesn't really want it.
See? You don't.
like
If
100
you're not
would be for
cheating.
the
You don't
MS
really,
if it's
really want it.
instant running,
Okay,
just
dude.
roll.
If you're
Well,
not
you should've let
cheating,
me
you don't
know
want
that.
it?
You should have let me know that because I'm sorry. Since I've been playing WoW again for the last couple months, I haven't dealt with anyone like you. We make ethical deals, you know, where I'll roll on this, he'll roll on that, you know. We make ethical agreements. We act ethically towards each other.
Sure.
We don't do, oh, well, he should have cheated. Oh, he should have cheated. I'm just going to poison the fucking population of WoW. I'm going to poison the community with toxic retard behavior and then act like I'm a positive whatever. You know, he's got this whole, I'm positive. No, dude, you're toxic and you're sick and twisted. You're disgusting. You're conniving. And you're a loser, dude. And you only have 500 viewers. How long have you been doing this? How many connections do you have? How many clips?
He's going for the throat. Oh my God.
Have you done? How many times have you been hosted?
What is?
You're pathetic. You lose. The only shame is that I didn't have my perspective of this because it was hilarious what I was saying to those guys in Discord.
It would be weird to do it 99, but I can see that for sure.
I bet.
Easy clap. Who's this dude?
But anyway, everyone hates this guy. Most of the streaming.
I hope, dude, I hope you beat this crybaby by 1 and get the Ash Condi, haha. Bro, Gravity 16. Is this guy in my chat? Is he just a WoW player? He's in my chat. He's been following me for 5 years. Pretty Pony? Wait, he was in my chat 10 days ago. Midnight. I really wish you were doing OnlyFans. Oh my god. I don't even know what to do. That's insane. It's a WoW Andy. Yes, an actual unironic working as intended thanks to beta testing. Is this PTR? Yeah, this is 100% a WoW Andy. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Community hates this guy, I'm pretty sure. That's not even me, retard.
Bro, are we?
Doesn't even look at me.
Are we dialing in here, or what the fuck is going on?
I'm
Okay,
dripped in epic.
So let me wait. What did he? Is he saying I'm dripped in epics?
What the fuck?
Look at me.
Are we dialing in here, or what the fuck is going on?
I'm
Okay,
dripped
you
in
guys,
epics.
What the fuck?
This absolutely is me from 20 years ago. I really. This is. Oh my god. I can't believe this. This is amazing. It's nostalgia. It is. This is nostalgic for me. This is so fucking nostalgic. It's insane. I remember one time, like, we used to go in the bus and we used to throw pencils and rocks and fucking bottles at people on the bus ride home from the school bus. And I remember one time I was driving home from college and the kids in the high school, I pulled up next to a bus and they started throwing pencils and fucking shit at my car. And I just looked up at them and I smiled. I was like so happy. I was like, thank God somebody's carrying on the tradition. Like I was worried that I was the only one. There's a new generation. You telling us? Yeah, on live TV. Exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, that's whenever we were kids, right? I mean, I was like 16. I was throwing them rocks.
Nothing but epics. I carried this raid.
Bro, homie.
He carried the raid.
Looking at a female dwarf. It's not even me, bro. The more willful ignorance.
We need to dial in here real quick, chat. Okay, we need to dial.
So he inspects one person, and this is, by the way, this healer is like this is a decently well geared healer right here. Like, this isn't like, oh, Band of the Unicorn. That's fine. What's wrong with that? That's okay. I mean, it's again, it seems like it's very clearly an off spec. Like, he's also using the eye. That eye is from BRD. That's also not really great either. There's nothing wrong with that. Gear's trash. I know that. At phase 6, this shit is not decently geared. If you're decently geared, you're not in BWL. What are you talking about decently geared? He's not in BWL.
It's not even me, bro. The more willful ignorance.
We need to dial in here real quick, chat.
Yeah,
Okay?
okay.
We need to dial the fuck in.
Yeah,
Alright,
dial
if you
in,
think the
bro.
Bullrock is going
Unmute
to a
next
female
time,
fucking
coward.
Paladin dwarf, you are out of your goddamn mind.
Wait, what?
If you
Dial
think
in,
the
bro.
Bullrock is going
Unmute
to a
next
female
time,
fucking
coward.
Paladin dwarf,
A female paladin dwarf. Wait, the bulwark is going to them? Why is that bad? That should be fine.
you are out of your goddamn mind. Off spec is not the same, bro. No,
This dude won't even play the game. He won't do anything for the community. He'll AFK. He'll summon his drones. He'll do nothing with that shield. The things I would have done for that shield, for my Warcraft community, the things I would have done, the level.
So now he's okay. It gets better. So now he's saying that everybody can roll off spec, but all off specs are equal, but some off specs are more equal than others. Now, I hate to say this, but if I was Showback, I would have used this same argument. This is exactly what I would have said. But the difference is that it's very clear that people are gearing Read it down here. TBC prep. Everybody knows that whenever TBC comes out in 6 months or whatever, very fucking clearly, the game is going to be like totally different. And the pre-patch for TBC is going to come out even before that. So whenever the pre-patch comes out, paladins are gods because now you have a taunt. I think that you get, you get righteous defense at like level, like what is it, 16 or something like that? It's very early. Like paladins instantaneously become gods. He's actually right. He doesn't play this character anymore who has a shield. Wait, Shobek already quit this character? Pre-patch is January 13th? Wait, so he's not even going to have this for 2 months. He already quit the... He already made a new... So wait a minute. So this guy quit the character that he rolled and... Wow.
I would have gotten the Lobies and Skullmans, the people who need the reputation, the people who are farming runes and gear, etc. That's me. I get people in the race. What do you do, bro? You ninja. You steal from me.
If it was a warrior,
you
I would
lie.
have given him Doomhow. But
anyways, like, comment, repost this shit. Fuck streamers.
In 2000.
Wow.
Influencing the...
Wow. Bro, what a fucking video. I don't even... Shobek is even in chat right now. You're in chat right now. Why did you do it? Why did you do this to him? Why did you steal the item? There's a part 2? There's no way there's a part 2 for this. I'm going to take down my Shobek.
There's some people who want me to take down the Shobek video because of the repercussions and so on. I say that's completely acceptable. I'm 100% willing to do that. All you have to do in return for me is come out to Arizona and we'll either do Muay Thai or MMA.
He challenged him to a 1v1? Holy shit!
Full contact sparring, only for 3 minutes. It's just 3 minutes. And we'll obviously have to record it.
There's 3. Is there really?
That's the way I see it. People are still being entertained by the video. Maybe I'll take the video down one day when people are done being entertained by it. So if you want me to sacrifice the video
Bro,
like
Rich,
I
can I
sacrificed
read
my
that?
shield, well, I'll do that.
No, real quick, Rich, can I read that? That you just sent me. He said, let's fly them out to Texas. We commentate the whole fight. I'll get it set up within 3 days. Oh, wow. Well, hey, if it's possible, I would, you know what? I would do it. I would, yeah. If they want to do that, go ahead. We can pay for it. We'll get it. We'll lock down a sponsor real quick. It's no big deal. Yeah, don't worry about anything. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Bro, we could easily do this. Wow.
But you'll go down one day when people are done being entertained by it. So if you want me to sacrifice the video like I sacrificed my shield, well, I'll do that. I'm willing to do that. But you'll still have to have repercussions for your actions, which is what the video does. That's what the video is. That's why the video exists. So I'm 100% willing to delete the video. You can avoid those repercussions, and you can come deal with those repercussions in reality. I welcome you to deal with
Oh shit!
those repercussions in reality. It's only 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3. That's it. It's done. It's probably going to be shorter than this video.
Yeah, it is.
You know, you can deal with repercussions on the internet. Or you can deal with repercussions in reality.
Damn.
Either way is fine with me. It's entirely up to you. Let me know.
So he just said, if you got a problem with it, fight me in real life. fly out to Arizona and fight me in real life. Holy shit, guys. I don't even know what to say. Let him know? Yes. What the fuck? So what did what is Shobek saying? Why did you do it? Why'd you do it? He didn't say anything. Just a minute. Shobek. Bro, this is bad. Shobek ninja loot. Shobek ninja'd me. Shobek ninja. Shobek drama. That is not good. Did he make a video responding to this? Oh, no, I want to see this. Where's the video of him responding? There's an apology video? Where's the apology video? Where is it? It's on Zico's channel? Okay, it's Twitch clips? Okay. Oops. Wait a minute. No, not this. No, not that. I went to the wrong one again. I'm an idiot. Okay, just a minute. I'm so dumb. And so this is him from 11 hours ago. Does he have any shame? Is there any shame in what he's done? Wait, this is another character.
Yeah, go up. We're gonna be doing that. ZG Raptor. I don't know if I think we open roll the mount. I think that'd be more fun.
Can't wait to join that one. Oh yeah. For sure, guys. Okay, what did he say? It's too much to type out at the moment. No, I haven't made a video with family. I already squashed it with Zico. Oh my god. Bro, how is it that I instantly went to the part where he's begging for loot? Look.
Oh my God. Paladins. Last they always want to take the warrior gear.
Bro. Jesus Christ.
Over stuffing, but I don't really know. It's like Nick's, so I'm gonna let Nick eat at it. Shit again. Yup. Dude, I just thought, in my mind, I was gonna go first and be like, we watched the fucking dog competition, and dude, these poodles were super funny. That was diabetical. Google Classic Plus voting. Hold on, I'm in the
Oh man. I really don't even know what to say.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, I go pick up his kids from.
Already, you're running away from that shit. Like
this is the apology. Yeah, I want to see it.
Absolutely manage the thingy afterwards, regardless of me equipping it and everything out of.
Wait, he's talking about it right now.
He's trying to fucking make it spy. Okay,
Wait a minute.
I got knocked. It's okay.
Let me listen to it.
Thank you, Peter. I mean, listen, I'm not here running away from that shit. Like, I could have absolutely managed the thingy afterwards, regardless of me equipping it and everything out of excitement. I could have just like stopped everything and been like, hold on, let's assess this shit. How can I mend it? What do you want? I'll buy you a fucking skull flame right now. Like blah 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 blah. Could have done way better, bro. And that's why I own up to all of it. All right, Spinal Reaper and the cape.
Wow. He's already trying to get more loot, bro. He's already in there for more loot.
Made fun of using a two-hander all raid.
Damn, that axe goes hard.
He's he going for even more of it. Wait a minute. Let's see if he gets it. Let's see if he gets it.
So fast.
I rolled. Oh. This is all off-spec roll, though, right? This is all.
Aha! I've heard that before.
We've all been waiting for drama.
So wait, how does this get rolled out?
I mean, it's yours.
Not cash is healing.
Yeah, I mean, you roll. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're using it in raid, you know. That's good.
Wait, why is he opening up
No,
trade?
I haven't rolled. I'm fucking scared to roll. What do I roll? Do I roll 99? Or do I roll 100?
Roll 100. You roll 100.
Am I rolling 100 here? I came here two-hand.
Bro, you came in the raid with two-handed, bro.
Yeah.
I would roll main spec.
I'm here fucking. I got okay. I'm rolling here right now.
Everyone's rolling.
Get fucking just whatever, bro. Fuck Jesus.
16.
Let's just DE it. Why not?
Just give it to him.
Damn, it already said stop your rolls. Hey, that's how it, I mean, but he's the streamer, right? So it makes sense that they've got to give extra time to him. I think that's what makes sense. Okay. So this is a 1 hour. This is a 1 hour.
You're nothing. You're nobody. You'll always.
The video?
Oh my God.
Of course. Yeah, but it,
I need to be better.
No, of course. That's why
yeah,
we're here.
I think that's good stuff. Like, sometimes people.
Wait, so this is the apology?
On, so
Yeah.
a lot.
We live and we learn, and so on. You know, same here. That's all good.
In a lighter note, I just want to just say I appreciate you, man. Thank you, and I think it is a valuable lesson because again, when I was watching it back, and you know, I was in Zico's stream. I'm getting roasted. There's a lot to learn, and there's definitely seems to be a reality in my head that is not a reality that is going on. So, I got some work to do. So thank you for that. This is going to be a valuable lesson. I think there's a lot of good from it, and thank you, Glitters and Zico, for putting this on.
Oh my God!
Because I need to be held accountable, and I need to be better.
Oh my God!
No, of course. That's why we're
Yeah,
here.
I think that's good stuff. Like, sometimes people.
I do have.
Yeah. Sometimes
No, go
people.
ahead, lady.
Yeah, sometimes people just don't really realize how others perceive them, right? Like as a streamer, I guess you have the opportunity to see how others see you, but
Yeah,
like put yourself
you
into
do.
like maybe in this scenario, maybe others would have acted like an asshole as well, and they wouldn't have known unless it's like pointed out to them. So I think this is a cool opportunity, and I'm glad that you see it too. Maybe you needed a little bit of a push, but I see that you're getting there.
Been a very civil debate, honestly. You guys have been very mature about the whole thing, which has been fantastic. Shobek, I do have one question for you. Something that a lot of people have been asking me to ask you. And that is, you've been deleting a lot of your characters, you know, because you're a big RP guy, and I guess like it's you know, like what you do. So a lot of people have been asking about that, and I think that was something that was mentioned in the video as well.
Oh my God!
What is the future of your Night Elf Warrior looking like? Is that
It's already gone.
I don't know what my future. Yeah, I don't know what it is right now. I'm leveling 2 rogues and I'm leveling 2 warriors. I have to have.
It's
both
gone.
With original name and the name with the line through it because I'm so passionate about RP.
He explains why he got banned from your stream. Wait, what?
That I'm dyslexic on it. And I don't know what's going to happen at the start of the gate of TBC, but I need to know that I have an account with 2 warriors and 2 rogues, both warrior and rogue with clean name and with the line. And I'm playing a warrior and a rogue. It's just who am I going to main going through the portal and who's getting the OG name? I don't know. I'm ranking this weekend on the warrior. I'm ranking every week on the warrior right now. I'm playing him, but I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just prepping at this point.
Oh my God. And so he's talking
to be in the modern age and how annoying it is to deal with. I think that's that's it in a sentence. We just have no fucking reason. It's it's frustrating. Dude,
what are
You're banning Asmon's chat?
Listen, from Asmon's.
Here we go.
Like what?
Yeah, dude, I'm banned. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
It absolutely is frustrating.
What do you mean, like bans for no reason in Twitch chats, or like what?
Yeah, dude, I'm banned from fucking Hassan's chat, from Asmon's chat, dude, everybody's chat.
What are
you banning Asmon's chat?
Listen, Asmon banned me. Herma banned me because I was like, he was like saying some really selfish, dickish shit that could like exclude people from his real life. So I'm like, yo, dude, you shut up, you end up alone. You fucking banned me, but I was just trying to be like helpful.
Oh shit!
Wait, what? Did he...
What did I say?
Wait, no, that's irrelevant, bro. It's just cosmo culture. Like you regular fucking slave wage Andy jobs, and they'll fire you if you stick up for.
Why did he get banned in Hassan's chat?
Hassan's chat, I typed Jewish trickery.
Yeah? Is that right?
Because of some stuff in Israel.
Okay. Okay, guys. I got it.
Bombs in Qatar. It's totally tasteful, I thought. My girlfriend's Jewish, so I could say those things.
My girlfriend's Jewish, so I can say those things.
Yeah, you have to pass.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Maybe it was I was newer to Hassan's chat, so I didn't know what kind of shit they say in there. But I thought it was funny because it was a trick and it was done by Israel.
So if it's a person that's Jewish and they're tricking you, then it's Jewish trickery. So, wow.
Yeah, maybe let's move on.
Wow. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe,
let's, sorry, DNS.
Why you brought in Asmon's chat?
Hey, well, yeah, we don't have to get into. My bad.
Are you banned in any other chats?
Controversial subject matter.
Yeah, we don't want to ban you here right now, right? Like, also.
No.
Yeah.
Well, around
Jewish trickery.
Yeah, I thought maybe you just like said something shocking in Hassan's chat, but I wasn't expecting that.
No, I really don't.
No, it wasn't a big of a deal. It's just what. Yeah, it's what they do.
In my head, I was like, should I
say Jewish trickery?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, no.
Canceled.
No,
shocking. Yes.
So, moving on. Are you banned in any other chats?
Fucking sure. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. Wow. Shobek is a disgrace to his bloodline. When he asked Asmon, are we standing for this? I was like, bruh, Asmon would wait, this is about me. Asmon would 100% ninja you for the loot if he wanted it, LMAO. Yeah, except Asmon would say at the start, I get all the loot, and if you stayed, it would be on you. True. 100%. If you join a raid with Asmon, it's known that the loot is his, no dispute there. But even before he streamed, he would ninja that shield
download it to switch off of good old Windows. Now, I've seen this mentioned a fair bit of time, something known as Zorin OS. I'm pretty sure some of you all have heard of it. And today I wanted to kind of talk about this, ladies and gentlemen, because I mentioned it a little bit in the past, but, you know, I've been on this kick where I've been a Linux guy for like 6 years, and, you know, Windows has never had the worst reputation in the public that it has had for a while now, you know? Microsoft is too busy making you talk to your computer, you know, maybe interact with it agentically. Some of us just want a computer where we can just interact. We want it less bloated. And that's pretty much all it comes down to. So for instance, this is Zorin OS, and they've apparently said that 1 million downloads of this system had happened, and a lot of it came from the fact that Windows 10 is dead. For a lot of people, moving up to Windows 11 means either purchasing some new hardware, you know, enabling a more bloated system, or really, at the end of the day, you know, giving up more of their privacy than they're comfortable with, right? I want to start off by saying I don't really care what you use. You know, if you're a Mac guy, great. If you're a FreeBSD guy, sure. If you're a Linux dude, awesome. If you're a Windows person, congratulations. Just use what works for you. The reason I make these videos is because, honestly, I feel that there's a market of people that are interested in content like this. And then, to be fair with you, a lot of it just comes from me wanting to showcase something that I'm very passionately into. I like talking about free and open source stuff. I like sharing projects with you, so on and so forth. So ultimately, this is Zorin OS. Now, I don't personally use this, and the reason why I don't use this is because I use something known as Cache OS. This is the best Linux distribution, hands down, and you can modify all of these things to your heart's content. For instance, my Cache OS looks like Windows goddamn Vista, because I love me Windows Vista, ladies and gentlemen. I got that whole start option. I got everything right over here. My user interface looks pretty damn close, and that's all because you can theme Linux to your heart's content, okay? Some people make it look really fancy. Some people just love the Windows aesthetic like me, Windows Vista, and I make it look like that. But ultimately, under the hood, it is Cache OS, which at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is by far the most popular distribution that you can get. Now, there's other stuff like Linux Mint, which I've talked about before, which is great for people that want to switch over without being overwhelmed by technical complexities, okay? It's as easy to use as Windows or Mac. You don't even need to open up the terminal to do anything crazy for the most part. Now, Zorin OS's website looks pretty nice, pretty clean. For the most part, they've brought up a lot of endorsements from Forbes. They've brought up familiar desktops that all of you are apparently pretty damn used to. They advertise that it's super fast because ultimately it's just Linux for the most part, and Linux is definitely more lightweight than Windows, and for the most part, I would say even Mac OS, even though Mac OS is just picture perfect, and that's mostly because Apple controls almost everything. Reviving your old PC. If your computer can't support Windows 11, slap some Zorin OS and you're pretty damn good. You know, for companies like Microsoft that talk a whole lot about carbon fucking neutrality and getting rid of e-waste, well, they're sure as hell creating a whole lot of e-waste with their most recent software updates. But of course, they talk about the fact that they're reliable. It's built on the same open source stuff that powers the New York Stock Exchange and computers on the International Space Station. So, you know, the old Linux kernel itself, I would imagine, right? Secure. So it's apparently resistant to PC viruses and malware. Now, again, it's not that it's resistant, it's because you're using Linux, and most hackers are not writing fucking malware for Linux operating systems as much as they are with Windows. They also say that they don't collect personal data, so advertisers and government can't spy on your activity. It's crazy that we have to install software like operating systems that have to advertise this shit as a fucking feature. You know, what should be a given is just a feature now. So then they start mentioning that, yeah, you want to play video games? Gosh darn lootly, you can play it on Steam, Lutris, Epic, itch.io, and GOG. And then, of course, they've got mobile app connections, dual booting. So, for instance, if you just also need to use Windows, you can dual boot as well, which their installer will pretty much guide you through, and yada, yada, yada. Now, one thing that I don't kind of like about the system is the fact that they do sort of sell a $78 version. Now, this is a license you can buy to get access to more premium layouts, which we'll get to. They've given you a whole bunch of professional grade suite applications. And again, all of these are applications that you can download for free. For instance, on Zorin OS, instead of getting the Office suite as they pretty much brought up to you,
$1 million a month sponsorship deal with Stake, an online casino that enables cryptocurrency gambling. But even when Ben was way up on his high horse, there were some clear warning signs. Because the dude kept promoting coins that tanked immediately after he posted his video, and then you had all the allegations towards him not properly disclosing if he was actually sponsored by this coin or not. And not disclosing at paid financial partnerships, that's a big no-no, especially when you're indirectly promoting investment advice. But obviously, it was all branded as not financial advice. So that was his get out of jail free card. Ironically, he's facing some serious time for not this whatsoever. So going back quickly to 2022, Ben posted on Reddit saying, let's be clear, I'm not going to prison. Maybe some fine one day based on shifting security laws. Yeah, looking back, that comment aged about as well as you would expect, since he clearly should have been more worried about himself rather than regulations.
What if I told you there's a project guaranteed to increase in price? I know you would probably want to jump in, but I'm sure the first thought you would have would be, wait a second, that doesn't sound right.
I got a letter from the SEC last night. Don't know how long it had been sitting, waiting for me to get back. Gary Gensler has now came knocking at my door. Very scared, Gary. I'm very scared. I will start by giving you my reaction to the SEC letter from Gary Gensler. That's my reaction.
Because, I mean, you know, the fact that his whole PAMP promotion was legal is just wild to me. But, I mean, we're also in 2025 where everyone and their grandmother has launched a meme coin at this point. So, I don't think everyone's going to get arrested anytime soon. I digress. So, going back to the timeline here, over time, people started realizing, hey, there's some changes with Ben's personality. TJ, who is probably the person closest to Ben's business operations, said in an interview that Ben lost track of the person that he used to be. He caused enormous damage to both his professional and personal relationships. Then in May of 2023, during the time when the crypto market was really struggling, to put it lightly, Ben decided to launch his own meme coin called Ben Coin. Or, well, he didn't actually launch this coin. This coin was launched by another Ben called Ben.eth, who is also a questionable figure in the space, to put it lightly. And Ben kind of did this like weird corporate takeover of this meme coin. My understanding is he invested a large amount of money into it and tried to like run it up to his followers. And he worked on this with someone by the name of Cassandra, who was working as a contractor for his company and had actually been pretty valuable to his operation, because she was apparently one of the people who helped secure this massive stake sponsorship deal. But Ben's staff thought this meme coin idea was absolutely terrible. Let's just say they could see it for what it was, a shameless cash grab that would make Ben look like a complete sellout, which is absolutely wild that that's where they drew the line, because he was doing all sorts of crazy stuff before then, including suing me. Like, how did they not see that was going to be a bad idea? Obviously, I'm biased here, but still. What about PAMP? Like, there's so many projects he's promoted that would be like a terrible idea, but they went along with that. Well, they drew the line on the meme coin. But let me make it extremely clear. I don't think a meme coin is a good idea whatsoever for him, nor do I think it's a good idea now. I think anyone who launches a meme coin right now is making a serious mistake. Obviously, sites like Pump Fun have completely normalized it, but either way, I do not think it's a good idea to essentially be a facilitator of speculation and gambling, especially if you have a public brand and image and reputation to maintain. But this is where things got kind of dicey, because Ben was still married to his wife Bethany Armstrong at this time, and they had 3 young kids together. So not only was he making questionable business decisions, but he was also destroying his personal life in the process, as TJ said himself. And the staff didn't want the BitBoy channel associated to Ben Coin at all. And by August of 2023, the situation had deteriorated to the point where Ben's own business partners decided they needed to remove him from the company entirely. So Hit Network, the parent company of BJ Investment Holdings, essentially executed a corporate coup to strip Ben's control of the BitBoy crypto brand. And I think this was also a questionable idea because, you know, they built the entire brand around this guy. So yeah. So TJ Shed apparently used a clause in their operating agreement that allowed him to actually buy out Ben's stake in the business. And this effectively cut him out of everything they'd built together. And this, I guess, leads us to the most symbolic moment in Ben's downfall, where he lost the Lamborghini that had become synonymous with his success story. And this whole situation was so unbelievably insane that I didn't believe, like, when he went live with this situation, I just had to go live because it was just unbelievable for me. But TLDR, Ben decided to bring his side chick to his business partner's house and get his Lamborghini back while he was live streaming, and apparently had a firearm in the car as well. So, you know, that was just unbelievable. Obviously, the police were called because he also ding-dong ditched Carlos while live streaming. There was like a whole plethora of things that were just like, what is going on here? And naturally, he was arrested. And this is where this infamous moment happened where the police asked him, who is in the car? And you saw he did not want to answer that because he remembered he was live streaming this himself. So this was being broadcasted for the entire world to see, or well, at least the whole crypto community to see. And he had publicly apologized to his wife and to his business partners previously, saying that he's all in it for them, he's focused on his family, and he's gonna get better. Then he admits that his side piece is in the car with him as he's acting incredibly manic outside of his business partner's house, claiming he's going to, you know, get his Lambo back. I am still shocked that was a moment on the internet that actually happened, because I cover a lot of insane stuff here. Little did I know that was going to happen. Like, if I go back to what, 2022, I think I made that video. No, 2021. I think I made my first video on BitBoy in 2021 about his whole PAMP thing. Little did I know that that video would then slowly turn into this big of a story. So when I made that video on him, I thought he was just gonna be, you know, just another crypto scumbag. Little did I know he was going to become basically the largest crypto scumbag and then have one of the craziest downfalls of all time in an extremely short amount of time. But just to give you, I guess, the quick TLDR of that case, in case you don't remember the full details, there was a crypto investor by the name of Carlos Diaz. Carlos is apparently a huge BitBoy fan since the beginning, and somehow he convinced Ben to sign over the title of the Lamborghini to him. So that didn't make sense whatsoever. From what I could find on Twitter and so on, the internet was saying that Carlos' version of the story was that he had invested heavily into Ben coin based on Ben's promotion. Apparently he lost a whole bunch of money when the coin crashed and wanted the car as compensation. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounds questionable, to put it lightly. Then you have Ben's version of the events is that Carlos showed up claiming to represent Hit Network and was trying to help the company raise emergency funds, also mentioning that he felt physically intimidated into signing over the title of the Lamborghini. Whatever the real story was, Ben ended up driving to Carlos's house with Cassandra, live streaming the entire confrontation to his audience. And what's also important is not only did he live stream everything, he also, you know, publicly doxed Carlos's address and ended up getting arrested on camera.
This is where Carlos lives, guys. I am live streaming from Carlos's house. Carlos has my Lamborghini right here in his garage. I'm gonna be live streaming, and I'm gonna be telling the entire story of Carlos Diaz, who Carlos Diaz is. I'm gonna be talking about all the people he's affiliated with. I'm gonna be talking about how he got into my building. I'm gonna talk about all of it. I'm not scared of you, Carlos! I'm sorry, I reached too fast. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. Put your phone down. Okay. Put the phone down. Okay. I'll put the phone down. Okay. Put the phone. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Put the phone down. Put the fanny pack down. Okay. What's going on? What's going on? This man inside of this house. Actually, he's gonna check you real quick. Yeah. Absolutely. Just the weapons. I'm sorry. I have a. Okay. 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 Yep. No evidence.
So when this case went to court, the judge ruled in Carlos's favor, and the reasoning was pretty straightforward. The judge determined that Ben couldn't prove the vehicle was his personal property rather than a company asset. So the Lamborghini that Ben had used as his ultimate symbol of his crypto success might have never belonged to him in the first place. So apparently the company could have just owned the car all along. And while Ben was fighting all these legal battles, it's safe to say his personal life was definitely struggling. And with his business empire essentially collapsing on him, he decided to start over. He launched a brand new YouTube channel called Ben Armstrong Crypto, which is now called BitBoyX. And this, I guess, was an attempt to rebuild his brand. But the response was somewhat mixed, to say the least, because at this point, people were watching more out of curiosity of his downfall than, you know, in genuine interest to his advice. Because he's been, how do we even put this? At the time of all of this going down, he kind of painted himself as a complete crash out. So he's not really proving himself as the person to go to for crypto investment advice. Because I mean, let's be real. If you watch his actions, it's not like you're gonna go, oh, I'm gonna trust this guy's opinion with my money. Because I mean, at this point, he just seemed manic and insane. And I don't think anyone wants to trust the opinion or trust anyone who's manic and insane with their money. So it's just a massive uphill battle for Ben to rebuild.
Guys, it has been a rough couple weeks. I think everybody sees what I've been through. And I just want you guys to know that I love you and I appreciate you, and you have a new name. Your name used to be the Bit Squad, but the Bit Squad goes away with the BitBoy Crypto channel. BitBoy as a name for me is dead. I am now Ben Armstrong, which is my name, and I gotta be honest with you. Certainly the branding with BitBoy was great, but the thing is, being a 40-year-old man, about to be 41 here soon, and having people call you BitBoy, it's a little weird. And so, from now on, BitBoy is dead, the Bit Squad is dead, Ben Armstrong is here, and Ben Nation, that is our community.
But Ben kept insisting that he was the victim of some elaborate corporate conspiracy, but at this point, considering what we know, viewers weren't very sympathetic towards this narrative. Meanwhile, his legal problems kept accumulating and he's already burned through more than $150,000 on lawyers and had lost a significant chunk of his assets. And obviously, when the news of Ben's affair with Cassandra first broke, he and his wife Bethany made a video where they both pledged to work on their marriage and, you know, keep their family together. And that's the video I mentioned previously. And in October, Bethany filed for divorce. So by the end of 2023, Ben had lost pretty much everything. His company, his brand, his marriage, his car, and most of his money. And that's pretty much where we were up to, because throughout 2024, other than the efforts of, you know, trying to rebuild his audience, things were relatively quiet on the Ben Armstrong front. Everything up until now that we've discussed in this video has happened roughly 2 years ago. But then February of 2025 rolled around and everything exploded in the most diabolical yet tragic way. Because I guess in between that, he started a boxing career where he was doing these like crypto influencer boxing matches. That's pretty much it though. But then February of 2025 came around and it's safe to say a whole lot of stuff just got flared up, because on February 11th, 2025, Ben posted a now deleted tweet that would turn out to be a preview of his complete mental breakdown. He wrote, "Hit network for 18 months has destroyed my life. TJ Shed has willfully targeted me. Congratulations to him. Cassie and I broke up today. The day I start telling the story. I'm willing to lose Cassie, my lawyers, my kids, my audience, my channel, and my life before I'm willing to die without people knowing what actually happened." That tweet, I guess, was a warning shot aimed at everyone he blamed for his situation, because 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, he followed through on his threat in the most unhinged way possible. Then started a live stream called BitBoy_Manifesto, which he opened by literally screaming at everyone.
Do I have your attention now? Do I have it? You're gonna listen to my demands. I will make them at the end.
Which is possibly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. Again, I mean, it's all downhill. The dude started falling down that staircase in 2023, and he is still falling down that staircase today. And at one point while going through this entire manifesto, it became very clear that this was written by ChatGPT. So that's interesting as well. However, though, he never really made any demand by the end of the stream. He just seemed defeated, and it's honestly pretty sad to watch. The whole broadcast lasted nearly 4 hours and was filled with bizarre accusations, contradictory statements, sensitive topics, and moments where Ben seemed to forget what he was even talking about halfway through his sentence. Overall, it was just a complete dumpster fire of a stream. Like, the whole thing didn't make sense. He would have been so much better if he never did that. He would have been so much better if he never did a whole bunch of things that he did. But again, it keeps getting worse, because early in the stream, he made it clear that his entire life had been focused on one goal: getting revenge on his former business partners and reclaiming the BitBoy brand.
My entire life is dedicated to shutting that channel down. That's when this is over. The day Discover Crypto is shut down and I get my brand, BitBoy Crypto, given back to me.
Buddy, that ship has sailed. But shortly after that statement, he went on to talk about being framed for stealing $27 million.
In order to try to get me in trouble for their crimes. This is a true story, guys. I'm going to say this, and this is hard. This is going to be hard for my kids. It's hard for my ex-wife. The fact is, I'm not trying to play victim. If I would have gone back to Bethany, I would have stayed in that basement, and I would have made videos like they told me to. These guys were actively and still are actively, along with George Koenig and Justin Odell, trying to frame me for stealing $27 million that these guys stole in the beginning. Not only did they steal my money, they wanted to send me to prison.
But I feel like one of the more concerning parts of this first hour and a half came when he described being forced to see a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with dissociative identity disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, manic depression, ADHD, and supposedly 74 different conditions total. Ben's response to this professional evaluation was apparently to attack the doctor personally and claim that all his problems would magically disappear once his enemies were removed from the internet.
The doctor that Brandy DeSwanee had forced me to go see, by the way. When I said I didn't want to see that doctor, I went and saw another doctor. And then they said, no, that doctor's not good. You have to go see this one. So I went and saw this guy, Dr. Howard Drutman. What a disappointment of a human being he is. This guy, after all I'm about to go through with you here, said I'm multi-personality. He says I'm, he didn't say schizophrenic, but he said narcissistic. He said I am manic, depressed, ADHD, this, 74 different things. But you know what he didn't say? Anything about my trauma. He didn't say anything about my PTSD of what I've been through. Nothing. You know what his suggestion was? He needs to stop smoking pot and get on more prescription drugs. That's why I gave him 9 things. You, Randy, my old lawyer, the worst lawyer of all time. Randy, I don't know why you hate me. You're going to find what was done to me is real. And once this trauma is removed and Discover Crypto is shut down, my life goes back to normal immediately. My level goes from here. Wow, everything's fine again. These people have to be removed from the internet.
Suddenly, the lawsuit towards me is starting to make a little bit more sense. But after this, Ben started pushing his luck as he displayed an attorney's website on screen and explicitly told his audience to contact her and tell her how they felt about her not letting him see his kids.
This is her website. I want you to let her know what you guys think about her not letting me see my kids. It's been 6 weeks since Christmas. I got to see him one time. I can't even give them their Christmas gifts. My son's jersey is the biggest thing. I haven't been able to give it to him. My wife won't cooperate. And also, Brandy DeSwanee will not cooperate. Nobody will cooperate to let me see my children. I get to talk to them for 10 minutes every 2 weeks. And why am I getting drug tests? Because my wife, Bethany, reported to the court that I asked on Twitter whether people believe that I was doing and the reason I asked, because I was using for evidence for the case for things I'm doing right now. So I've been having to take drug tests ever since. Thanks, Bethany. I never wanted it to be this way between us.
Which is just so sad. But obviously, that's not going to help his custody situation at all. But Ben just seems to be beyond caring about any consequences whatsoever. Unfortunately for him, that ship has also sailed. Because let's be real, someone who opens their live stream trying to clear their name like this...
Do I have your attention now?
...should not be near kids whatsoever. He then spent a significant portion of the stream ranting about George Koenig, who he claimed was the mastermind behind some sort of conspiracy to steal his money. However, Ben kept switching between calling George his lawyer and then calling him a criminal, even though that George was actually representing the other side in his legal battles.
Because of George Koenig. George Koenig is a corrupt one. I want everybody to know that. Daniel is just kind of weird. Like, you would not trust your kids with Daniel Norris, okay? At all. George Koenig? Well, if you're a dude, be careful. But in all seriousness, George Koenig is the mastermind behind layering this from a lawyer perspective to help them do all this and steal all this and get away with it. He's also, I want you guys to think about this. I'm in a current case with CFTC along with Hit Network. And you know who my lawyer is? George Koenig. The court, Judge Marjorie Childs and Special Master of the Loud. Not Marjorie Childs, I'm sorry. Judge Kimberly Childs. I missaid your name. I'm really sorry, Judge. I believe the judge was involved in this decision that, guys, I lost my train of thought. I said that about the judge and I forgot what I was saying. I'm just going to read.
Then at one point, Ben flat out accuses George of bribing judges, which definitely is not going to help his legal case.
George Koenig, I want a minute on the lawsuit. George Koenig is not a regular lawyer. He is a criminal. He knows the securities laws in and out. You know he knows there's criminals, and he knows how to frame me. He's got to be part of the lawsuit. We have to amend it. My lawyers don't want to do it because they believe he's a lawyer, and they don't want to do it to lawyers, but he's got to be added. Daniel Norris, I don't think Daniel Norris has to be added. I just would not trust my kids around that guy. Oh, God. This article also highlights how Hit Network requested a restraining order against me, painting me as a threat to distract from their assets seizure. You got to understand, here's what they did. So when TJ and them cooed, they went to Aqua State Police and told them I was going to kill everybody, and they had to put a cop car in front for several weeks. So I couldn't come into my own building I own 67% of because TJ changed the locks and had a cop out there. And then we went to court and George Koenig bribed the court. I'm sure George Koenig bribed the court and made it where they dropped it in the beginning because they thought they were going to get away with all this until the Honorable Judge Kimberly Childs. I love Judge Kimberly Childs. She's so honorable.
Now, another low point of the stream came when Ben, as I mentioned earlier, revealed that he's been using ChatGPT to write parts of his manifesto. Ben also kept trying to use the AI to rewrite articles about himself to make him look even better. And when, I guess, the summaries kept making him look bad, he started arguing with the program like it was a person who was supposed to be helping him.
Give me a 2-paragraph summary of the New York Times article and how it relates to the real BitBoy story.
Then Ben basically admitted to the very thing I mentioned in my original video that sparked his whole lawsuit against me, the pump and dump schemes. For him, the real issue was that I'd accused him of doing a pump and dump, but he claimed his team was doing that behind his back without his knowledge.
The Atozi lawsuit and hidden conspiracy. The lawsuit between me and Atozi initially appeared to be a defamation dispute centered around allegations of crypto pump and dumps. However, the deeper truth revealed a strategic cover-up orchestrated by hit network Justin Williams and affiliated actors to deflect blame for their financial misconduct into Armstrong. This document exposes the hidden mechanisms behind the lawsuits, actors involved, and the real financial beneficiaries of the PAMP scheme and other similar crypto projects. Me, acted as a hype man promoting coins without financial access to financial operations. Never had control for wallets, liquidity, or token distribution. This one is actually not true. I did have control of my PAMP wallet. I told you guys if I go through here and something's not true, I did have access over my PAMP wallet, and I can eventually find that wallet and show it to you guys. You'll find it to make any money. But here's the important part. In September of 2020, right? So the PAMP was in August of 2020. By September of 2020, TJ comes in. By October of 2020, I have no financial control of the company. I have no access to anything that TJ and his dad, or TJ at first, and then TJ and his dad don't have access to. I sued Atozi for defamation because of his claim. He claimed I was responsible for pump and dumps without realizing it was my own team executing these schemes behind my back.
And at this point, honestly, this just kind of seems like a classic BitBoy move. Nothing's ever his fault, and everyone is against him. There might have been pump and dump schemes happening, but Ben was innocent here.
I lost $5,000 on PAM, something like that. That's not an exact number, but I did not make money. I promise that. And it was, I think it was a week later that I sold it, maybe 10 days after the video, something like that. I didn't sell anything after the video because, guys, I was an idiot like y'all. I thought all these coins were going up. And Justin Williams, these guys were telling me they were going up, and they were dumping them.
Yeah, this is coming from someone who had spent years positioning himself as a crypto expert, telling people which investments, not exactly to make, but what he would recommend, you know, indirectly hinting at buying, all while accepting payments from projects to promote them, and then building his entire brand around being someone who understood the market better than anyone else. And then now suddenly he's saying he was an idiot like y'all when it comes to these shady coins. Dude, I'm not buying that whatsoever. And also, as the stream went on, Ben became increasingly reckless about displaying contact information of state agents. He looked up contact information for the Cobb County Police Department and told his audience not to contact them.
Here's the full Lamborghini extortion call from Carlos to me. You can find it on Twitter. Here's the detailed breakdown. Analysis of Lamborghini extortion call. Cobb County Police. Let's find Cobb County Police contact info. I don't know if anybody cares. If you do care, here's the Cobb County Police Department right here. 545 Fairground Street. Here's their phone number. Don't call them and tie up their phone lines. Don't call 911. Don't make emergencies not be able to get got. If you're from Cobb County, call the police. Go to the police department. Go to their website. Tag them on Twitter. Where's their Twitter? Here, I'll follow them. Hey, Cobb County Police Department.
Then later, he did the exact same thing with another attorney involved in his case, displaying her email address and encouraging her followers to let her know what you think about her attempt to cover up everything.
Where's Lori Dyke? Let's see. What's Lori Dyke's email? Hold on just a second. So you guys can all email Lori Dyke. She to the court. I'll get in big trouble for saying that, for doing this, because the court hates when people hold them accountable. They hate when anybody suggests that maybe someone there is corrupt, because the court hates the mention of corruption. They don't hate corruption. They love corruption, but they hate the mention of it. As you know, Cobb County, the worst of all. You guys should email Lori. It's here. I'll put it on Twitter. This is not my account. I don't know whose this is. Have y'all looked into Lori Dyke? She hates when you say her last name too. She hates that. She hates her last name. You guys all email Lori and let her know what you think about her attempt to cover up everything. For me, you'll see it gets much worse.
I mean, at this point, Ben had completely abandoned any pretense of being the victim. Like, he was actively encouraging his followers to harass multiple people involved in his legal proceedings. And the stream continued for another hour, with Ben becoming increasingly erratic and eventually started speaking about his depression while also stating he would never harm himself because of his love for his children.
The kids, man. my kids. I love my kids so much. And they think their dad is some kind of villain. He's some kind of crazy, he might fly off at the handle, do anything at any second. All of a sudden, he's crazy.
The whole stream was just incredibly sad to see. But then comes the next act, jail. Because a few days after that live stream, Ben seemed to recognize that he'd gone way too far. He posted a video in which he had a black eye, apologizing to various people, including his ex-wife and his audience, also stating that it wouldn't ever happen again, and that he was going to focus on crypto content going forward. But unfortunately, that didn't take too long, because in March of 2025, Ben was arrested in Florida on a fugitive warrant related to charges filed in Georgia. Apparently, he'd been making harassment allegations against the judge in his case. He had fired his lawyer, deciding to represent himself, and threatened the judge on LinkedIn, saying, "Judge Kimberly of Cobb County has ruled against my motion for receivership of Hit Network. This is a decision she will regret for the rest of her life." Threatening a judge might be one of the dumbest things you can possibly do when you're already in multiple legal battles. But apparently, Ben just doesn't care. He was then released about 10 days later, but his behavior did not improve. He then decided to double down on threats against judges and police officers, which led to another arrest in June. And the mugshot of that arrest became pretty infamous because he looks like a shell of the man he once was. Eventually, Ben ended up in a psychiatric facility, which was probably the best possible outcome given how his behavior had escalated. One of his former colleagues, a guy who goes by AJ Reich's Crypto, who had tried to help Ben rebuild his channel, wrote a detailed post about what had happened. Drugs, ego, paranoia, and a complete disconnection from reality had destroyed Ben's mind. He said Ben was currently in a mental hospital, not prison or rehab, and he had offered to pay Ben to get treatment, but Ben had refused. AJ described it as a tragedy rather than a redemption story, which pretty much sums up how this whole situation played out. The big question now is what happens when Ben gets out of the psychiatric facility? Because realistically, he's currently facing years in prison for all the harassment charges, or a judge might actually rule that he wasn't mentally competent when he made those threats. Then, of course, since everything about this story keeps getting worse, it does in fact keep getting worse, because remember he was dealing with all these legal problems? Well, he also said some absolute insane stuff about Kevin O'Leary. Yes, the Shark Tank guy. Because Ben spent way too much time claiming that Kevin was responsible for a 2019 boating accident where Kevin's wife was driving when two people lost their lives. The accident had been investigated and ruled accidental, with Kevin's wife being cleared of any wrongdoing. But Ben decided it was actually a cover-up and started calling Kevin a murderer on social media. Ben then escalated this to the point where he was doxing Kevin's phone number and encouraging his followers to call him. Eventually, Kevin had enough and filed a defamation lawsuit, which is just incredibly ironic because the guy who filed a slap suit defamation lawsuit against me is actually being sued for defamation, for real defamation. But because Ben is dealing with multiple arrests and his mental health crisis, he never bothered to defend himself in that case, and the judge issued a judgment in Kevin's favor, and the damages will be determined later on this year. Apparently this judgment happened a month ago, but there's no public information of what actually happened to this trial. So Ben lost that on default, but the trials kept going and Ben did not appear. So the last hearing was on October 30th. O'Leary presented 2 witnesses. Armstrong did not appear. So after the hearing, the court requested additional material. So even though that Ben didn't show up, they did go forward without him because I guess they're just assuming that he's not showing up, and I'm assuming also he's representing himself just like his other case. But it seems like the judge has not issued a final written damages judgment yet. Okay, so I just wanted to figure out what was going on with that case real quick. I digress. At this point, it is fairly safe to say that Ben's life might have actually hit rock bottom. The butterfly effect from this initial decision to act inappropriately at his company led to a complete destruction of everything that he'd built. Because essentially, him acting out completely destroyed his career. He essentially chose to go to war with everyone around him and lost absolutely everything in the process. So right now, hopefully Ben is getting the help he desperately needs. Whether he'll be able to rebuild any kind of normal life after this still remains to be seen, given the bridges he's already burned and the legal troubles he's currently facing. That's definitely not going to be easy for him. It's going to be a real uphill battle. But for the sake of the kids, I really hope that Ben eventually figures out how to get his life back on track. But based on everything we've seen, my hopes aren't too high, because this would actually require him to change his approach to life and actually take responsibility for his own actions, while up until now he's shown no ability to do so. But there's always some time. He was released from jail and he's since returned to YouTube on a new channel and is live streaming daily. But with crypto going into another potential bear market and with the overall hype for crypto tremendously down, that too will definitely be hard to rebuild. This whole saga has just been wild to watch unfold, but it's also an extremely tragic example of how social media fame and money can completely destroy someone's life when they lose sight of what actually matters. Because this guy had everything at one point and he just completely self-destructed. And that's the story of how the largest crypto YouTuber managed to destroy his entire life in the span of just a few years. A lot of people really wanted me to make an update video on the situation since everything has been in a downward spiral for him since the lawsuit. And I want to be honest and say, I am not happy to see all this happen. While he caused the most stressful week in my life, it's in the past. And all I can focus on is my actions today that will make my life better tomorrow. And holding some sort of grudge would not be a part of that. But do I think he acted like a complete moron and let his ego destroy his family's life? Absolutely. But I think it's an absolute tragedy, and I genuinely hope he gets the help he needs. And I truly do wish him and his family the best moving forward. But other than that, feel free to subscribe if you're new here. Drop a like if you enjoyed this massive recap, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. This IRL streamer completely lost it after a mother confronted her because she was swearing in front of her 13-year-old daughter while live streaming. And this entire altercation just proves yet again that IRL streamers are some of the most entitled group of content creators.
Monday. So we called on Monday. Oh, ma'am. Ma'am. Oh. And the language that you're using in front of a 13-year-old, I don't appreciate either.
This is a public space. I'm gonna let you know that right now, man. This is a public space, you know, so.
Well, and we wait our turn like grown-ups.
No,
in a public.
1, 2.
You start. Do not be recording.
I'm saying that hard. It's just me. It's just me. Trust me, we got no one else on that.
Okay.
We can't do that either. Yeah. 1, 2. Oh, we have to.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. We have to do that. Yeah. Right.
At this point, it's just a talent and how some IRL streamers can make public spaces so incredibly uncomfortable. And honestly, most people walk out of nail salons with nicer hands, but Nina Lynn, no, she walked out with an angry mother behind her, trending on social media again because people were torn yet again if she should be allowed to do this or not. And I guess the cycle just repeats. Because this whole viral clip starts off with Nina live streaming inside of a busy Los Angeles nail salon. She talks loudly and, you know, laughs at her chat and drops a whole bunch of curse words like she does in all of her other streams. But you know, the problem with IRL streaming is you're not streaming in your own living room, you're streaming in public. So what they don't understand is, you know, you have to have some public decency. Because while she's over here being trashy for her stream, a mother and daughter is trying to enjoy their afternoon. And after a few minutes, the mother lets her know that she's not comfortable with her cursing around her daughter. Instead of going, oh, I'm sorry, and just, you know, continuing her stream without cursing, she decides to make a whole big deal out of this. And immediately starts the whole argument of like, but people swear in public all the time. Okay, but there's a mother asking you, hey, is it okay you don't swear in front of my 13-year-old? Like, this shouldn't be a big deal, but somehow it is. But eventually, Nina gives a short apology, but as soon as the mom says her piece, you know, Nina just goes right back to talking about her as nothing happened. Nina then called the mom a Karen, and it's not like she's actually a Karen when she's just reminding her that she's in public. At that point, I feel like she's just doing a public service because no one wants to hear you cursing up a storm and swearing to your stream while you're in a public space getting your nails done or getting your hair done or whatever's happening. And unfortunately, with IRL streamers, we just see this time and time again. They just turn their IRL stream into everyone else's problem when they're out in public spaces. And of course, when people confront them, they love that because they just want to turn it into content. And meanwhile, everyone else in the nail salon had to just kind of sit there in this like awkward silence because they had to pretend that they didn't just see like a little showdown between a mother and an IRL streamer. But this clip might have not been as viral if it wasn't for Ray, or Ray Asian Boy as his username is. He's Kai Cenat's friend, but he announced just a few hours later that she was going to be guesting on his stream with him. And it's safe to say that his audience wasn't the biggest fan of that, because apparently Nina here is known for just bringing a whole bunch of drama and crap to wherever she goes. And this nail salon clip was apparently used as an example for why Ray shouldn't work with her. But according to Ray, everyone should have a chance to change.
I'm like looking at the floor, bro. Like the past. Let's just have fun, feel me? I just have a good stream, feel me? That's me, gang. I'm Kid Buck, bro. I said the N-word before. I got a lot of bad past. I said some crazy. Oh, got banned on Twitch. Almost went to kick. I feel me. Everybody should have a new chance. Feel me. And Nina, I see Nina as a man, bro. That's how I think, bro. That's how I think of, bro. No cap, bro. If something, yeah.
But I feel like he also said that not even knowing about this clip. The problem is she's done a whole plethora of things in the past, and she doesn't seem to change her behavior at all. So he's like, well, she deserves another chance. So it's like, okay, well, it doesn't look like she's even trying.
What? What did he say? What?
Quickly pausing today's video to let you guys know that we're currently doing a Black Friday sale over at Mat.City, which is the toy car mat and mouse mat company that I currently have, where we take the nostalgic toy car mat and turn it into a city near you. And obviously we do the same with the mouse mats. And we currently have New York City, LA, Boston, Chicago, San Francisco. We have a whole bunch of them. We have the Atozi one. We got Mars. We have the Moon. And Washington, D.C., which I currently think is the coolest mouse mat we have. So if you want another way to support the channel, feel free to grab a mouse mat or a large toy car mat if you want to hang it on your wall or use it as a rug or any other creative way to have it. But without further ado, let's continue the video. Because this whole nail salon thing turned into this like bad sequel to a 2024 clip that showed Nina and another streamer, Zoe Spencer, restraining Face Silky's assistant, Saeed. And here, apparently they twerked on him even though he looked extremely uncomfortable and did not give any consent for this behavior.
But you always want to film. Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Hey, come here.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
23.
No,
He's consensual.
no, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on. Sit down.
Yo.
Sit down.
You remind me of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that clip is just hard to watch. And also, after watching that clip, I realized his name is Said, not Saeed. But obviously, people in the room were telling him to stop. They didn't do so. And then apparently Said went to hide upstairs because he just didn't want to be involved with this. But that happened back in 2024, but this didn't really go super viral until the clip resurfaced again in 2025. Nina then apologized and said she thought it was a joke at the time, but now understand that it wasn't. She also says that what she did was wrong, and he clearly was uncomfortable with it. He was very hurt by it. And while that's good and all, her response in person was a little bit different.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was gonna talk to him, be like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I think it's accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta know. You did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
How you trying to patch that up?
I think he came out.
Oh, he was here. But I didn't see him at all. I saw him one time and he disappeared.
It's embarrassing for him as a guy to be called a victim? What? That is just a gross thing to say.
No! Now they got it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Don't do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on.
And that's not even the first time she's gotten into trouble for something like this, because another streamer by the name Disguised Toast said that she did the exact same thing to him and touched him without his permission back at Ludwig Streamer Games in 2025. Because apparently what happened was Disguised Toast was laying on a massage table while a physical therapist was working on him. And Nina suddenly walked over and pretended that she was taking over the job, and while doing so, got a little bit too touchy. And she acted like she was joking around, but to him, it was not a joke.
No. Are you ready, Emily? You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina. All right. Okay,
Not that bad.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it gets worse from there, but again, it's just uncomfortable to watch. Toast claims that he stayed quiet because cameras were everywhere and he didn't want to cause drama live. But her second ban came in on October 30th, so I'm assuming it's a 1-month ban because she still hasn't been unbanned yet, but Twitch hasn't publicly stated how long this ban is going to last. She also said that she wasn't going to be invited to the Streamer Awards of 2025, and she said the reason for that is they don't like outspoken girls. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with you being outspoken. I think it has everything to do with you making a bunch of people uncomfortable. So yeah, obviously, Nina isn't a stranger to going viral for the wrong reasons, but, you know, the whole nail salon drama is just another case in the book of IRL streamers turning public spaces into their real-time studio sets for their content. Everyone in public is just a potential prop to them. And honestly, it's disgusting, but unfortunately, this trend is just going to continue because IRL streaming is more popular than ever. There are like hundreds of thousands of great IRL streamers who are just extremely respectful. And then you have the ones that I cover over and over again who are some of the worst content creators in the world. But they do this because it gets them attention. Because I feel like watching some of the IRL streamers that I cover here on this channel, it's like they're filming a live reality TV show, but nobody around them has signed a waiver. Nobody's in on the joke. And obviously, people get upset with this because nobody wants to be an unwilling co-star in someone else's IRL stream. I feel like everyone should and wants to have the right of being able to exist in public without randomly being bothered for someone else's content. And I don't think Nina was trying to harass anyone in that nail salon. It was just the fact that she couldn't figure out to, you know, be a decent human being and not bother and continue to swear in front of a child. At the end of the day, it's just a disgusting amount of entitlement coming from Nina here. But as of right now, Nina's channel is still suspended. Who knows how long that's actually going to last for? And if she is banned on Twitch, I don't think that she can feature on other Twitch streamers' accounts, but who knows? Because based on her history, it probably won't be that long until she pops back up again on her Twitch stream and, you know, continues harassing people. But other than that, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. And by the way, I have a temporary setup, as you guys have probably noticed, because I'm traveling yet again. We do a little bit of traveling here. So bear with my bare bones setup for now, and I'll be back home in no time. But until then, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that we need to change the laws when it comes to DNA testing. I think DNA testing drenched in honey. Ugh.
Brother,
Hey, no way with your... You got the dogs out? You ain't even got no shoes on? Bro, that is crazy work. What the fart is that? Oh my god. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Bro, there's a trend that I see online that I absolutely cannot stand. Pre-divorce. Let's see you post-divorce, baby girl. All right, pre-divorce. See what we got here. Pre-divorce. Okay, mid, you know. We'll give her a 3. Post-divorce. Oh, now you're a baddie? You got your lips done? What I never understand is why can't these women actually just look good for their husbands? Why can't you just, like, look good for your husband? Why do you have to wait for a divorce to look good? I will never understand this. I will never understand this. So I saw this one. And this is a crazy story. This is why you got to be careful on where you stick your pickle, dude. This chick says, I've been dating him for over a year. From the beginning of our relationship, he has always insisted we be intimate without protection.
I'd been dating him for over a year. From the beginning of our relationship, he always insisted we be intimate without protection. I kept saying no mainly because I was scared of getting pregnant. But after a year and 5 months together, I decided to give in. I thought was giving him something special. Right after we were done, he turned to me with a strange look in his eyes and said, "Congratulations, not you, have HIV too." At first, I laughed. I thought it was a dark, twisted joke. I couldn't imagine. He was being serious. I didn't want to believe it, so I stayed. I stayed for 5 more years until my body started to change. I had constant fevers, lost weight rapidly, and strange rashes started appearing everywhere. I finally went to the hospital and aisle. Never forget the moment the doctor looked at me and said, "You've tested positive for HIV." I was in shock. I immediately called him crying, and that's when he finally admitted it. He told me he had known all along that he got it from a previous girlfriend and that he made it his mission to pass it on to every woman he dated. He had already done it to at least 3 other women before me ... and I was the 4th. Even though I was heartbroken, even though my world fell apart, I couldn't bring myself to report him because I loved him. Now I live with this virus. And every day is a battle, not just physically, but emotionally. But I'm stronger now. And I share my story not for pity, but to warn others. Protect yourself. Don't ignore red flags. And please choose love that doesn't hurt.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. Shame on the guy that gave that to her. You're a piece of... Dude, you're a straight up piece of if you do that to somebody. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. If you willingly give somebody else HIV, you're a terrible person. I think, can't you be prosecuted for that? Like, if you give someone HIV, can you go to jail? Pretty sure you can get in trouble for that. Yes, in many jurisdictions, you can face severe legal time. I guess it's not going to show... Okay, I guess it's not going to show that part. Whatever. Maybe next year. In many jurisdictions, you can face severe jail time and other penalties for giving someone HIV or even just exposing them to the virus without their informed consent. The laws vary significantly depending on location. Yeah, I think you should 100% be charged for that. No doubt should be charged for that. That is diabolical if you expose somebody to that. No way bro just said that.
I hope you don't mind, I used to be a Christian.
Oh yeah, I don't really care for that type of shit.
Okay, great. Because being Christina is so much better.
Christina. Oh.
Is that bad?
I guess a mouth feels the same inside anyways, you know what I'm saying?
It's brutal. Oh my god, these kids.
Bailey, ow, Batty, honeymoon edition!
Thank you so much. How can I, like, ever repay you?
I've got a couple ideas. Just bailed you out, honey. They just Christian bailed you out. Let me go American Psycho on you now. I could think of a couple things. I'm a sick individual, I'm sorry. 2 weeks later. What's going on here? 50K likes for anniversary stream? Bruh, how you gonna bail out a chick? I've seen these guys do this though. I've seen these guys do this too much. Alright, I've seen this video, but I wanted to react to it with you guys. We're an interracial age gap couple. Okay.
We're an interracial age gap couple. Of course, I know what Pound Town is.
We're an interracial age gap couple. Of course, everyone thinks his family hates me.
We are an interracial age gap couple. Of course, I wear one of these every night now.
We're an interracial age gap couple. Of course, I flash my ring whenever I can so people don't think I'm an escort.
We're an interracial age gap couple. And of course, I graduated with my PhD the year she was born.
Oh.
We are an interracial age gap couple. Of course, we don't care what people think about us.
I mean, different strokes for different folks, but brother, I'd just be watching your pocketbook there, because I always say when you lead with money, she leaves with money. Shubadania should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt. So many men think you can buy a woman's loyalty. You cannot. Put a one in the chat if you agree. You cannot buy a woman's loyalty. You can buy her love. You sure can. You can buy the bob and weave, the slip and slide. You know, you might even be able to get a Cincinnati bow tie, a bearded dragon. You know, you might even be able to go out there and get you a praying mantis. You know, a longing donkey. You may be able to do all that. Get folded up in a pretzel. You know, you may be able to go out there and get some freaky deaky things going. You know, get you in a Arsenio Hall. You know, go out there and get you a little Steve Harvey. You can do that. You can do that. It's a scary place. You better be careful. You can get in the depths of the dark side of it. But you can go out there and do it if you really need to. You know, Cincinnati bow ties are crazy. Cincinnati bow ties, some of the names of this shit so stupid. Oh my god, Lokes. Am I losing it, Lokes? Am I having sleep deprivation? I feel like I'm losing it, chat. Will you guys help me? If I'm losing it, let me know, okay? But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It was good to have you guys out, man. Until next time, peace.
Had one
Christian woman, by the way.
longish term relationship
Probably.
since then. But other than that, I've been single.
This is why, dude. This is why I say, ladies, you get to choose who you get on your knees for, but you don't get to choose what man gets on his knee for you. Anaya should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt.
And over the last years since my breakup and living in a new city, I've been on the dating apps. I've let people set me up. I've met people in the wild, and it's been nothing but fail after fail after fail, and it's super discouraging. It's this really hard balance of I want a partner, I desire to be married again and to have kids, but that
better get to it.
seems to be not a reality.
Yeah, dude, that ship has sailed, baby girl. All the guys looking at you right now, 35, you want to have kids?
Won't they do?
Geriatric pregnancy, you're cooked.
And turning 35, which feels kind of like this milestone birthday, I just feel like, yeah, the reality of kids, probably, maybe a husband. I don't know. It's just like, it doesn't even seem like I should have hope at this point.
True.
And dating sucks.
It's always so funny to me when they say dating sucks. You do realize, right, that you're in the dating market as well. You're part of what sucks.
Shots fired!
Women like you are in the dating market. So if the dating market sucks,
all resign.
Yeah, sure.
But what if I told you that's not the whole story? What if
No.
I told you that was a big fat
Oh.
lie? The call's coming from inside the house. It turns out that the real scoop here is even more degenerate than you could possibly imagine.
Okay.
Like, I don't even think fanfic writers would have come up with something this embarrassingly pathetic.
It's
so
Reddit,
big
so I
thanks
can
to Dolan
believe it.
Darkus for uncovering this, because it is unbelievably comical. This is a truly special crash out that undoes 15 years of professional Redditing. It's incredible. And I use the word professional Redditing in jest. That's not really a thing. If
Yeah, it's not, because they don't get paid. The moderators aren't even making any money.
anyone calls himself a professional Redditor, that is someone that needs to be locked inside Arkham Asylum ASAP.
It turns out the moderator who power tripped and caused all of this in the first place known as Neo Diogenes, actually had one last power trip. According to one moderator, they had no idea what had happened, as no communication was given when the subreddit was locked down. He undid this lockdown, and then he got kicked as a mod.
So this was one of the mods on the team.
So this guy tried to fix it. The person that probably wait, so they blocked you too?
That was unaware they were fighting in a war right now. They didn't know Judgment Day had happened. So they're saying, I woke up to a bunch of people DMing me about a situation I knew nothing about and responding to my comments in completely unrelated subreddits.
Yeah, sure.
I contacted admins, tried to contact the mod who had locked the subreddit through various channels, attempted to undo the lock, got my actions undone, then got booted as a mod. Now I see posts from meme subreddits I frequent and give my side. I haven't chosen anything, lol.
What the
He then went
fuck?
on to explain that there can be unlimited mods, so he wasn't like taking somebody's space by being there and only did what he could to help out with some of the tools and things like that. And it was not like, you know, constant.
Not every single mod involved was probably in agreement with this. That's probably true. Because there's always one mod that is like the head mod that owns the subreddit that decides who the other mods are. Like that, I mean, because you think about it, right? I mean, how could you have a system like that without having a person that way? So yeah, you're of course going to have this.
Updates what was happening there, which is why he was out of the loop. So Scooby-Doo and the crew pulled up here, and Dolan unmasked the mustache-twirling evil villain, and it turns out it was someone named Neo Diogenes, which, according to a lot of people on Reddit, is someone that has somewhat of a toxic history. I'm not overly...
So this guy has a history on Reddit that people don't like him. This is like a whole alternative universe, man. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Familiar with Neo Diogenes and his reign of tyranny and terror? I have no clue.
I believe it.
But according to Dolan, that was the mod that was going on this wacky power trip. And this mod here is saying that they actually tried to lift the lockdown, which, you know, trying to get them out of DEF CON, ended up putting their own asshole in the crosshairs of superstar sniper Neo Diogenes.
So they tried to undo what... So this means that the guy who was crashing out had to have been Neo Diogenes, right? And not only that, but whenever other people tried to undo his crash out, he banned them? What the fuck?
And he enacted revenge. He reinstated lockdown protocol and then booted this mod.
The only other active moderator I could find also posted that they didn't leave voluntarily, calling the mod that kicked them stupid, and providing proof they were randomly...
What?
So basically, Neo Diogenes was purging.
Wait, sorry.
Definitely just calling the mod... Any other active moderator I could find also posted that they didn't leave voluntarily, calling the mod that kicked them stupid, and providing proof they were randomly kicked, saying it was definitely just one mod crashing out.
This is another art.
So it's just one guy that caused all of this problem.
Art moderator echoing the same sentiment as the previous one about getting kicked randomly. So basically, Neo Diogenes was purging. He was on a fucking crazy crash out, leaving bodies in his wake. I don't have access to any logs anymore, but I can post this as proof that I didn't leave voluntarily. You don't get these messages when you leave a subreddit on your own. I'm not sure which mod did it, but they're fucking stupid in any case. And then they posted the screenshot. The other message Dolan highlights from this mod is about how they believe it is one mod crashing out, which I think is the correct theory here. I think that's pinning the tail on the donkey.
Literally. Yeah, I think that's probably what happened.
Keep in mind, all of this started because the person whose post they removed messaged him asking, are you really going to do this because I provided information? That's what started all of this. Someone just messaged the mod loosely questioning their decision, like with the enforcement of their rules, because it was a bit of a stretch. And that's what started all of this. Someone dared have The gall.
You know what? I think for sure it was one guy. One guy got fucking butthurt, mad that somebody called out his position, his rules, and then whenever the other moderators tried to step to him, he just immediately shut him down. This guy is having a crisis right now. He was probably, you've got to keep in mind, he's probably sitting at Thanksgiving dinner table and, you know, his parents or his, you know, grandparents are like, oh, look who decided to come out of their den today. Who decided to come out of their lair? It's Neo Destiny sitting there eating turkey, mad as fuck, thinking about who's going to get banned for disagreeing with him. Yeah, the entire subreddit got mad, like, he's got to sit at the kid's table. Yeah, he's 37, right? And anyway, he's sitting there and fucking thinking about who he's going to ban.
The chin, the strong chin to question Neo Diogenes.
Now, during Neo Diogenes' crash out, he actually left a bunch of unhinged, sarcastic messages, deleting them 30 minutes later. Comments such as, "You're right, we..."
This is a crash out. This is a Reddit certified crash out. I love this.
Look like total shits. It's why we quit. Better to be done with all that.
It was a temper tantrum. I've learned my lesson.
Everything. You won. We quit. Go and live life to the fullest, champ. Like I said, I'm boring.
Looking at the message.
So he 100%. He definitely did this. Absolutely. Power mod crash out. I mean, the admins have to permaban people like this. That's what I think they need to do. Because weirdos like this get involved in power structures and they ruin everything.
History from Neo Diogenes is just so sad. Yep, it's my fragile ego. For 15 years, all I did was... I'm assuming that says moderate. I don't know why it's censored. Maybe it's a joke. Maybe Dolan's viewing it as like a slur. And Reddit. Sometimes simultaneously. Holy shit, this guy's like an X-Men mutant. He's able to
For 15 years, all I did was moderate and Reddit. Sometimes simultaneously. And what do I get for it? Everybody betrays me. People are laughing at me. People are making YouTube videos about me. Well, you want me to be the villain? Here I am. You know, like, oh, it says masturbate? Ah, what's the difference?
And Reddit at the same time? What the fuck? I didn't know anyone could be so powerful. I was blissfully unaware that superhumans like this existed amongst us mere mortals.
15 years.
Wow, that's crazy talent. God, the tone of his messages is truly insufferable. Just playing...
he's so obnoxious. Like, this is absolutely the guy that the artist spoke to. It 100% had to have been the guy.
The world's smallest violin for his pity party and the wambulance showing up. Yep, that's right. It was a temper tantrum. I've learned my lesson. It's why I'm not going to...
This person, I think that there's at least a 30% chance they own a fedora. Like, I don't really say that because this is kind of like an outdated meme, but this is an outdated guy. I mean, he's been here for 15 years, okay? So there's probably a very high chance he's still got a fedora. He's a millennial? Yeah, he's absolutely a millennial. He's probably has a neck beard. You know how it is. Absolutely.
I'm not cut out for it. Sure, whatever you want to call it. Either way, the result is what you see. You're right. It would have been a good idea in hindsight and all that. You're right. We look like total shits. It's why we quit. Better to be done with all that because we obviously suck at, well, everything.
I had a guild officer in my guild in Mista Pandaria that did this. He got outnumbered on a vote decision, and then he had a massive crash out. And I remember he ended up quitting the guild and giving a random person guild master whenever he quit the guild. Man, this is giving me a little bit of a flashback. It was over 10 years ago.
Actually disgusting that he's roping in anyone else on the mod team to his temper tantrum. Yeah. This was a solo project here from this guy.
Yeah, this guy brought everybody into it.
Just him alone on the front lines of this battle. The mod team was not backing him from everything I've seen.
And now, it looks like he has completely nuked his Reddit account. I actually caught this in action when I checked out his account earlier today. All of his posts being deleted and replaced with random...
I wonder what his new account is going to be. Do you really think somebody like this is actually going to stop? No, bro, he's in it. He's addicted.
Words using a plugin, and now his Reddit account has absolutely no posts left on it, nuking 15 years of moderation that he did for free, by the way, nuking an entire subreddit because you couldn't deal with criticism, and then kicking every other mod while you're at it, making it their problem as well, and then deleting every single comment you've ever made on Reddit. That's some major main character energy there.
That was a beautiful...
That orange guy sucked. Like, how do you get knocked off by that? That's like that's the easiest one in Fall Guys. Yeah, guy was garbage. Thinking the same thing. Yeah, what a fucking retard, huh?
You've ever made on Reddit. That's some major main character energy there.
Yeah, it sure
That
is.
was a beautiful callback from Dolan there. That shit had me giggling when he brought out the major main character energy. That was
Yeah, it
what
sure
Neo
is.
Diogenes said to Hayden Clay.
Well, he is the main
when
character.
Hayden was like, "Hey man, it really
He's the
feels like
main
you have a vendetta
moderator.
against me because of this is just way too extreme with what you're doing." That was one of his responses. He said, "I don't even know who the fuck you are. That is some major main character energy." So, based on this investigation here, with all available evidence, it seems that post, "We out, you win, we all resign,"
is one guy.
Was very misleading.
There's no we.
The
It's
truth
the royal we.
hidden in the pudding here is that one mod was going through a very impressive crash out, and while still
Okay, so they gave
sucking
Faker
their
a stopwatch, a real life one, and said, "Can you stop it at 5 seconds sharp?" Whoa. He literally stopped it first time at 5 seconds flat. It's not even like 5 seconds. It's 500. Like, it was 503 or like 4 5. Do you guys... I don't actually think he's a real human. 5 seconds flat on a stopwatch with... He's not looking at it! He's not looking at it!
Miami Beach Commissioner Joseph Magazine also reacting to this. He posted on social media saying that Doherty should respect our law enforcement.
Oh no! Jack Doherty just disrespected law enforcement, and what's worse is, they noticed. And even worse, Jack Doherty can now face up to 7 years in prison. Are you guys shocked? Well, hold on. There are even more serious things about to happen to Jack Doherty. Let me break it down for you guys. This time, legal authorities are going to file strict charges and hold Jack accountable. And along with that, you'll get more shocking details and updates about Jack Doherty that will make your blood boil and leave you shocked. So guys, as you know, Jack Doherty was recently arrested in Miami Beach for disrespecting and misbehaving with the police, and officers also found illegal substances on him. And as you know, after getting arrested, Jack got out on a $3,500 bail within 24 hours. But after his release, what Jack did was beyond reckless.
TikTok, the YouTuber, it's wasted no time capitalizing on this moment, making more viral content. But some of that content mocking law enforcement and his arrest.
He started disrespecting law enforcement, making fun of the authorities, and even after officers warned him not to disrespect them or mock the law, Jack continued doing it.
Oh, with the TMZ logo, everything. It's a medium. That's a 2XL. Oh, it's 2XL?
So after this, even the court gave a warning to Jack Doherty, and the Miami Beach Police Commission also gave him a last chance. Made it clear that if he continues to disrespect the law and make fun of law enforcement, the police authorities will not tolerate it any longer.
Miami Beach Commissioner Joseph Magazine also reacting to this. He posted on social media saying that Doherty should respect our law enforcement.
But Jack Doherty never listens to anyone. He keeps doing disrespectful activities and nuisance streams like nothing happened. From public chaos to brawls, Jack keeps doing everything and continues poking the authorities. For example, you can see in this video where Jack Doherty says that if his security guard had gone with him, what the scenario would have been.
This part is his security couldn't go to jail with him. That was honestly the worst part of jail. But honestly, there were people in there offering to be my security guard. So, hey, Dave, what were your thoughts while I was in there?
So I think Jack's security definitely needs to be arrested and kept in jail. If the police authorities keep investigating everything Jack Doherty did, they will see that his security guard was always with him, so he also deserves punishment just like Jack is facing. But after all that, Jack and his security are taking the situation so lightly, which is now making law enforcement look like a joke. Everyone is saying Jack won't be arrested again, and the police won't give him proper punishment.
I hate to talk about this, guys, I really do. The chances of Jack Doherty going to jail for 7 years are like 0.
So why is everyone thinking that? It's because Jack Doherty and his bodyguard created this situation and environment where people are losing hope in law enforcement. And that's exactly why law enforcement is not taking any of this lightly anymore. So now the main point is that Jack Doherty is actually not so brave that he can act against law enforcement. Jack Doherty has no guts to survive in jail. What Jack is doing is just an act to make law enforcement and the police authorities look like jokers, nothing else. Jack actually thinks that by doing this, he can profit by mocking the authorities and the court. But in reality, Jack is scared of the situation. You can see it clearly in this video.
All right, so as a lot of you may know, I got arrested. Obviously, I'm free now, and I want to say that was the worst experience of my life, and yeah, I don't plan on going back, you know? It was funny for like the first couple of hours. I was like, yo, this is later gonna go viral. But then after that, I was like, yo, get me the fudge out of here. Like, I don't belong here. Like, I don't know. It just didn't feel, it wasn't fun. Let me just tell you that. But everyone's gonna laugh, like, haha, you deserve it. But like, dude, more viral than ever, so.
Not only that, Jack even keeps lying about what the police did to him. In a recent podcast, Jack Doherty was invited and started talking about how he escaped from any consequences he was supposed to face. This is another proof that Jack Doherty is portraying the legal authorities as something simple and ridiculous. And by doing that, Jack is actually encouraging more criminal behavior.
I got out, instantly live streamed, you know, but then...
Are you allowed to talk about what happened?
It's pretty like self-explanatory, you know, it was all on video, but I was just like walking across the street, making a little steak reel, and then within like 5 seconds, like didn't even get a chance to like even react or like hear what they were saying, because there were so many of them like speaking at once, and boom, I'm just in cuffs as I'm walking away. Like,
now this is not the only issue that law enforcement can take action against Jack Doherty for. All the disrespect Jack has shown toward the police is piling up again, and Jack's previous behavior with law enforcement is reducing any chance that the court will be kind to him in future trials. Just look at how Jack is acting with the police in this video.
Hey, what are you doing? Nothing. Is this your car? Is this your car? No. No? No. You can't do that, man. That's like a law, you know, breaking the law. So,
oh yeah, harder, daddy.
Hey,
oh yeah,
hey,
oh yeah, daddy.
Most people will say the court can't punish Jack for just his behavior, but whatever punishment the court gives him, Jack will actually face harsh consequences. Law enforcement is also taking note of all the previous criminal activities Jack has been involved in, including the most controversial one, his OnlyFans agency scandal. Many of Jack's ex-girlfriends and crew members have accused him of abusive and illegal activities connected to that agency. Even in a recent video, several of Jack's former crew members exposed him again, saying that Jack's OnlyFans agency is causing damage to society.
Would you say that what Jack's doing is like bad for society though? Because I don't think out women is. I mean, like, how is that like really like harm?
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Society? What do you mean? I mean, it's not good, but it's not necessarily the worst thing you can do. Like this. Like you're doing gangs, like killing people.
Okay, yeah, sure. There's a scale of it.
I'm making TikToks with girls that are already on OnlyFans.
People are just going to try like young impressionable kids are on there. They're going to subscribe to OnlyFans.
No, they're not. You physically can't do that.
Of course you can. What do you mean?
You have to have an ID to fucking buy OnlyFans. Then how do you do the credit card part then?
Your parents' credit card.
Well, then they obviously see the OnlyFans charge.
Okay, I'm just saying that happens.
Dude, there's a lot of things that can happen. Are you gonna take away cars because a kid can get the fucking parents' keys and drive the car? Are you gonna take away guns because a kid can take his gun?
OnlyFans is different.
It's like, bro, like
there's no benefit.
It's either way. The world's gonna be the world. So if I gotta stop, so I'll stop so that fucking OnlyFans goes away because I'm fucking running that shit, right?
Society. What's the benefit to society from OnlyFans?
I mean, what's the benefit?
Everyone needs to jerk. The fuck. Let that fucking male testosterone out of your body so you can just be a nice guy sometimes.
Did you hear that? So while Jack Doherty's own crew and friends are now saying that whatever Jack is doing is no longer beneficial for society, don't you think Jack Doherty will face a huge backlash from the court and legal authorities if they find out even more? And if any more scandals are discovered against Jack, he could completely ruin his own life. A lot of comments are already piling up predicting this outcome. One person commented, "I hope he gets 2 years at least. The kid needs it because his parents clearly never punished him or disciplined him. He thinks what he's doing is normal or okay, or that he can get away with it. Someone needs to remind him that actions have consequences." Another person said, 7 years would send a message that serious offenses have serious consequences, no matter who you are. Someone else commented, "He'll hire the best lawyer money can buy and pay his dues. No way he gets any time behind bars." And here's another one. "Sadly, that's the only way terrible people like him learn anything. He's been sheltered from consequences his whole life and career. Throw the book at him. Hopefully he gets the same kind of unsympathetic judge I faced at his age, because my troubles straighten me out quick." Another person added, "That'd be funny, but it probably won't happen. But it's Florida, so who knows?" Last year, a streamer in Minnesota got busted with almost an ounce of coke, loose guns and ammo with 5 kids in the house. He got 5 years probation, didn't have to hold a steady job, and I don't think he even had to finish his community service. Never hold out hope these scumbags are held accountable. So you can see a lot of people sharing their opinions. And honestly, many of these comments sound pretty logical considering the situation. So there you have it. Jack Doherty's reckless actions are finally catching up with him. From disrespecting the police to piling up scandals and ignoring repeated warnings, it's clear that the court and law enforcement are taking him seriously. If more evidence or scandals come to light, Jack could face severe consequences that might completely change his life. Keep watching closely because this story is far from over, and the next updates could be even more shocking. Stay tuned, stay informed, and see how this unfolds.
Disclaimer, this video is educational.
We'd like to thank thank Henson Shaving for supporting PBS. Fairly recently, we figured out that basically all stars have planetary systems, but we also learned that our own solar system is actually quite weird compared to most. In fact, we've never seen another system like it. So either we are extremely rare, or we're about to discover that there are countless solar system-like systems in the next big data drop from Gaia. Could go either way, but the answer has deep implications for the rarity of life in the universe. We've got a couple of quick announcements before we start. First, our eternal battle against the algorithm continues. The best way to encourage YouTube to share our videos is to like and comment. Doing both really makes a difference. And if you're new here, subscribe, hit the bell, and introduce yourself in the comments. We're friendly. Now for the fun part. It's Black Friday week at the Spacetime merch store. From now through Monday, you can get 20 to 50% off most merch items from all of 2025, including limited restocks and 3 new releases. First up, we've the LHC Higgs Discovery desktop and gaming mat. This 32-inch by 16-inch mat with anti-slip design was inspired by the discovery of the Higgs at the Large Hadron Collider. Plus we have our final shirt and hoodie of the year, Don't Panic, It's Only Rocket Science. It's one of our rare full-color designs inspired by a little restaurant at the end of the universe. There's a link in the description. Now onto the episode. There are lots of reasons to search for planets around other stars, exoplanets. A big one is to find other places in the universe that might harbour life. We only know of one such planet, and that's Earth. And so we get particularly excited when we find Earth mass planets at the right distance from their star to sustain liquid water, also critical for life as we know it. We've found lots of those habitable worlds, but we also don't know what factors are really critical to the initial development of life. Maybe star type. We get even more excited if that Earth mass planet is at the right distance from a Sun-type star. And we found a few of those too, and we can infer that there are lots more. But is that it? There may be other astronomical factors. For example, it's been speculated that Jupiter was critical for the development of life on Earth because it protected us from excessive bombardment by comets and the like. So, how many Sun-like stars have we actually discovered that are confirmed to have both habitable Earth-like and also more distant Jupiter-like planets? 0. Not a single one. There's some evidence that such systems are actually truly rare. But it's also true that our current methods are just not good at finding those sorts of systems. Fortunately, new work based on the Gaia satellite is about to fix that, and hopefully it'll tell us how common or how exceedingly rare a solar system like ours really is. But before we get to how we might figure out the true uniqueness of our solar system, let's do a whirlwind tour through the history of exoplanet discovery. That'll give us a good understanding of the methods we're going to need to search for our solar system's twin. Planets are not easy to see. They are small and dim compared to their parent stars. We've managed to snap pics of a few with sophisticated starlight blocking and image analysis technology, but that's relatively recent and very difficult. No good for large-scale senses of planetary systems. For that, we need to use indirect methods that rely on the near-invisible planet's influence on its home star. In 1992, radio astronomers announced the discovery of the first 2 exoplanets. They orbit a millisecond pulsar, an ultra-compact stellar carcass that rotates 160 times a second. The crazy magnetic fields of this neutron star channel beams of high-energy particles whose radiation sweeps past the Earth with a regularity exceeding the best atomic clocks. In this one pulsar, a modulation in the timing of the pulse revealed the gravitational tug of 2 planets, with a third following soon after. Well, that's cool, but it's definitely not a solar system-like system in any respect. The next confirmed exoplanets all came from the radial velocity or Doppler method. Planets don't really orbit stars, stars and planets orbit their mutual center of mass, their barycenter, which is always close to and often actually inside the star because the star's mass is so much larger than the planet. But that means stars do wobble in response to their planets. That wobble can be seen as a tiny change in the star's velocity, in turn seen through the Doppler shift. That's the tiny stretching or squishing of light's wavelength, depending on whether its source is moving away from us or towards us. Now, a few planets were found this way through the 90s, all of them giant and with small orbits, because those are what the Doppler method is most sensitive to. The exoplanet gold rush really only started in the new millennium, with tens of new planets each year. Most of these were via the Doppler method, thanks to new high-resolution spectrometers like Keck High-Res in Hawaii and HARPS at the La Silla Observatory in Chile. Smaller and less hot planets were found, but still nothing like the Earth. Most of these were gas giants orbiting close to their star, and there was nothing like the Earth. I remember a time in the 90s when most planetary systems we knew of consisted of inner solar systems filled with gas giants. We had no idea if other Earth-like planets even existed. But the 2009 launch of the Kepler Space Telescope changed everything. The spacecraft had one job: to stare at a tiny patch, just 1/400th of the sky, and make precision measurements of the brightnesses of the 150,000 stars in its view. Tiny, repeating changes in those brightnesses revealed miniature eclipses, occultations, as exoplanets passed in front of their home stars. This only worked for planetary systems with convenient alignments, but there were enough of those. By the mid-2010s, we were averaging hundreds of new exoplanets each year. And this method was finally sensitive to Earth analogues. In principle, anyway. We have found several Earth-ish sized planets in their stars' habitable zones. Most of these are around red dwarf stars, but also around a handful of stars that are more like the Sun. Now, extrapolating from Kepler's discoveries and taking into account planets that Kepler probably missed, astronomers inferred that there are something like 11 billion Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars in the Milky Way alone. This huge number of Earth-Sun analogues is promising, but there is a catch. The majority of planetary systems catalogued by Kepler and other transit and Doppler surveys seem to look nothing like our solar system. Planets of a given system have a surprising tendency to be all roughly the same size. Maybe you remember the TRAPPIST-1 system with a string of 7 roughly Earth-mass planets orbiting close around a red dwarf. More common are chains of super-Earths or mini-Neptunes. The thing we don't tend to find are a chain of terrestrial planets in an inner solar system followed by a chain of gas giants in the outer. The term peas in a pod describes this new picture in which planetary systems tend to have similar mass planets. If that's how such systems tend to form, usually, then it raises big questions about why our solar system didn't form that way. There are solid hypotheses for this, the most prominent being the Grand Tack hypothesis, which suggests that Jupiter migrated into the inner solar system in its early times, disrupting the larger worlds that were still developing there before retreating to the outer solar system again. The inner solar system then had to pull itself together from the depleted remnants of Jupiter's rampage. If this event resulted from some unusual gravitational interaction, say with a passing star, then it might mean that our planetary configuration is pretty rare. But we just don't know how rare. The main reason for that is a bit surprising. Jupiter-like worlds in Jupiter-like orbits are actually hard to confirm from past surveys, despite those planets being so much more massive than any terrestrial planet. The main challenge is the length of the year of such an outer system body, 12 years in the case of Jupiter. Now, the Doppler method can identify Jupiter-like companions from the wobble it induces in its star. It even measures the properties of that orbit with not even having to observe a full orbit. However, the Doppler method is just not well suited to the initial discovery of exoplanets. It can't track many thousands of stars at once in order to identify candidates. Now, the transit method can do that, for example, Kepler, but that method takes a lot longer to identify an exoplanet. Each transit is seen as just a little dip in the star's light, and we need to clock at least 3 of those dips to even recognize a candidate exoplanet from the regular spacing of the dips. The Kepler mission has no more than 4 years of observation on any given star, so it could potentially have flagged an exo-Mars, but definitely not an exo-Jupiter. Now, we could keep doing planetary transit observations until we have enough of a temporal basis and enough stars to see long-period gas giants. And the test satellite has picked up where Kepler has left off. But it'll still take decades to confirm an exo-Jupiter. Fortunately, we can do this a lot quicker by switching to yet another completely different method. As I mentioned, close planets cause their stars to wobble fast, good for the Doppler method. But more distant planets cause their stars to wobble far, and this raises an intriguing possibility. If we could actually see the stars moving, not just by their Doppler shifts, but by the actual changes in position, then we might be able to catch these large orbit exoplanets. To do this, we would need incredibly precise measurements of a star's position. And that's why we call this approach the astrometry method, where astrometry is just the science of precision measurement of celestial positions. So let's see how this could work. As I said, both star and planet orbit their mutual center of mass, their barycenter. The location of that barycenter depends only on the masses of both objects and their separation. It's always closest to the star, but the distance of the barycenter from the center of the star is proportional to 2 things: the relative mass of the planet and the distance of the star to the planet. Planets with larger orbits actually pull the barycenter further from the star than those with smaller orbits. And that's perfect because it makes the astrometry method more sensitive to large orbits, where both the Doppler method and the transit methods are better for small orbits. And that's what we want for finding exo-Jupiters. We do still have the problem that these sort of wide orbit exoplanets also have long orbital periods, but with the astrometry method, we actually see the orbit playing out, and so we don't have to wait for even a full exo-year to start to characterize the orbital parameters. Finally, astrometry can detect planetary systems with any alignment relative to us, whereas the transit method only catches those that happen to be conveniently oriented to produce said transits, and even the Doppler method is insensitive to systems that are flat against the plane of the sky. Okay, so we now have a third method for finding exoplanets that seems to shore up some of the weaknesses of the other 2. So what have we done with this? Well, this is exactly how astronomers first confirmed that Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, has a faint white dwarf companion, Sirius B, and that was way back in 1844. Plenty of other binary stellar companions have been found that way, including things like companion black holes and neutron stars, but detecting an actual exoplanet this way is much harder due to the tininess of the star's wobble and the extreme resolution required to see that wobble. It wasn't until 2010 that we detected our first exoplanet via astrometry, but at that point Kepler was in full swing and just way more productive. What we needed was a dedicated astrometry satellite. Enter Gaia. Gaia was launched in 2013 and took data until March this year, over which time it scanned the entire sky over and over to make a census of 1 billion stars in the Milky Way. The main superpower of Gaia is precision astrometry. It does this in a cool way. Gaia has 2 telescopes actually on a spinning platform and achieves precise position measurements by converting the problem into a precise measurement of time, the time that a star crosses through the fields of view of both telescopes. Now, by combining 50 to 75 observations, Gaia can achieve a position resolution roughly the angular size of a US quarter on the moon. So Gaia's primary goal was to measure stellar parallax. That's the apparent shift in a star's position as Earth orbits the Sun. And Gaia has enabled astronomers to calculate distances to actually 1.3 billion stars across the Milky Way. And combining this with velocities also measured for many of those stars, Gaia has given us this incredible dynamical map of a good chunk of our galaxy. But if Gaia can see a star's apparent wobble due to parallax, it should also be able to see an actual wobble due to the pull of the star's own planets. The first Gaia exoplanets found using astrometry are Gaia 4b and 5b, both superjupiters with 12 and 21 times the mass of Jupiter respectively, both orbiting nearby low-mass stars. It was a painstaking task to sift these out of Gaia's third data release in 2023. First, astronomers had to identify wobbles consistent with exoplanets, and then rule out other causes, and then follow up the candidates with radial velocity measurements to confirm. But Gaia 4b and Gaia 5b are definitely there. These objects are unusual because they are superjupiters orbiting stars that are smaller and less massive than the Sun. This combination of giant planet and small star was thought to be extremely rare, so we've already learned something new here. But then again, the wide orbits of these guys make them hard to see by other methods, so we never really knew much about such systems in the first place. What we do know is that Gaia can spot gas giants far from their stars. Gaia 4b and 5b have proved that. And in astronomy, where there's one, there are many. These planets mean that there's a whole population of undiscovered planets hiding in the Gaia data waiting to be discovered. And that's going to happen following Gaia's data release 4 in December 2026. The Gaia DR4 will be different because it'll include, for the first time, Gaia's time series measurements of stars' positions on the sky, rather than just the parallaxes. DR4 will also span 5.5 years, about twice as long as DR3. This enables the detection of planets more distant from their stars, because these take years to complete an orbit. Candidate exoplanets will be followed up with radial velocity Doppler observations, and these will confirm cases of interest and better measure the properties of the planets. But without Gaia, we wouldn't even know where to start looking in the first place. Okay, so how many exoplanets do we expect Gaia to find? Well, we talked to the astrophysicists who figured that out, Caleb Lammers and Josh Wynn, who recently published a study on exactly this subject. Based on simulated Gaia data, they predict that data release 4 will lead to 7,500 exoplanet detections, give or take a couple of thousand. This is likely to more than double the number of known exoplanets, which currently stands at about 6,000 confirmed, around half of which are from Kepler. Gaia DR4 will include only half of the data that the Gaia Space Telescope has collected. The full dataset, DR5, will include astrometric measurements spanning 10.5 years and will be released in the early 2030s. The number of exoplanets will then explode, even over the DR4 figure. There are two main reasons for this. The longer time span of observations makes Gaia sensitive to planets with longer orbital periods, so just more planets. Also, these longer orbital periods correspond to larger, physically larger orbits, and that means larger stellar wobbles. And the larger the wobble, the further away it can be detected by Gaia, making the mission sensitive over, well, a larger volume of space. Lammers and Wynn predict that DR5 will include a staggering 120,000 exoplanet detections, give or take. That's a 20-fold increase on the current exoplanet numbers. But will we detect our solar system or one like it, Gaia will be sensitive to Jupiter-like worlds and those larger, so-called super-Jupiters, with orbits within 1 to 5 times the Earth-Sun distance, or astronomical units. Jupiter itself is 5 AU, and so Gaia should be able to spot a Jupiter analog. It won't be sensitive enough to detect the wobble due to Earth-like planets, but that's fine, because TESS will observe a chunk of Gaia's systems to get the inner systems of those. This combination of astrometric detections from Gaia and transit discoveries from Kepler and TESS will give us something close to a comprehensive census of possible planetary systems. That's going to allow us to really refine our understanding of the formation and evolution of these systems. In the case of the gas giants, for example, the ones that Gaia will discover, we may learn whether they form more like terrestrial planets from small bits clumping together, or more like stars with a large cloud of gas collapsing. But it's the combined knowledge from Gaia plus TESS that will teach us the most about our own solar system. It may be that we even find a true solar system analog out there, with an exo-Earth discovered by transit and an exo-Jupiter in the same system found through the wobble it produces. And if we don't find such a system, or find very few, that will confirm what some already suspect, that our solar system is really quite a rare beast, capable of nurturing a uniquely habitable world amid the rich planetary diversity that fills our galactic spacetime. We'd like to thank Henson Shaving for supporting PBS. Henson Shaving is the maker of the AL13 safety razor. When it comes to shaving, data probably is not the first word that comes to mind, but Henson wanted to quantify the positive customer feedback they were getting. That's why Henson partnered with a medical imaging startup. It lets them quantify the impact of their razors and analyze the skin's reaction to shaving with different razors. Plus, the AL13 uses a plastic-free, all-aluminum design manufactured in an aerospace machine shop using CNC machines. To learn more, visit hensonshaving.com/PBS and use the code SPACETIME to get 100 blades for free with your purchase of a Henson razor. Just be sure to add it to your cart.
What's important to keep in mind is that it's not over yet. It's still not over. This guy can fuck up his life even more than he already has. It can get worse.
Kicked the other mods of r/art, then made that post, making it seem like they all banded
That's
together
how it is.
in unity and left together as a result of the backlash from this guy going off the rails. That is a nefarious plot right there. That is dubious, to say the least. So now all the other mods that seem to not be on his side at all have now been roped into it because of him kicking them, making that post, making it seem as though they were still suckling.
Ladies and gentlemen,
off his nipples there, like, hey, we're in this together, like as if they were backing him
He's
up.
trying to drag them all down with him.
But that's just not the
Remember what
case.
I've always said about how people that like having, you know...
the moment has arrived. T1 against Los Ratones. Cagel's Rats against Fakers. Fakers, my friends. This should be an absolute banger, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the draft.
Trying to get cheeky right off of the bat with an invade. But
Invading. We have Balsi on Scion, right?
I've had the same idea on the opposite
But
side.
here's the thing. Faker's playing Pike. Pays is Smite. Now, guys, I have a feeling like this is maybe not the biggest try hard matchup. But the thing that we care about, ladies and gentlemen, is Bal Scion against Doran. Just ignore the rest of the map, okay? It does seem to be some type of Christmas spirit over here with the snow. Watching this live from Australia. It's 5 AM. I woke up early for this. Please give me more than 15 minutes.
You were playing back then too. That seems unfair. Okay. Los Ratones started off stealing a red buff here.
Yep. Nemesis
Like you say,
in the
Nemesis
jungle.
is going to be in the jungle here for Los Ratones on that teamo. It's going to be Faker support down in the bottom lane with Keria as our AD carry. Reckless on the opposite side.
Now, am I just... Oh.
Oh, it's a flash whiff from Faker to start the lane.
A lot of people in the chat are going to be like, why are T1 trolling? Why are they all troll picks? They should be trying. T1 have literally won Worlds 3 years in a row, and they flew halfway across the world to do a show match for their sponsor. They don't care, bro. Like, they're just here to have fun. Not for our entertainment. But that's okay. Balsi's not here for fun. He's not here for entertainment. He's here for pride. And we're getting AD Scion, of course. None of that tank bullshit that I see him doing in solo queue these days.
Even when there's shenanigans everywhere else on the map. Actually, no.
Mouse, no!
Because Pays has already moved in.
Oh.
First blood. Pays grabs that one for himself.
Balsi.
This is just gonna make him more powerful.
Balsi. Insta TP. And do we have a call? Yes, we do. Good death.
I will say though,
now acquired for Baus.
The logic behind the Kale is definitely you're eventually gonna have a lot of wave clear. You're gonna scale well.
The logic behind the Kale is so bullshit.
For sure.
We don't need logic here, sir.
Just be sweeping up early kills. It's a Kale.
Oh.
Keria.
Nice.
Take it down already. Reckless.
Faker.
He's stuck up at the tower, but he's not tanking, so he'll walk
Baus,
away.
no! Not again! No! Oh, they're camping him. Stream Sniper Deluxes. And Faker kills bot. Wait. Nemi, you're not gonna get solo.
And the poison ticks off.
Crowdy, get it. Crowdy, you got this, right? Crowdy, you got this, right?
The dot taking onto Ona, but it's not enough. Pays saves the day in the mid lane.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Cadrol! Cadrol, give me a reaction, brother. How are we doing? What happened to your head? What happened to his head? He looks like Lex Luthor. What the hell?
Okay, action-packed to start us off here. I've got a feeling that this is going to continue to get sillier and sillier as the game goes on. But Doran scaling away. He's going to be very happy with how this one started for himself. The Crownie moves into the mid lane.
Oh, I
here,
get it.
Owner.
Velia goes mid.
Oh, fake. Faker.
So Crownie goes Twitch to cover for it.
I mean, that's the
a group accountability like it in order to like basically displace accountability from themselves, this is exactly what I was talking about right here. Exactly.
It doesn't seem. That's crazy to go this far. So he kicks all the other mods and then deletes his entire 15-year Reddit history, and it seems like Reddit is the most important thing to this guy's life. So that is a big fucking deal.
I believe him.
All because the guy whose post you removed dared ask for more clarification and if there was any wiggle room to maybe, like, instead of delete everything, just remove that comment that he believed was violative. Because someone dared ask him a question and try and, like, expand and question him, it started this crash out.
Completely deserved. And this will not be the last time.
That's
completely
unhinged.
deserved.
And I'm not exaggerating either. It was one message that set this guy off. They hadn't talked previously from what I can see. When that post was removed, he just asked, hey, are you really going to remove it because I gave a little extra information? And immediately he goes into like...
Well, no, it's worse than that, because even the guy tried to de-escalate. He even tried to say, oh, okay, I get it. All right, fine, whatever. Sorry, I guess I broke the rules. My bad. Can you please just unban me? I won't do it again. And not even that was enough. Because, again, now this moderator went and he deleted all of this guy's entire post history. So, like, you think about all of the extra work and time that takes. This dude was going overtime just to do that. For what?
Combat stance. He's like, all right, it's time to get pugilistic. You ready for fisticuffs? I'm gonna maybe delete your entire post history. Would you like that? I could do that if you want.
I can do that
like,
to
okay,
you.
Bud, calm down here. And he's like, okay, it's gone.
It's too bad. It's done.
Like, that's it. He took the smallest, most trivial nothing burger and blew it up into this.
It's embarrassing.
I just kid. Like, it is a very special crash out. And also, my apologies to the mod team. I had no idea that he was using you like puppets in his game here. He was the chess master and you were pawns on his board. I didn't know, and I apologize for, I guess, making the assumption that you were...
Slandering their good name, assuming that they're as fucking deranged as this one guy.
All, you know, fighting together here based on his post saying that you were, or implying
the guy's
that
fucking
you were.
nuts.
And I'm going to be super honest with you here, sports fans. It's hard for me to even be mad at this mod anymore. It has become, it's so fucking cartoonish at this point, this level of pettiness. I didn't even know somebody could be so petty. I didn't know.
No, he's right. Like, this is the kind of stuff that you hear in, like, stereotype joke videos. Or, like, you see this on, like, Adult Swim of them, like, making fun of, or, like, a, you know, like, some sort of skit on, like, Saturday Night Live of, like, some moderator or some guy that works at a comic book shop getting super mad about, like, somebody, you know, mispronouncing a superhero's name. Yeah, it's like a meme. Yeah, the guy's like a cartoon character.
That was possible. And from what I can tell, Hayden Clay, as a result of all of this, has gotten a ton of support. So that's really good to see.
Yeah.
And it has just been a pretty incredible series of events to watch.
Not only is he getting an incredible amount of support, but I don't know if I can still find this here. He apparently is selling the prints. Where is it? Yes, so now he's selling the prints of the image of the subreddit of them leaving on his website now. It's gotten that meta. Jesus.
Much unfold here over the last 24 hours. Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here once I watched Dolan Darkest video on it.
Jesus, man.
Unreal. That's about it. See ya.
Absolutely fucking embarrassing. Insanely fucking embarrassing. What if it was all PR, bro selling the W's to connect with his own hands? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how anybody can go and do this. enforcement mechanism can't enforce the law, then it doesn't exist. That's the way it goes. So it's a concept, right? And so, yeah, if you can't enforce the law and the law doesn't get applied, then it's not real. And a lot of people don't understand this, right? But this is the ultimate reality, is that every law is only as strong as its enforcement mechanism. This is a serious question. Are drug dealers protected by the Geneva Convention? I feel like they aren't. Well, here's my opinion, right? Is that I will vote for the government that will mercilessly kill drug dealers trying to take drugs into our country, right? Whatever, I don't care about what the international law is. I don't care about any of that. Whatever. This guy's been having a bad time, huh?
If ever there was a celebrity that exemplified the saying, "Don't meet your heroes," then it's got to be James Corden, a man who rode his funny, humble, down-to-earth, everyman persona all the way to Hollywood stardom. He was once hosting everything from talk shows to award ceremonies, starring in TV and big-budget movies, and rapidly being positioned as the new face of American TV. The world just couldn't seem to get enough of James Corden. But fame exacts a heavy price on any man, and beneath all the jokes and the jolly banter and the forced relatability, there lurked a sordid tale of bullying, abuse, out-of-control egos, and embarrassing revelations that ultimately unraveled his entire career. So join me as I recount the crash and burn of—
This is the problem that some people have, is that they create a persona for themselves that they can't live up to. That's the problem. And you see streamers do this too, where the persona ends up cracking and it gets exposed, and now everybody hates them. The same thing happened with Ellen DeGeneres. It's like if the same stuff that Ellen DeGeneres had come out about her came out about Bill O'Reilly, everybody would be like, yeah, we knew that. We know. Yeah, for sure. So he yelled at his staff. Yeah, I know. Of course he did. Ellen DeGeneres? Yeah, exactly. But if you put out an image like this, I think that's what really confuses people.
James Corden.
James
Kimberly Kimberly Corden was born in London in 1978, the son of a book salesman and a social worker. And by all accounts, his childhood was a pretty normal one. He didn't grow up in grinding poverty or obnoxious privilege, but instead had a standard working class British upbringing that he'd later used to push himself as down-to-earth and relatable. Anyway, he soon developed an interest in acting and presenting and started getting small parts in British TV shows like Hollyoaks and Boys Unlimited. What can I say? The 90s were a wild time in British TV, man. He first gained mainstream attention with a starring role in Fat Friends, a drama about, you guessed it,
Fat Friends?
A bunch of fat people trying to lose weight. Damn, man, imagine daring to make a show like that nowadays.
If you took the collective face of everybody at Reddit who was mad at me and you put it all in together into one person, this would basically be it.
Anyway, it was here that he met fellow actor and writer Ruth Jones. The two hit it off immediately and soon hatched an idea for a new TV series about a young English guy who falls in love with a girl from Wales.
Oh, wow.
A place which Mueller assures me is a real country, but I'm still not convinced.
I don't know what Wales
Anyway,
is.
the show was called Gavin and Stacey. You've probably never heard of it in America, but it would go on to run for 3 seasons and become one of the most successful British comedies of the 2000s.
Good job.
What's interesting about it is that Corden and Jonesy's characters, Smithy and Nessa, ended up becoming way more popular than the actual stars of the show. With the success of Gavin and Stacey, the offers were now flowing in. A natural entertainer who could banter with the best of them, Corden soon found himself hosting everything from awards ceremonies to panel shows. James Corden was now officially a big deal. In the UK at least. The only question now was what to do next. His answer was to try to recapture the magic of Gavin and Stacey by branching out into other projects with his co-star Matthew Horn, ignoring the fact that it was Ruth Jones who was mostly responsible for the show's success, but whatever. Lesbian Vampire Killers, their first big movie together, was absolutely slated by critics and bombed at the box office, while their comedy sketch show Horn and Corden failed to explain why either of them had ever been considered funny. Strangely enough, Corden would quietly distance himself from young Matthew after that.
Smart.
Problem problems were also afoot behind the scenes. Corden's sudden rise to fame and success was doing what it does to many people. It was turning him into a fucking bellend. His behavior was...
I think this is what happens for a lot of people because people aren't mentally programmed to handle the amount of feedback and attention that a person who's very popular gets. And it just fucks with their head. I think that's really what happens. It is.
Apparently so bad that his Gavin and Stacey co-star Rob Brydon actually had to step in and warn him to rein it in. Even his own family got involved.
Relax.
One of his sisters straight up told him, James,
Quiet,
stop being
piggy.
such a dickhead. It's a shame he never took that advice to heart. But it was the 2010 Glamour Women of the Year awards that...
And the problem is that he pretends to not be a dickhead. Like, there's people that are dickheads, but everybody knows they're dickheads, so it's not a problem. But if you're pretending, and then people find out, well, then they're gonna fucking hate you.
Corden got his first taste of public embarrassment when Patrick Stewart decided to lay into him live on air.
When the presenters are up here and when the recipients are receiving their awards, don't stand at the back of the stage with your hands in your pockets, looking around as though you wished you were anywhere but here.
Was it unprofessional and kind of petty of him to call him out live on stage instead of having a word in private? Yeah. Was it also funny as fuck to watch him getting told off like some arsehole schoolboy? Also yes. More than that though, it was the first real chink in Corden's
Fucking got him. Fucking got him, bro. The final boss of Bald. Yep. Professor X laying it down.
affable, easygoing public persona. Still, he did his best to defuse the situation afterwards, and
Yeah,
for the
sure.
time being at least, his career was still going strong. He was a regular fixture at big events like the Brit Awards, and still
Yeah.
booking roles in films and TV shows, but what he really needed was something to take his career to the next level. He needed to crack America. Enter the Late Late Show, which for the past decade had been hosted by Craig...
Just what we need. Another late night show of the host telling the same jokes to the same people with the same laugh tracks and the same spectrum every single fucking time.
Ferguson. He was a popular host and the show was doing well, but by 2014 his contract had expired and he was ready to move on to new projects. A replacement had to be found, and that replacement turned out to be our boy James. And to his credit, he turned out to be a good choice in the short term at least. His humble, everyman persona was the perfect contrast to the slick, polished confidence of other late night talk show hosts.
True.
He was able to actually have fun and engage with his guests as human beings and get way more out of them than others could.
Good for
More
him.
than that though, he understood the importance of creating viral moments that could get shared on social media, and he was happy to oblige. Carpool Karaoke turned out to be a stroke of absolute genius that drew in record audiences.
But wasn't it that, like, they weren't even driving? They found out these guys weren't even driving. They were just being pulled by a tow truck or something?
Cemented the show as a staple of late night TV. They say that if you can make it in America, you can make it anywhere, and James Corden had officially made it. He had a
Damn.
hit talk show in his hands. He was hosting
Fat
some of the
shaming.
biggest awards ceremonies on US television, and even his movie career was starting to pick up again. Everything he touched seemed to turn to gold. But the old problems of ego and shitty behavior behind the scenes were starting to resurface, and the first hit
Many such cases.
of this was
Many,
during a game
many,
of
many.
Spill Your Guts or Fill Your Guts, basically Truth or Dare but with animal body parts, where his co-host Jimmy Kimmel asked him a seemingly innocent question that he should have been easily able to answer.
Name 2 of the cameramen in this room.
That's bad. Oh, that's bad. Wow.
You know, it still blows my mind that his producers actually okayed this one.
Yeah, they
Like,
should have never okayed that one. They should have known that would make him look bad if he got it wrong.
They must have known what would happen. They knew how it would make him look, and they still allowed it to go ahead.
And you know what that makes me think? Is that this guy is an asshole behind the scenes, and they were thinking, oh, good. We're going to get him.
Probably should tell you a lot about how he treated his own staff.
Yep.
Now that the
There you
cracks
go.
were appearing in his public persona, all kinds of damaging revelations were starting to leak through. Like during his disastrous Reddit AMA in 2018, where one of the top comments criticised him for acting like a twat in a London restaurant a few years earlier. Another commenter threw shade at his behaviour during the filming of A League of Their Own, a British sports show, and accused him of throwing tantrums, refusing to interact with fans, and basically acting like an arrogant prick who absolutely didn't want to be there.
So he's just a fat retard. There's so many of those. It's such a problem. It is such a problem.
New accusations seem to fit the same pattern of obnoxious, entitled bullying once the
Is it
cameras
male
stopped
Ellen
rolling
DeGeneres?
and things weren't much better on the movie
The
front.
thing is that, like, there are guys that are, like, just really, really nice and everybody likes them. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, there's nothing bad you ever hear about, like, Conan O'Brien, right? Like, basically never. It's the same as, like, some of these other people. Like, it's not impossible to be a nice guy celebrity, but it is impossible to pretend to be a nice guy celebrity. Well, I was thinking of late night show hosts. Obviously, Keanu Reeves, Henry Cavill, those are also really great examples, too. It's totally okay and totally possible to just be a nice guy celebrity, but you have to actually be a nice guy. You can't pretend, because eventually the act is going to wear off. That's it.
On either, Cats
Jay Leno,
ended
yeah.
up being pure nightmare fuel.
More like Fats.
Biggest critical disasters of the decade, and Corden himself caught most of the backlash for his unique performance.
It's
at the drum.
I don't even think that's his fault, honestly. It was so stupid what they were doing. Like, Cats was like a fucking... It's a Broadway play, and you're doing these, like, weird furry characters. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Really?
Damn, man.
Really?
Even Ricky Gervais took great pleasure in shitting on him.
The world got to see James Corden as a fat pussy.
Damn! Oh!
He was also in the movie Cats, but no one saw that.
Such was the...
It's crazy that that guy just kind of went in there, and this, like... You know what that's like? There were, like, certain media entertainment moments where, like, people go back and they look at it, like, years later and they realize, damn, this guy was more right than we thought. Another one was the Cat Williams, Shannon Sharp interview. You can be Kang the Conqueror, but a white woman can take your whole life away in 2 weeks. And then that's exactly what happened to him. Remember that? Yeah, don't know that one? Yeah, and people go back and they watch it. It's good. It's so good.
Hatred against his performance.
Norm
There was
Macdonald
even a petition
yeah.
to keep him from having any involvement in the Wicked movie that was in production at the time, which reached more than 100,000 signatures.
Wow.
Restaurants seem to be a particular trigger for James, which is...
So he went to a lot of restaurants? All right.
Ironic, considering he clearly enjoys his food, but in 2022 he managed to get himself banned from the swanky New York restaurant Balthazar for allegedly screaming at staff and being rude and aggressive.
So he wanted food. So this is what they do. So here we go again. So he wanted food. He wasn't getting his food fast enough. So he started harassing the waiter. Feed me. Yeah, there it is.
His other customers. He'd eventually go on to apologize and get himself unbanned, but the damage to his public reputation was more permanent. It was becoming increasingly popular to hate on James Corden, and the hate was even spilling over into the Late Late Show, with the revelation that carpool karaoke was mostly faked, using trailers to drive the cars around. It sounds like a minor detail.
You know what they need to do this for? They need to do this for Extra Emily.
But it blew the fantasy for a lot of people, and ratings soon went into a terminal decline. By the start of 2023, weekly viewership was half what it had been just 6 months earlier. And by April, Corden announced that not only was he leaving the show, but the show itself was being taken off the air permanently. Not long.
There's too many late night shows, man. There are. Like, there's just too many of them. I mean, it's not even entirely his fault. I mean, I think for him it is. But, like, in general, it's the same with Colbert. Like, I mean, there's just too many of these shows. And they're all doing and talking about the same thing. Like, you know why Conan was good? Is because it was kind of different. It was actually different. Like, Letterman was different in to a degree. Johnny Carson was a bit different. This guy, more of the same. So many of them, like Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, that guy that looks kind of like Ryan from The Office. I think also, you know, Stephen Colbert turned into this. You're basically watching 4 versions of the same show. You are. It's 4 versions of the same thing.
Afterwards, he also announced that he was moving back to the UK to focus on his family.
Really?
His public image was in tatters after years of embarrassing revelations against him. His movie career was derailed by a disastrous series of flops, and even his hosting gigs were rapidly drying up. James Corden had officially crashed and burned. Yeah, I'm sure he'll never be short of money at this point, and he's got just enough name recognition to land the occasional role that'll keep him in the public eye, but his days at the top of American TV are long behind him. And now here he stands as a cautionary tale to those who would follow in his footsteps. Be careful what you wish for. He's a perfect example.
No, just don't be a fucking asshole. It's simple. Don't be an asshole and don't be a dick. Don't be rude to people that are in a position that they can't tell you no. That's one of the things that I think a lot of people, it's the same thing I said before about like hurting animals. And like, I'm not comparing waitstaff to animals, but I kind of am, aren't I? And so my point is that whenever a person abuses an animal, it's seen as a universal evil because of the power imbalance, right? But the problem is that the same thing is the case with waitstaff and other forms of like low-income workers, is that whenever a person treats a person like that badly, it reflects badly on that person because you know this person can't talk back to you. You know this person basically just has to be a servant to you. But you're patronizing and mistreating them for what? Why? Yeah, biggest red flag there is exactly, yeah, you're a piece of shit. And everybody knows it. The people that do that are pieces of shit. They have lack of patience? No, it's more than that. It's way more than lack of patience. It's a philosophical stance. Yes. Well, it's a mining canary in the depths of a person's like personality. Is that if a person is going to do that, they're probably awful if you get to know them more.
Of what happens when too much fame and success comes too quickly to a man without the wisdom and maturity to cope with it. A man whose career was built on a persona he could never hope to maintain. A man whose life was placed under the magnifying glass of celebrity and all his flaws exposed for the world to see. And unfortunately for James Corden...
No, the problem is that he tried to put on a persona that wasn't authentic to himself and people found out about it and they disliked him. This is why you should never you should never pretend to be like this fake nice guy unless that's actually who you are. It's a huge mistake. Tons of people make it.
We're just too many of them to overcome. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I never hear about this guy anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'll link you guys the video. And crash and burn the James Corden story. Not a good story to have, I'll tell you that. Like Pirate Software. To an extent, I think it's different with Pirate Software. But I can see why you bring that up. I mean, sure, definitely. And yeah, it would be funny to see you do an Ice Guy stream. I mean, if you watch me in IRL, I feel like I'm a nice guy. I do. I feel like I'm a very reasonable, polite, conscientious, nice person. And I know people might not want to believe that, but it is true. Call of Duty is using AI art now. That's how far things have gone. Not just art. Yeah, I mean, no. If the whole game was AI, it would probably be better. So it's probably not AI.
Okay, everyone, today's story is actually pretty damn big. So here's what's going on, right? Players are getting refunds for Call of Duty this year. And it's not because of the absurd campaign or some sort of matchmaking disaster. No, they are demanding their money back because they're finding the game is filled with AI-generated art that was never mentioned in the marketing. And what matters there is they're actually getting the refunds. But it's not just Call of Duty, because Ubisoft is also under fire, and that's because
what a surprise!
While we're talking about AI slop, right?
So we've got Activision and Ubisoft, two of the you talk about gold standards of gaming. Well, these are the brown standards of gaming.
Right? The real problem isn't necessarily the output. It isn't necessarily the intents that people say. Really, we should start looking at what people actually do, and we should look at the process, because in reality, it's the management of these companies that are getting just as sloppy as the games. Alright, so this year's Call of Duty is once again full of generative AI slop, because whenever I think Call of Duty, I think of piss, filter, poisoned, Ghibli-adjacent fantasy art of some peasants impressing...
It's so obvious that it's AI generated, too. They do not give a fuck. They totally phoned this in. They ran out of time making the art for it, and they just straight up AI generated the frames for the achievement things. This is in Call of Duty. Yeah, it's not even good AI art. Yeah, you can make good AI art, but this isn't even it. Like, you did... a 5-year-old could have done this.
Guard by catching a catfish. Yeah. That's Call of Duty, all right.
Oh, yeah.
And the images you're seeing right now are basically those of calling.
And also, why is it that they're in, like, a fantasy universe? Like, these are, like, peasants in, like, a medieval era with a knight's helmet. Why is this in Call of Duty if it's in a future with machine guns?
Cards. They're floating around social media
what is
in the wake
this?
of the Black Ops 7 launch. Because people have looked at them and thought, oh my god, what the hell is this?
Unbelievably
it's
lazy,
weird,
yes.
tonally mismatched stuff that bears all the hallmarks of cheaply produced and barely reviewed generated art. And look, this isn't some blind see AI get really angry thing. No, sure, there's people who could probably do this stuff tastefully.
Yeah.
What actually matters is this is a huge set of games where it's not being done tastefully, and that's actually happening at scale. Now, the funny thing about this with Call of Duty is that after the mess of Black Ops 6, audiences kind of expected this stuff, right? We all expected...
Wow, look at that, guys.
The generic Steam AI disclosure thing. We all expected Activision responding to the news outlets, confirming Steam AI, right? We all expected...
Wow, look at that, guys.
The generic Steam AI disclosure thing. We all expected Activision responding to the news outlets, confirming something that they didn't do anything wrong and denying anything that they could have done wrong. And the reason why is actually because we've already had all of this happen this very year.
Yeah, with the AI generated stuff, right?
Where Associate Creative Director Miles Leslie told IGN that everything Gen AI that people saw in Black Ops 6 was there, quote, by accident, and that was never the intention. And the claim that he makes is that these are basically just tools to help artists, but that the outputs are never to make it in-game.
They're not to replace, but they do not replace any fantastic team members. How long are they going to pussyfoot? This is the reason why China and these other countries are beating American companies, because in America they're too worried about being too efficient. They're worried, oh my god, wait, we can't use AI. People on Twitter don't agree with AI. So instead of actually trying to make the game good, instead of trying to make a good product, no, instead of that, they're going around and getting upset and apologizing for it. Jesus, this is embarrassing.
That would mean that, say, our many-fingered zombie Santa friend was only meant to be a placeholder. Never should have shipped. You know, just a placeholder asset meant to sit there and reflect the vibe that the artists wanted until eventually a human could come in and replace it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, look, I'm happy enough to steelman this guy's position, and I'm all for artists having better tools and less drudgery in their job. But this keeps on happening, and I think that means we should be quite a bit more suspicious. So when
I bet that AI generation for video games is probably a lot farther along than you would imagine. And I bet with many of these AAA games, there is more things that are generated with AI than you see. And I think that here's a good way to look at it, right? Do you really think that in a game where they've blatantly used AI and multiple other things, do you really think that the only times that they've used it, you can see it? There's no way you could logically come to that conclusion, right? You would assume, obviously, some of the AI is good enough to where it blends in. So you're only seeing the worst offenders because good AI is invisible.
Said it keeps happening. Obviously, that's right for Call of Duty, but it's also an industry-wide thing. First, there's a game that I should love, and that's Anno 1117 Pax Romana. It should be a bright spot in Ubisoft's
People
calendar,
like this game,
but
yeah.
there are problems with the game, sadly. There's an unfinished campaign, some odd art decisions, and for today's purposes, an AI art problem. You see, Anno's art tends to be gorgeous, right? And that's why seeing it replaced with a thoughtless imitation with no experiential humanity behind it is a big nope for me. That's the type of art where even if it was to look pretty...
Well, they didn't even go through it. Like, what's embarrassing is that you could have used AI to generate the image and then go through and edit it to make sure that there aren't any inconsistencies. But they didn't even do that. And I think that's really what the main story of this is. It's not even the fact that they used AI. It's the fact that they used AI and they didn't even try to edit it. They didn't try to improve it. They didn't try to do anything. This building's made me think of ball pit. Yeah, really. And there's also developers that use AI without telling the company. Yeah, no doubt. But what I'm saying is that a lot of these companies, they're phoning it in on like a massive level. Like there's people there's like random gimmick accounts on Twitter that put more effort into it than a AAA games company. That's crazy.
A feeling in me. So here's actually what went down with this. Something in these loading screens caught people's eye.
Yeah.
Basically, something was up. They were off-putting. We saw these renderings of somewhat human-shaped shadow figures. And
What's his arm
this is not
doing?
a Ghost Adventures episode. Just random-ass shadow figures.
Yeah.
Now that led to people then checking for the Steam AI disclosure. The disclosure was there, and of course it's a first for the Anno series.
Yep, there you go.
Now, I want you to remember that this is all happening at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that's no problem. And also, like, here's the truth. Players very clearly do not care about this. That's why the game was rated 94. So the entire, like, upset, oh my god, it's AI, this is completely created by media. And it's created by media because they're operating in their own best interest. They don't want to get replaced by AI. And so they're trying to create an ecosystem where companies are afraid to use AI. But the truth is that the AI complainers are a vast vocal minority. Solid take. Yeah, that's just it. 94% by who? By the actual players, people that played the game.
Ubisoft are catching some flack for allegedly machine translating the German language options for the game. So, yeah, the Germans aren't pleased, and I suspect that also extends to the official German.
Like, I don't even care about this, if you want me to be honest, because, like, there are other games. Like, video games have always had bad translations. All Your Base Are Belong to Us was a bad translation, for example. So, like, this isn't even really an AI problem. This is what this really shows is it is shoddy development that they just don't care about. That's the thing, is they never even went back and looked through this to make sure that it was good. That's, I think, the big story, not even the AI.
By which I mean the government. I say that because the German government awarded Ubisoft a 5.7 million euro cultural development grant in 2023. So they probably won't like the look of this weird slop job with the damn German translation. Now, admittedly, that grant's likely because the game's development team is a large German employer, and that would mean that the government would want to back them. But hey, if you're a French publisher making a historical strategy game, do I really have to say it? Don't piss off the Germans. Come on, it keeps on going badly when we do that. Jokes aside.
Yeah, because like that one time, and the time before that, yeah.
It is a bad look on both counts. And that is why Ubisoft did actually respond to things. So according to them, the offending scenes were just generative AI placeholders that slipped through review. Now, they just slipped in, but thankfully that now they are being fixed. But when you actually look at the fixes, you see they're not done in a way that would inspire hope, because they're just touching up the offending mistakes with what's there, rather than replacing it fully, which...
Exactly. That's what they should have done. And this is the future. Like you're not going to convince a company to hire a bunch of artists to draw something that they can generate in 3 seconds. It's just not going to happen. Like, why would somebody do something in 10 hours that would take normally 10 seconds? I mean, you've got to be retarded, right? Of course that's not what's going to happen. AI will not replace people. People will learn how to use AI that will replace people. Well, AI, like this is what AI will do. AI will give one person the ability to do 5 people's jobs. So it will replace people, but it won't be a 100% replacement rate. It will be like an 80 to 90% replacement rate at high levels of efficiency. That's what's happening.
I think suggests that whenever push comes to shove, yeah, they actually are happy to just do the quick, dirty thing and cut some corners. Can't imagine any of us find that particularly surprising. But what's maybe more surprising is just how sloppy they're getting, and how far the standards are falling. So look, it's not necessarily the technology itself that is turning people's stomachs. It can also be the quality use of that technology, and in this case, the sheer sloppiness, the lack of care. Now, we've heard the placeholder excuse multiple times this year. Hell, even Expedition 33. Yes, that game, even it fell foul of it. Basically, there's
Expedition 33 used generative AI for these textures. Why would I don't know, it doesn't look like it's generative AI to me. I mean, I don't know how you can tell that.
An in-game poster that was found, turned out to be a placeholder, and it was replaced a week after launch. I suppose it's the more innocuous of today's 3 main examples.
Excellent. It was indeed placeholders were replaced with custom assets. The other AI-generated poster was present. I think that in a lot of these cases, they're not actually placeholders. They're just there in case people find them, and then they'll replace them. Who cares? I don't think anybody cares. That's the thing, is that people don't care about AI. They care about bad AI.
Here's basically what happens. Devs use generative AI tools to create a almost production-ready asset. They then populate the game. They put those assets in. They trace it or something like that, You know what? Because they've used the quickly made AI placeholder thing, actually, when the placeholders are in, they probably do get a bunch of the vibe that they're looking for.
Yeah, sure.
But then what happens is, there's a release date for the game. There is a rush to ship. And that can mean that those assets may never get replaced. So you can see why they do it. You can even see some benefits over the traditional style placeholder, which was meant to be so egregious and obvious that you really just couldn't ship them. You know, just a blank texture saying delete me or something. That would mean that people would notice the placeholder is there and it wouldn't get shipped. And sometimes...
yeah, another good example is where wins meet. Somebody brought this up, is that they have like AI chatbots in the game. And like some other things with the game are AI as well. Like, for example, like the riddles that they do. And I think nobody really complains about that. Nobody cares because it's done in a way that isn't really negative for the game. So I love chatting with them. Yeah, I've never even done it before. I've just heard about it and like people have told me about it. So the real future is good AI. The future is not having individual artists do things themselves. themselves. That's going away whether you like it or not. Now, you'll always have games that have that, but I think in a lot of cases that will not be that will not be the norm.
The squeaky thing with any of the poison champs paired with the Cassiopeia just makes it such a strong 2v2.
It does. Me and Broxer played the Cassio Teemo duo in EU. We actually invented it.
And obviously a lot of scaling in their composition.
Cassiopeia also as well.
We're so cool. They scale so well.
Looking for Onavelia.
Oh, there we go, 2v2. They're dead. There it is. There it is.
The Nemesis Teemo jungle, hold up. That might cook.
And that sets up Velia.
Is that our saving grace?
Yeah, you don't think of Teemo being the best ganker, but finds
I
the
mean,
angle
they have
there.
3-0 Vayne and a scaling Kale, but yeah, maybe.
Well, but Nemesis already 2-0 on this
How it's done.
Hayes looking.
That's a level 6 Cassiopeia.
I don't know if you want to do anything against that, buddy. Faust is getting... He goes CS lead. He's looking a little bit stressed in the play cams.
So far, it is an ever so slight lead for T1, but we're talking
Oh my god, the dive bot. Crowny.
down, Reckless looking for Faker, but he gets away. Carrier also gets away. Oh, Pays also.
Faker, Faker, Faker. Oh, he's trolling.
That dream becomes reality.
Show top lane replay. Show top lane replay.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Wait.
And Doran...
Val solo Doran and we missed it. Do we not have replays?
Not sure how that went down. I'm sure we'll get a replay, but...
Can we get a replay, please?
We call that the Bow special.
We certainly do, and apparently the Reckless special down in the bottom.
Val's is smiling.
In basically a 4v1.
Guys!
Brownie was taken out early in the
think
fight.
T1 just missed him. I think that's what they're expressing in the bot lane.
Ona takes a little bit of a chunk in the mid lane, but he'll be okay.
Wait, Val's just had his best moment and they missed. Oh, we gotta get the replay.
What on earth happened in this top side? Bouse finds the slow. And just walks him down. He just walks him down, hits him with the axe. I mean, what?
Okay. Dorant.
Oh, Faker in the mid lane. Stun comes through.
Oh, clean by Faker. This is a fun game, boys.
Done by Faker. And they found themselves some cheese in the mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely think there was things...
I like that joke.
In that top lane
They found them...
But I will just say, Bouse
Yep.
played him. What can
Yep.
you do? You know,
Yep.
this Scion goat. Mid lane, they'll fake it, find a great play. Oh, Bouse looking.
It's a flash
Does this
forward.
work?
Slow is there.
Guys, he has all...
Close the gap. No, he can't. Needed to channel the Q just a split second longer, I think. But then Doran had the flash.
Doran saved his flash.
Brother. I don't know what that
For
was.
this moment, so
He
very
knew this
heads
guy
up.
was coming.
Yeah.
He knew this guy was coming.
People saw it, so smart move, smart move.
Okay, 7-5 as Nemesis.
The gold is only 500 gold for T1.
Looking pretty good, honestly, so far. Elia getting chased down by Hayes, the grounding. Gonna keep Nemesis
Then he
alive.
has to flash. I get one.
That will be one group taken by T1.
Bouse. Bouse.
Just trying to get some damage down, but Doran wins the trade in the end.
If I remember, wasn't it Teemo Jungle that Antara played last year?
For anyone that didn't watch
This is not looking good for the scaling. I'm terrified, man.
He didn't play. He did play Teemo. Wasn't jungle though last year. But he plays a lot of Teemo on stream. So maybe a callback to the Teemo pick he had against.
Okay.
Had to flash away there for the poison duo.
Ona, I feel like, has had so many ganks towards
The Teemo scaling is really good though. And you can actually, oh shit, Val's, fanboys.
1 HP will fall down. That's one to Faker again. As Bounce just clearing away these minions using that Scion passive to maximum efficiency.
He gets all the CS.
Away these minions using that Scion passive to maximum efficiency.
He gets all the CS.
His signature move, but Doran is scaling up nicely here. A little bit of gold lead on the Kale as Nemesis. Nemi, you. Grabs another.
That's the thing, against 280 carries,
Oh.
one of them, good setup there. Pays landing the stun to allow carry to come in. Some of that bot lane synergy.
Oh, Crowdy's been found. Pays has got him already. Crowdy forced the flash very early on.
Wait, this is good.
Step too far forwards, Reckless getting that.
This is good. Come on. Ella, come on.
He's in the a 2v1 in the end, and he'll fall. Pays barely surviving, but survive he does. As finds another one. And Faker is hunting.
Show me top. Show me top. Show me top. Show me top.
Finds him. Puts out a trap. Faust now getting flashed on by Doran as his action across the entire map.
Oh, he's almost cheesed it.
To scare Doran away.
Close one there. You hear the ult go off when this fight was happening bot, so...
Oh, no. Close, Nemi.
Nemesis looking there. T1 getting a big play, pulling ahead on the back of that one. Able to clean up a lot of kills there. And Pay's getting really far ahead on this vein now. 5-0-3. Honestly, the best game we've seen from him so far today in the jungle, of all places.
Faker, get out of there.
I mean, marksman on both sides of the jungle here as Nemesis getting chased down by Faker, who's so...
Oh, he's missed. He's missed. That try. Oh, why is Vayne here?
Keeps himself alive with the wild growth, and Pace who's trying to get this damage out. Belia, though, still surviving, and Pace forced to go in on the plate to dodge the poison, and it doesn't matter. He finds both of them.
Oh, no. 4,000 gold lead for T1.
I think he might have got a shield. I think he's got a shield.
Oh, he's fine.
Close one, but he's okay. He's alive.
It's like a horror movie.
Shrooms everywhere. Jump scares.
From bad to worse, but it's okay.
That's Crowny. Bit of reinforcement.
T1 will start trolling, I'm sure of it.
Off that tower.
The last game of this tournament, like that, let's not play seriously.
Yeah.
Right, guys?
Nobody's coming.
I think it's a good plan. Just let it...
So what happened here?
Yeah, Doran not having a fun time.
Oh, the slow from Balsi as well.
It's gang central.
Cadril, actually, I can't even say what he...
Crowny's just playing a game of solo.
He looks sickly.
Earlier was ganking the Sion plenty of times, so I feel like this is a little bit of karma in return.
Yeah, you signed up for this. When you 2v1 Baus for the first like 4 levels, you just sign up for some ganks.
I saw he just. Oh my god.
Who's pulled back and stunned against the wall and finished off.
Oh my god, the triumph. The poison.
Oh, they killed it.
Oh, get him, Brownie.
Shut down.
As he tries to get into stealth, but Faker finds another.
More gold as well for Pays on the back of that one.
Cagel seems like he's in pain.
Well, Baus is up in gold.
Balsy's up. He's up at 800. Don't look jungle. Don't look bot.
It is the AP Twitch coming out, so that poison doing so much damage, able to finish up the kills.
Yes, Baus. Land it. Yep. Whoa. Yep. Okay, well, that was fun.
And he'll be happy with that ultimate force from the Lulu. Hold up. And that's his cull procced already as well. Very fast, considering that was on a recall that he grabbed it as well. Baus finishing.
No way.
A little bit low in the health department.
Yeah, slowed up.
Oh, there we go. There it is.
Yo, the Brownie Baus duo is crazy. The Brownie Baus duo is
Keep ganking.
And he is just sweeping up the kills.
It's all a bait.
Rat and Baus Sion.
Wait, Baus is actually up a lot of gold, guys.
The Sion just...
Again!
Another one.
Baus, help!
Let's go.
Yo, this duo is crazy.
More. Oh, well, yeah.
Faker looks to hook him under the tower. Beautifully done. Another kill for Faker.
It's an inside job.
Jungle. Faker is quietly getting incredibly fed in this one. Another pullback, getting the damage down as Doran tries to help his support out. Faker has to.
They gotta run.
It just kind of feels like a heist from Crowny and Baus, just pulling this off from the top side of the map. The rest of the map, let's be real, kind of falling apart. But
there's a rat in your jungle.
They're making
and
things work on this top side. Faker looking for more here though.
Oh, you dirty. Oh, he's having fun.
On the pike with a gromp to boot.
Oh yeah, you're
suddenly a TP from Velia.
Okay, Doran.
I mean, Faker
Into the shroom, he's dead.
God bless that one.
Twin bang from Velia as owner trying to help out his top laner. And instead
Faker's still here, by the way. Oh. Baus is here. Baus is here. Wait, Faker's gonna have a...
Faker, no!
He's dead.
Oh, big castle! Velia, you did it!
Nice!
Good comebacks, good comebacks.
Baus, ult! Ult in them, Baus. Screw it! Oh! Yes, Baus it!
Carry out! Rat! Boom! Oh, that shield.
Oh,
W! Oh!
Yes! Nice!
What a shot!
They're so bad. Ult in them, Baus. Screw it! Oh! Yes, Baus it!
Carry out! Rat! Boom! Oh, that shield.
Oh,
W! Oh!
Yes! Nice!
What a shot!
They're so bad.
No, Baus. Out.
Nah, he's fine.
No.
He's fine.
Doran knows.
Yeah. He's fallen for it one too many times.
You just have to assume every single brush.
Velia, you have
in that. Now Faker.
Looks to Velia, dodges the poison.
Ah, he's so...
Oh my god, Velia! Oh! He beats Faker into 1v1! Oh,
How?
Let's go, Velia!
How?
Hey, we might have got to do some roll swaps for the LEC!
Is just too strong.
Clutch plays coming out from, well, normally the jungler from Lost of Tones, but the mid laner today.
Well,
this match at least.
We're fighting our way back.
Faker outplayed
the mushrooms are everywhere.
And now the gold leader.
The rats in mid lane.
I feel... Oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Just out DPS's him. Reckless didn't quite have the damage to follow up, didn't have the ultimate available.
Yeah, I think some great plays have come out.
We've got a lot of
invisibility.
invisibility on our
Still have to respect there are some Fed members on the other side. Paige is looking.
This is a good bait.
Paige sort of 2v1 here, but only
the mushroom
moving on, and it means Nemesis is caught out instead. Reckless getting chased down by Faker, and Doran's there.
Balsy! Wait, they're kind of cheating. Wait, their team comp is...
How broken is Kale? Velia cooking. He watched PDD.
Oh, might be in trouble if they close in on him.
Go, Velia.
Crowny's back.
Now getting onto Baus as well. Flashes to finish the job.
Poison kills him.
Paige is dead. Paige is dead.
W Crowny. Balsy running at them. Menacingly.
Can't quite do the job.
Menacingly.
Second is pure carnage. Carry.
Press E, Velia.
Yes, Velia.
Looking to get the damage in, but he's outraged.
Yes!
Oh, the poison auto attack on the
To the face and
big damage from the boys. Oh, Crowdy! Oh, the boys are cooking.
Oh my god, they're cooking.
Finding the clutch
I don't know
plays,
what
the
they're
base
cooking.
damage comes through, and T1
They're
trying
cooking
to close
something.
in, trying to collapse on the Cassiopeia. It's answered back.
This poison comp is
And the
insane.
game still feels like it's on a knife's edge.
Velia is doing some serious work in these clutch moments. That's twice now Faker has tried to get onto it and just been shut down. The
I think T1, I saw all the T1 boys were like laughing, so that's good. I'm glad they're
Now towards some spikes as well as Rod of Ages is stacking, his Ceres is stacking. Velia is only getting stronger from this point.
This is the kind of shit is what League's about. It's just
competition.
I feel like
it's so
there's so much competition in League and like solo queue and try hard. It's nice to just watch people just fucking run around these fights.
It actually is, man. That's a good point. This shit is so... Because, dude, we used to have All-Stars every year where the pros gotta have fun with creators. Now it's like... This is the only chance we have of like some of a fun tourney, right?
No, Carly, no, you can't fight that either!
Stunned against the wall, Pace does so much damage.
Or can!
Or can you, Morat?
He's got death cap. Look at that smile. Look at that smile on his face.
Rabadons, I believe, in the last back to just put enough damage to be able to burst him there.
Falsi side lane.
While all of this has been going on, they're just taking towers. At this point, we are just seeing T1 now start to push towards.
It's dead even in gold though.
They're taking towers. Baus did just take a tower in the bottom side of the map, so he is answering back.
Falsi's strong, bro. Look at his items.
The closest game of the
As
day.
he would say, 3 items.
Bit of a margin, actually.
3 items, he 1v9s. Kale's almost 16 though.
He's sniffing.
And you know
He's sniffing.
Go, Baus! Ult! Oh no.
Faker is here as well.
Get about that! Oh, he's gonna do good damage! Look at it, Baus! Look at it, Baus!
Zombie mode to finish the boy from Ona. And the slope from the Glitter Lance as Carrier goes forward.
Oh my god, what is he doing?
I don't think he realized how many
Oh, Faker.
Oh my god, Faker, did he have ulti? He was about to fucking try everything.
For the Vayne jungle as Crowny tries to sneak away once
Where's
more.
Reckless?
We've seen this one
Reckless is perma, like where is he?
good for Crowny. Ona, very low on HP.
Is he farming?
Crowny, I think, just going to stay away though as Reckless recalls in the mid lane. T1 can't quite.
Oh no, it's a fucking Jin trap.
Every fight.
Getting his KDA right. Lol.
Falsi keeps the ult.
Initially, it looks like he's not going to get the
I thought Baus entered here, I was laughing at him.
tried to chase him to finish
Owner
off.
thinks you run away, right? No, you don't.
And then he's just such a
Stand your ground.
low HP. They finish him off. He goes into passive, and Carrier tries to make this play
Oh.
go in. And just immediately gets blown up. Bounce reads him perfectly.
Where was Faker's ult? Imagine he ulted there.
That sets a pace, but
Maybe he couldn't do it?
disengage. And in the end, there's still
No,
two members
no,
of
Valiant,
life
not
from
again.
both
Valiant,
teams.
not again. Don't do it
Reckless
again.
is in the mid lane pushing, so
Let's go back to life.
very even, as this game has been throughout.
Velia, if you're dead.
Carrier's Q just spreading among too many players, unfortunately.
Oh, he's jungling.
Damage he needed to pull that
Wait,
one
we're
off.
doing a bit of
Here we go.
macro here.
Everyone's stacking up for the Drake.
Here comes the second Drake of the game.
Objectives in this game? It's been very kill focused.
It's true. It's true. That's two though.
So 2 dragons over to Los Ratones. And Velia gets the pick.
He's found Faker.
Just one-shot Faker.
Damage and the mushrooms are starting to really tick away on T1 as well. Pace taking a chunk there.
Good setup, boys. Good setup.
Cannon with all the poison from his team, but
Carrier's going in.
into the action with the
I think they're inting. I think they're inting. Come on, boys. Go Ella.
But Atakan finishes the job. Atakan now
Oh,
down.
dude.
Stones grabbing the Atakan, grabbing the kills, looking for Owner as well as Reckless. Gonna try and finish the job. Curtain call.
Oh my god. They got a huge gold lead now.
And considering the
They're
lead
gonna
that
win.
T1 had earlier in this game, Lost returns in full control now. Pick up the dragon, pick up the Atakan.
Oh shit, Faker shut down. He's angry. He's angry for that pick before.
Position on the back of those 2 objectives. Faker now maybe fishing for more, but that dot bleed coming out for the Twitch doing so much damage. It was nearly that.
So was Faker.
Yeah.
So was
Balsi, he's hunting for Faker. He wants him.
the only player that scares Faker.
Watch this.
It's Bows.
Absolute nightmare situation for T1 because of all the shrooms, boys.
I think says a lot.
Honestly, good luck breaking down this absolute carnage.
Yeah, so Carrier goes in, has the backing off the KO, but the CT...
Kale was not doing any damage. Wait, Baus in the mid. Go to live! Go to live! What's happening? Balsi!
Oh, that's
yes!
Zion!
Baus finds another look.
That's Zion!
Owner sidesteps it, but he's walked into Reckless instead. That's a lot of damage at this point in the game.
He's actually 1v... Hey. He's actually 1v9ing.
Yo, thank you for giving your W Red Bull chat.
Had vision of
Yo,
owner
much
there
love.
at that point, so walks away. Fake.
He's done it again!
Reckless got the assist.
He's done it again!
He's now chased away by
Oh, Reckless got the assist, but we'll take it.
They're doing
We'll
it again!
take it.
They're doing it again!
Another year of rent in Faker's mind for that one.
Holy shit.
This whole team quakes in their boots when they have nightmares about Bowser's Scion.
Should have been Sion, boys.
He's doing the work in this game. I think no one's surprised, really.
Everyone around the world knows about Bowser's Scion.
Baus is the real hide on bush. Fake is the fake.
4K gold lead now. Velociratones, they
Baus is the real hide on bush. Fake is the fake.
4K gold lead now. Velociratones, they won last year.
I don't understand how...
This time again, Carrier caught out.
And it actually almost ends up being...
Oh, he tried Faker on the Q. Faker dashed out. He ults in. Flashes for the kill. Gets in the bush. Hides. Faker sits off the Q. Gets the Q. And then I think Faker ends up running back in. Watch this. Faker ends up running back into the... Balsi looking for the cheese.
Reckless is sort of distracting them for a little bit almost, but Faker knows he's in there.
One shot. Holy.
I guess maybe thought the Q
Holy.
was out. I don't know.
You know what? It was funny the second time.
Pays is burning. Belly are looking for Owner now. That's one onto Pays. Owner being chased
Oh,
away.
mate. Mate. Balsi, send it. Send it. Send it. Yes.
Forwards the knock-up onto Doran and the knock-up.
Dude.
Crowley finishes the job.
Get in there, boys. Get in there, boys. End it.
There's just nothing he can do. It's Carrier, not Pays, but it doesn't really matter which AD carry it is. Lost Ratones are all over it, and they might
Oh
just
my god. End it. End it. There it is. They can end.
To try and defend against Spies. Not sure he can do it, even the god himself.
They can end.
Lost Ratones are on the coast.
They're not ending.
They decide to play it safe.
They're scared. Or maybe they just want to give us more content.
I think they just want a bit more gameplay.
They want to play a little bit longer, you know. There's only been...
Oh no! Faker's got the root come through.
Yes, again.
Bows gets yet another kill onto Faker. At this point,
Oh my god, they're too smart. Oh.
my god! What is that damage? Bows is just having a field day. 9, 5, and 10. That's way too positive of a scoreline. Absolutely obliterated as Bows looks for more.
Penta, give it! Give the Penta! Give him the Penta! Give him the Penta! Pays, you enemy!
It's an ace for Lost Ratones.
Oh, that's sad. I thought he was going to get it.
If he got the Penta there... Oh.
But now Faker,
Nemesis with the sidestep and the Faker remote.
Wait, they're not gonna end. That's so...
With this.
Oh.
But now Faker,
Nemesis with the sidestep and the Faker remote.
Wait, they're not gonna end. That's so disrespectful.
Two Nexus towers down and in him in the mid lane, but Lost
They're not ending. Is that disrespectful? T1 are like, let's get out of this, and then they don't even end.
It's not entertainment.
T1 are hostage.
I think they want to go to 100.
I don't know about this.
At least. Owner.
It's a for fun game, Drew. Don't get too serious.
For more. Owner can't really back away onto the poison, but he's got reinforcements, and there we go. Doran saves the day, but Doran...
Holy shit.
He's a scary snake.
T1 punch down for him. Carrier.
He's not even backing away.
Oh, Bows in the wings.
He's going in. Here comes Bows looking for Pays. Bows, big damage, but no pull down his Q. Not into zombie mode. Won't be able to find anything this time. T1 playing.
What are they doing?
Pace. They finished off as the curtain call comes through. Doran sidestepping and will get
Oh.
the cone. Reckless can't quite find the value.
Doran goes down to this room.
As Nemesis grabs that one, Reckless is godlike as he takes.
Don't base farm. Don't be rude.
Playing with their food at this point as Ona goes down. The orbital strike, 900 gold. As I'm not even sure whose redemption that was, to be honest, at this point. But
Faker, run!
They're just trying to look for Faker on the base, on the fountain.
The minions.
GG, boys.
Repeat.
GG. Cage roll. There it is.
Nice way to end it. Lots of fist fights.
Massive smiles
That was funny.
on both teams.
Oh, that was funny.